Duvid, we are live. Welcome to Week in Review. God bless. Hope everyone having a good week. Good things coming, and good to be back. Continue my research. So mostly, God forbid, a lot of stuff happening in Israel this week. Looks like Israel's going to has already started to go into Rafah, like I had mentioned, and we'll see if they take over the Rafah crossing. But I'll keep you posted on that. Go through quite a few different articles from different news sources, and then hopefully we'll finish off these two articles on the Vienna Circle, the one on Oswald Spengler and Metaphysics, and on Philipp Frank. And then I have another one on connectionism from UT Place that I mentioned last week, and on epistemology, theory of argument. So we'll see if I get to all of those, but there's a lot of stuff to cover in Israel. So yeah, KL, God bless, good to see you. And let's hope I'm live on Twitter also. And yeah, so it could be it's happening. We'll see if my debate with Daniel is going to be happening on Judaism. So if that's the case, hopefully next week I will have my slides ready. We'll go over, and the debate would be next Saturday night at 8 p.m. So a little bit excited for that. Like hopefully that should be interesting. Haven't had a chance to defend straight up Judaism. Or actually to make a formal presentation, present Duvid's outlook towards Judaism. So, and Daniel's a pretty major streamer, and he's been relatively quite counter-Semitic recently to like since the war started, like beforehand. And but we'll see if he might be a fan of Jewish theology, because a lot of Muslims have a certain respect for Judaism. And I cut my hair, burnt my beard. Yeah, so it's warming up here. And okay, so Duvid, I popped on Defense Politics Asia earlier today. Good to keep up with the war in Ukraine. Almost everything now is focusing on the war in Israel, and even the U.S. support and the aid package. And it looks to a large extent Ukraine is crumbling. I mean, there's been a lot of news, like Week in Review. I'm not really covering updates in the war in Ukraine, but I'm following. I read the papers, and it's not looking good for Ukraine. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Tucker Carlson Putin interview, like in the relationship to history and narrative. But it was just kind of tiring because it was hard to get a word in. There were so many people, and the topics that kept on running around different topics. So I was listening this week. So Duvid has on my channel Professor Howard Lupovich, and Professor Lupovich is a professor of Judaic studies in the Cohn-Haddo Institute at Wayne State University. I have multiple videos IRL on my channel with the Professor Lupovich and Professor Said Khan at like interfaith between the Muslim and Jewish community. And back years ago, I would record it live on my cell phone, and that was before COVID-19 and streaming's popular. So Professor Lupovich has been on different channels. So he had 3 different series that were all extremely interesting. Relatively the Jewish musical tradition in America, Jews on the small screen, and Jews on the silver screen. And all of these series, like about Jews in American culture, were pretty interesting. From Professor Howard Lupovich of the Cohn-Haddo Center in Wayne State University. I think he's also I think he's a Reform Jew, but maybe has a conservative background, And he reads from the Torah, leads prayer services occasionally also, but more focuses on Jewish culture, Jewish history. So anyone curious, you could check those out. So what if all this, more videos. So yeah, McCurk Doolittle, Gandalf disappeared a long time ago, and Kirk, like I like Kirk Doolittle to some extent. Like he came on the Brundle class. He's a smart, educated, personable person, knows a lot of issues, but whatever reason, his own personality defects that made him not able to rise in the YouTube ranks or to just get his message out, like his little quirks or whatever, that he never really rose. I mean, like Duvid or whatever, he's out there, he streams, but he had that John Marks disciple for a while that was making really good videos, and now this other guy from What If All This makes really good videos, and I've been sharing them since I came across them, like on interesting topics. So here, Duvid largely agrees with his assessment, and he covers a lot of various social, cultural trends, a lot of statistics, general research, and why the 2024 election will start a civil war. And God forbid, Duvid tends to agree. Like, I tend to think that this is the beginning of the end, and the U.S. is not going to be able to get past the 2024 election. And there's a lot of various data, economic, social, um, the baby crisis, uh, men of the working age, incels, uh, economic difficulties, corruption, difficulty, and decline of meritocracy, uh, geriocracy, all these various factors combined together that he goes over very nicely in just saying it would not be surprising if this is the beginning of the end, and we're not going to pull through as a nation from this election. So props to Kirk Doolittle, although he didn't. Okay, so Tech Lead occasionally shared his videos. In the last few weeks, he's been focusing on this tech layoff surge. So it's not big in the news. Like I mentioned a few weeks ago, like the decline in the real estate markets. And I saw that there's some people arguing with him and saying that it's not accurate. But I tend to agree with Tech Lead on this issue that part not necessarily Chat GPT, but just a glut in the market, global competitive forces where there's not really much room for American coders. There's so much competition. So, like, God forbid, Duvid was in University of Michigan and like in the civil engineering, and it was full with like Asian hardworking students that there was no way I was going to outcompete these students. And and internationally, that you could coders that from other countries and different sources, and there was the learn to code meme for a period of time, but at a certain point there's a glut in the coding market. There's been a switch for like apps. There's also been somewhat like a centralization of the tech firms where a lot of the startups and the investment capital, private equity aren't investing as much in new startups. And there's been a consolidation into a few large companies, and there's not as much coding to be done anymore. Like there was a certain period of time, like at the start of the internet, like when I interviewed for IT companies, it was basically like, if you're anyone in anything, you need to have central accounting and logistics for your business. So I just use eBay. eBay has relatively quite a bit of features to do your accounting and logistics on the eBay server itself. But like anybody who's anybody now, whether you have a small business, You could even have, proprietary, um, you know, IT, information technology coder come out and you write, update your software so that your software does your accounting, bookkeeping, logistics. But there's a lot of good software. You don't need like proprietary, like if you're a small business, you could use like QuickBooks or various computer programs that will help you out with that. And so the bigger companies, um, at this point, most of them have it. And like, yeah, they have to be updated every once in a while. My sister still works in IT and she does that. And, the various coders, Judas, God bless, Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Shua Tov. But, yeah, the market now, and he talks about also the influencer, where influencing now is the new coding, where it used to be like you wanted to be a coder and now you want to be an influencer. And how do you become an influencer? Social media, although relatively that's rigged. Like coding is a legitimate skill that's useful. Being like a social media influencer is not really a necessarily a useful skill, and it's probably partially due to the decline in America. So if there was an actual cyclical nature to the economy, the people who would have went into coding who are now trying to become influencers would have been better off in technical fields of like technicians and construction type fields. And unfortunately, that's not the case. There's not that many people going into technical construction, manufacture fields, and that's, God forbid, the decline of America. But some just interesting trends to note. Um, Perpetual Chess Podcast had the CEO of chess.com on, and Nate Salone talked a little bit about cheating and competing with FIDE matches. And the interesting thing that, like, he's talking about financial venues and losing money on the professional chess league and various things. He's saying 10 million people every day. Hey, Jennifer, God bless. If you want to chat or pop on, give a week in review or something, you can. I have a bunch of stuff for Israel and papers to read, but if you want to pop on, you can. Hopefully, I will be on modern day debate with a big Judaism debate coming up. So, I've been emailing back and forth with James. So, if he confirms that, looking forward to that. And, yeah, so I'm not sure if you have anything to share or just want to pop on, chat a few minutes. I'm going to start my Metaphysics series on Wednesday. I've already scheduled that video. So 10 million people every day log on to chess.com to play chess. And only 50,000 people log on to watch chess. So chess is very popular. People like to play it. And like, yeah, there's a thing like, okay, we play chess and, like there's people that are way better than us. But everything to turn chess into a spectator sport has largely failed and probably continued to fail. And like the chess hustlers, the chess promoters that look at competition to try to popularize it. That, like, he talked about his negotiations with FIDE to try to, you have to pay to get it on TV, ESPN, and it's a losing money venture because no one's interested in watching chess. Although people are interested in playing chess, people are interested in improving at chess. So people who play chess recognize that their level and that they're not very good at it and they want to get better, and they'll pay for lessons or courses or study or material. So chess.com relatively just going to focus on their bread and butter of chess, and it is beneficial for chess.com to have the top chess players on the site. They have the big tournaments, some of the tournaments that have money, the 3-hour like knockout speed ones. But at the end of the day, he said like he doesn't, competitive chess as a spectator sport does not look to does not appear to seem to have that much growth potential, although he keeps on trying. Okay, so it's an interesting interview. Kane B, with his Philosophy of Science series. Thank God. So, Kane B still around and doing the philosophy of science stuff with a video. So here he made a video talking about it's okay to be a hypocrite. And that's something I've mentioned so many times. Yeah, I saw that article. So yeah, based Kane, and I've talked about this in relationship to Judaism, because normally I'll mention in Christianity and Islam, the essential criticism of Judaism is that Jews are hypocrites, and Jesus refers to the Pharisees as hypocrites, and the Quran specifically, that's the buzzword term, hypocrite. Just someone who doesn't practice what they preach, someone who does things for social signaling of inaccurate social signaling. And so Kane B is defending why hypocrisy is good, the utility of hypocrisy, and the overblowing of negative views towards hypocrisy. Although he doesn't mention the Bible or the Quran, but saying, because the biggest criticism of hypocrisy, I mean, it's obviously like a Greek word, and but in the New Testament and the Quran, hypocrisy is like this end all, like worst thing you could do, and so he gives a non-Judaic offense. So very often, like when I first talked to Kevin McCarran, I mentioned the point, like hypocrisy is not a serious like crime or misdemeanor in Judaism. Like it's not good to be hypocritical from like a ethical, like internal, but it's not a sin to be a hypocrite. In fact, like in many cases, it's good to be a hypocrite because the Judaic thing, like tok shelo lishma bo lishma, in that you do something for the wrong reason, you'll come to do it for the right reason. Or like me and Jennifer a few weeks ago, last time she came on Week in Review, we were talking about being a robot. So like just doing the right thing for the wrong reason is better than not doing the right thing, and certainly better than doing the wrong thing. So it's just like, oh, he's doing the right thing, but for the wrong reason. You say, well, he's still doing the right thing. And, or like, well, he's just trying to make himself look good. You say, well, so, it's interesting from a non-Judaic lens, because like, definitely like people have seen Duvid. I have defended hypocrisy many, many times. And, I will continue to defend hypocrisy. So props to Kane B for stepping up and defending hypocrisy. And if I debate Daniel on Modern Day Debate, I bet that topic will come up, because he's a Muslim, and one of the criticisms of Jews in the Quran is hypocrisy. Okay, so I have a lot of stuff on Israel, a lot of smaller stuff, but a random interview with Moshe Feiglin and Yishai Fleischer, get the view on the street from two right-wing Jews. So it looks like Jennifer's here just in time for another few interesting.
Hey, didn't want to interrupt your main thing, so I thought I'd hop on and share my thoughts now.
Okay, so let me just show these last two. So here's the Archive Trust for Research Category Theory for Consciousness Science 2023, a workshop of like 16 videos. I haven't had a chance to look through these yet, but I haven't been focusing that much on consciousness, but hope to return to it. And here was another thing, the Non-Local Consciousness Society for Conscious Studies annual conference. And this one included Stuart Hameroff and Anirban Bandyapati. And that one I watched, they're just 6 30-minute ones, and I guess it was all online. So people encouraged to check those out. And hopefully I will shortly, probably in Week in Review, return to more conscious related things, expertise, cognitive architectures, because the last the war, and I've been focusing on the philosophy of science and the introduction to metaphysics. So we got Jennifer back, so welcome.
David. Thanks. Yeah, I was hearing what you were saying about hypocrisy, and I don't know if you'd want to debate that on MDD.
But debate you on it?
No. I mean, I don't mind doing it, but anybody really, just the idea of, is hypocrisy bad, that as a topic. And so it would be abstract, kind of give you a chance to like go into all the subtleties. Anyway, just an idea.
Did we talk about, I mean, because we weren't streaming that much, maybe I messaged you and I had tried to get on a modern day debate. I recommended a debate about the auto workers strike in the United Auto Union workers strike that went on for a few months, and then they settled like over a month ago. And I recommended to James doing a debate, and I said I would debate either side, and then I said, okay, I'll debate the pro management side. And he tried to set up either Vouch or Destiny to debate the pro union side, but neither one of them were up to doing it. And then the strike was resolved, but James said he didn't want to have small time debates. Like, he wanted to grow his channel, and he didn't want to have like small debates that get no viewership. So I'm not sure if that from that, like, he probably wouldn't want to host a Duvid versus Jennifer debate on hypocrisy, because he wants to grow his channel and he doesn't want to have like debates that only get like 100 or 200 live viewers or small views. So like, if I debate Judaism, I'm going to be debating one of the bigger Muslim streamers that has like hundreds of thousands of followers and is usually, has well over 1,000 viewers and sometimes multicast on his own channel. But I don't know if we discussed that. Like, it was a few months ago. Maybe I messaged you on Facebook Messenger that he said that. But so I doubt that he's interested in like just hosting small time debates. But if you wanted to do a separate stream, we probably could. But I'm not sure if it pays.
It's up to you. I'm down. I'm always up for educational. Like, I feel like this would be educational.
Why, are you anti-hypocrisy?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think hypocrisy is grounds to deny someone access to statecraft. So I have very strong feelings on the matter. Like, I think the Vedas and specifically the Upanishads are great because there's no hypocrisy. And even when mortals don't understand God's morality, it's never hypocritical. And you can spend years just studying one scripture like the Ramayana to get all the subtleties of why every decision God ever made was perfect. So hypocrisy would put you out of the running pretty quick in terms of virtue in my worldview. But I think on a more secular level, like a more applicable to everybody level, the way I see it is that society is held together by, like, what's the glue that holds society together? And I think part of it is social trust. Like, I think ultimately the glue that holds society together is faith in the government to uphold property rights, which is the function of government fundamentally. But also within the society, provided that's working, like, social trust matters quite a lot. And I had an interesting conversation recently about whether it would be moral, as in like morally acceptable, to lie on your resume. And I felt it was an interesting debate. It was a bit contentious because I guess morality debates, when both sides believe in morality, can get a bit contentious, because it's basically saying like your judgment of morality is in some level not right or not as good as someone else's. But I thought it was really interesting because maybe I'm not right, in this one particular case. And I didn't really have a set opinion on it because it wasn't a fundamentally important question. Like, people say, well, everyone lies on their resume. Whether that's true or not, you can certainly make the case that lying on your resume is a social convention. And so it's actually the moral principle isn't not lying, it's ahimsa. So usually not lying causes ahimsa, but sometimes it doesn't. So yeah, that's what guides it ultimately. And so the question is it ahimsa to lie on your resume? And I was arguing that basically because it's a social convention, the easiest way to understand, like step one, obviously there's other steps when you're more advanced, but step one is that if a social convention exists, then it causes ahimsa to violate it. And that's because the social conventions are there to some degree to maintain social cohesion. And to undermine social cohesion is to undermine the premise of civilization, which is to cause possibly a lot of ahimsa, because civilization is what keeps us from the dangers of barbarism. So it was an interesting question because, like, you have to live with your decision of, well, I lied on my resume. Now I have to remember this, like, horrible lie. And I mean, I guess I'm sort of saying tacitly here that lying is a form of hypocrisy. So I said, like, if you don't, let's say everyone's lying on their resume, hypothetically, you don't do that. You're basically handicapping yourself. I'm not sure if I worded that right, but you're basically giving everybody else an advantage over you. So why would you do that? Unless you were some all-powerful being who was bored, which is presumably not the case here. So I was trying to kind of persuade them to look at it a different way, that it's not just about not lying, because that's important, but it's not everything. It's more important to be guided by a principle of ahimsa, which sometimes like involves interfacing with the lies of society. And then we kind of got into the deeper topic, which he made me think about through the discourse. Like, I'm not saying I'm right, he's wrong, or vice versa. I think it was actually a productive exchange where I learned something. I don't know if he did, but I mean, his side, like, he made it, like, I sort of thought his argument through and thought, like, well, what if these conventions are actually undermining social cohesion?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're just a minimal definitional regress, because a lot of times, like, Zobita El Arabia from London, we had a big thing about hypocrisy, and even Kevin McCarran, and the connection between hypocrisy and lying and cheating, which is not necessarily so. And hypocrisy comes from the Greek, and it's unclear, like, the original Greek, if it was that bad, if it just means like jealous play acting, coward, disassembling, indecisiveness. It was used as ridicule for skill, for a person who's skilled at impersonating characters on stage, made him an untrustworthy politician. So, like, the original Greek, but hypocrisy comes to the West largely through, it has a revival a few hundred years ago in, like, modern politics, but it comes to the West specifically through the Bible and Quran that use the word hypocrisy. I mean, the Bible being written in Greek, and the Quran, even though it's in Arabic, uses the word hypocrite, and it's a specific complaint against the Jews, that the Jews are specifically referred to as hypocrites, and it's generally this, specifically the sin of pretending to virtue or goodness. And so that's, if you have a narrow definition of hypocrisy, it's not necessarily that hypocrisy entails lying or tricking somebody. And usually the definition of, like, hypocrisy in the Bible is the Pharisees who are praying in public, that, like, they just want to make it look. And I mean, maybe in Hinduism you would actually have hypocrisy as someone, like, donning saintly clothing even though they're not saintly, and something like that, like, wearing the clothes of a sadhu, or a guru.
I don't
Even,
know that we have a term for hypocrisy. We have, like, deception as a
but I'm saying,
concept,
like,
but we don't
guru
really
and
have
guru and
we don't
Hindu.
have hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is not really a concept because deception is not always bad.
I think guru was a guru, or another term means you're one who's conquered the senses. And It's like theoretically,
A guru, the translation for guru is one who brings from the darkness into the light. So
yeah, or sorry, that's not
one
the
who
right
usually one who's mastered the senses, master is nata, Natha. So, and
one. What's the one
I'm
that
trying to remember what senses is. It's I want to say Karmendrias, but I'm not actually sure.
oh, it's another popular term than I mean guru, that's the but if you say like, okay, someone who is portraying themselves to be saintly when they're not saintly. Um, and so you do have such a, like Prabhupada, like was the rascal that when he was a young child, his father honored all religious leaders. Like he took into his house and fed and gave charity to anybody who had the religious garb attire. And so Prabhupada as a child learned that there's many rascals and cheaters that just don the religious garb but are not really virtuous people, and they'll just falsely collect charity or take free food, or whatever case, when they're not really virtuous. But because Prabhupada's father was a saintly, good-hearted person, where he respected all people who wore the garb, and even though most of those people weren't really deserving of that respect, but you're just like, well, I can't tell who's a real saint or not. So if they're wearing the proper clothing, he's going to give them that the accord like they are. Um, and so like that, definitely you have in Hinduism. Sometimes you have like a distinctiveness in clothing, like so like the saffron robe of a sannyasi, and you're saying someone who has like took in sannyas, who has rejected all material pleasures, and then they might be accorded certain respect, or taken into the house and given a place to stay, or fed. And but you say like, well, are they actually a sannyas? Are they a renunciate? And could they just fake it and take the benefits? But yeah, I don't know if there's a word in Sanskrit, like Prabhupada actually
Yeah,
called.
that would be considered deception, not hypocrisy.
Yeah, I mean, Prabhupada used English words, so you call it like rascals or cheaters or scoundrels.
I just wanted to make the point that we don't really have a concept of hypocrisy as a sin, but that in this context in the West, where telling the truth is this super high virtue, yeah, it becomes a sin by that barometer.
Well, yeah, so it's just like fake it till you make it, making yourself look like you have higher status than you actually do, specifically in the realm of morals and ethics. So if it's like, you wouldn't necessarily use the word hypocrisy for a person who pretended they were rich, even though they weren't really rich, which is relatively a very common phenomenon. Like even though you like wear a fancy suit, or something, you pretend that you have more education than you actually have. Usually, it's specific to the realm of virtue. Um, but to say it's a sin, so I differentiate. You say, well, hypocrisy could lead to tricking, stealing, lying, but the hypocrisy itself is not actually. It's definitely not. Well, you could say it's deceiving, but it's saying that if you use that to,
It's misrepresenting your intentions. Now, whether it's intentional or not, because some people can say, oh, I'm going on a diet, and they mean it that day, but then they don't go on a diet for whatever reason, right? That is self-deception. Because they believed it when they said it.
We were talking about last time
you were on. The point is that it's still hypocrisy. They shouldn't have said it. If they weren't sure, they shouldn't have said it.
Last time you were on, from the Judaic perspective, law, you separate things into speech, thought, speech, and action. So it's problematic if you get ill-gotten gain from it. It's like stealing, ill-gotten gain in the way of, okay, so if you're like collecting if it's stealing, that's even worse than ill-gotten gain. That's just stealing. So if you use hypocrisy to steal, it's okay. Well, hypocrisy was bad, but the problem was the stealing. Or if you're using it as a fraudulent method to get ill-gotten gain, like a charity collector, and you make yourself virtuous to collect charity, and then you pocket the charity and don't actually give it to charity. The hypocrisy is that the fact that the person was a hypocrite helped them in their crime, but the hypocrisy wasn't the crime, and the person could have been the same hypocrite without committing the crime. And just because someone's a hypocrite doesn't mean that they're going to actually. So if you put in the terms of the ahimsa principle, so you're talking about perceptional ahimsa versus action of ill-gotten gain. What does it mean in the ahimsa principle in the realm of perception, as opposed to actually cheating, actually physically harming, stealing, ill-gotten gain, versus I correctly fooled this person into them believing I'm better than I actually am. Maybe you could say like stealing time, but you're saying, well, did you harm the person by causing them to have a false perception of thinking that you're better than you actually are, if you didn't actually use that false perception to further harm the person?
Well, the argument would be that it's undermining social cohesion, which is ultimately undermining civilization, which is opening the gates to barbarism, which is going to cause ahimsa. So, if you want to argue that it's, I mean,
she's saying that in of itself makes it an egregious.
The thing is that whether it's bad and whether it's bad in and of itself,
when you actually commit a crime with that false perception doesn't matter, because
it's not about crimes here. The crimes and morality are different things. Crimes, it has to be separated. And this is about whether something is moral or not.
Well, make the because in Judaism it's about crimes. So
right, but it's not that doesn't translate to the thing is, if you want to speak universally, that doesn't translate to every single system. You can say, well, morality is obeying laws, fine, but that's not true for everybody. Maybe you could say morality is always about obeying a principle, but that doesn't translate to laws. So,
yeah, I mean, anyway, creating a false perception, you can't legalize.
Whether it's moral or not depends on your moral judgment system. So, I think that it is consistent. Like, your conclusion is consistent with your starting point, and my conclusion is consistent with my starting point, but they're different starting points, basically. So in your case, being a hypocrite isn't immoral because it doesn't rise to the standard of what the system defines as being immoral. Whereas in my worldview, if I can logically deduce that something causes ahimsa, it's immoral. That's that's sort of the difference. And I just deduced
I would define the same way, but I would say that hypocrisy doesn't actually create harm. And you're saying that it does actually create harm. So
absolutely.
I'm arguing with
it really creates a lot of problems. Yeah, a lot of
problems.
When
you say problem or harm.
Harm,
and you're saying that the person who perceptually deceived people.
Okay, let's say you didn't actually have any bad consequences externally to your hypocrisy. You still hurt yourself. Because it's like almost never will hypocrisy not have external consequences, so be incidental, which means that by being a hypocrite, you're increasing the likelihood you're going to be a hypocrite again in the future. So even an isolated act of hypocrisy is still violence onto yourself, even if there's not a consequence for the intention. Because morality is not about consequences, it's about intentions, in my worldview. So obviously, if you intend, I mean, what is the intention associated with hypocrisy? It's almost always bad, right? There are some intentions associated with hypocrisy that are not bad, but most of them are.
The purpose of
it's saying, oh, I want to enjoy the benefits of a certain thing without actually doing it. So I'm just going to claim that I am that thing without actually backing it up with my actions. Yep, that's what it is.
What was hypocrisy is just trying to create a positive perception about yourself.
Exactly. At the expense of the truth.
People to think highly of yourself, highly of you.
At the expense of the truth. So the question is the truth a commodity or not?
Well, is self-worth something that's subject to a truth claim? It's like, well, I'm a good person or a bad person.
Well, again, this is presupposing that morality claims
are grounded on truth. You're a bad person, and you portrayed yourself as a good person.
You're presupposing that morality claims are grounded on truth. It's the opposite. Truth is grounded on the moral basis of the truth claim.
But it's something that is I mean, we were arguing a few weeks ago, is not subject to actual evaluation of whether the person is a good or bad person.
In my worldview, it is, because it's just down to intention. But then there's a gap, an epistemic gap, that I can't know any individual, and no one can know another individual's intentions purely. It has to be ascertained through inference. So you can have a very good model of someone's intention, but you can never know it exactly. So it's always intention that determines morality, but intention itself is underdetermined from an empirical basis, from an empirical perspective.
Yeah, I meant to say that about, a few weeks ago when we were arguing that point about the blue-eyed thing, and the thing what, like, I could tell, I could tell this person's good or bad, and that's the problem, or so to say, with the blue-eyed thing is they say, well, how could you tell? It's like, well, he had blue eyes, and like, what do you mean? Like, this guy's telling the truth, this guy's lying. I could tell just by looking at him. But then if you said, like, well, what was it that actually made you think that? And then it possibly be something that could be done through an empirical study or heuristic, or say maybe I'm just wrong, but you say that people perceive blue-eyed people as being more honest. So the sense, like, if you're like, well, I can just tell people's intention, and then it turns out that really you just think blue-eyed people tend to
I feel like a lot of people are creeped out by blue-eyed people. No one's going to say that because it's rude. Okay, but I'm only saying this because
different people have different perception.
You have this insane theory about this.
Yeah, we've talked about also. I mean, you even agreed that the perception of competence. But if you're talking like intentions,
I didn't agree with that. I said I had anecdotal evidence that supported a theory that might look like that, but I did not say that it was a causal link. I thought it was very curious that when I went to my training for audio video analysis, that so many people had blue eyes. But that could have just been a coincidence, a regional thing, because there are some regions in North America where there are a lot of people with blue eyes.
Yeah, so I mean, just hypothetically, if you're saying, well, I could tell, I have some sort of special sense of whether people are trustworthy or not, or have good intentions, although you can't articulate it, you can't quantify it, or what method you use.
I can just read their mind, know their intentions, and that's the end of it. I can do that. You can, I can, but
well, if you claim you can, but he's saying that people who think like you, and then you say, well, actually, most people who think that are really just racists, and then they say, well, this person's trustworthy because he has blue eyes, that they don't actually have a method, they can't actually do it, and what they use is bigotry, and so that they say, well, this person's trustworthy because they have blue eyes. They wouldn't say that. They just, I could tell this person's good and this person's not good, when really the method they used was just like, well, I could tell just by looking at them they have blue eyes, and but they interpret that as, I could tell just by looking at them that they're trustworthy.
I don't really understand. Are you saying looking at someone and finding them untrustworthy is a racist somehow? Because I would take issue with that, because I think people who are bad people sometimes have an aura of guilt, and you can get a vibe of an aura of guilt from someone who has bad intentions. It's not superficial. It's their whole vibe. It's nothing to do with their appearance. Their immediate appearance. I mean,
the problem with saying that you could just tell by looking or some sort of feel is that people will use that to justify bigotry, and we say, well, I could just tell that, okay, like, this guy's black, he probably has bad intentions, this guy's white, he probably doesn't have bad intentions. It's like, no, that wasn't why I made the decision. I had some extra sense, some different reason. But people will use that to cover up their bigotry, because usually it'll turn out that the people who think that in reality will consistently make bigoted decisions. So that's one of the reasons I'm so skeptical of people who make the claim that you're claiming that you have some sort of special sense, or being able to tell what's on the inside of a person.
Yeah, you doubt my ability, yet my ability says I choose you. So you're kind of insulting yourself. You're saying I'm not a great pundit. I'm a shit pundit. But I'm saying you're a fucking great pundit, and I don't give a shit.
No, I'm saying you should go track record. So as that we've already spoken for hundreds of hours.
Someone's voice is a track record. Someone's voice is a track record if you know how to read it.
I mean, if you're talking like the tone of voice and you have some sort of, that's how you judge a person, by the tone of their voice. But
it's more than that, obviously. But when you meet someone, you don't just meet their voice, you meet their they can tell you if they've written anything, if they've done anything. They can demonstrate their abilities. The most important thing in insight in spiritual matters is whether somebody over or under asserts their ability and how much. So if you know the degree to which someone is over or under asserting their ability, you know almost everything about them. That comes from a combination of voice, but it's not just like I'd need to talk to someone for a while if the only information I was getting from them was voice to have a reasonable idea, an accurate idea. But even from just voice.
You should go with track record. But
voice is a type of a track record because that information is betrayed one way or the other. Information comes across in what people say and in what they don't say. So you have a ton of information coming in from voice. And it's not just that, it's how comfortable is someone speaking? Like, are they speaking from the heart or are they intellectualizing everything? And there's this like huge, like with you, I can tell. So for judging you, like I judged you within, 3 minutes and I was dead right. And I just spent all my time thinking about how, right I am about that. And it's a circle jerk of one. It's fucking great. But I hope you see that someday.
No, I mean, it goes against my way of seeing it. I think it's, in fact, generally I warn against that as negative attribution or dangerous attribution, and specifically related, like I said, like in principle to the blue-eyed thing or some form.
Thinking someone is smart because of their testimony is terrible, just terrible.
Where people tend to think that like attractive people are more virtuous or intelligent or competent.
So you're saying thinking someone is smart based on what they say and write, that's somehow a fallacy?
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're saying the tone of their voice as opposed to like the what they say.
No, it's not. I didn't say tone of voice, did I? I said it was not just the content, but how the content's framed, how someone conveys do they over or under assert their ability? That's the important thing. That has nothing to do with tone of voice. You can over or under assert ability in any tone you like. Tones is the easiest. Do you have any idea how many people I've fucked over trying to do voice intention recog, but just by altering tones? It's literally the easiest thing. You can pollute that signal in about 25 seconds. So to misconstrue what I'm doing as tonal analysis is just really rookie tier. It's insufficient. Voice is insufficient.
Well, I mean, the problem is you're not being clear in what you're saying. So, just when you say like, no, I don't understand what you're saying. And if I try to perceive what you're saying, I'm going to be wrong because you haven't been clear in what you're saying. So, just saying as opposed to track record, and then, people have different track records. So in trustworthiness or competence or within speech or within action that, but perceptual things that you could judge a person on their appearance, but when you don't have a track record, and judging a person on appearance, might have certain benefits or be problematic, but overall you judge a person on their track record, but you have to have association with a person to have a track record. So, but that you even say like, well, like, is Jennifer trustworthy in business? And say, well, I don't know. I have no track record with that. Like, okay, even I've been friends with a person for a few years. We never done business. I don't know whether she's trustworthy with money or not.
See, like, I don't know. I don't need to do business with David to know that he would make me a bunch of money and then brag about it, but also complain. So I know that already because I don't need to do stuff to know stuff because my worldview is amazingly good.
Like, no, you don't have a track record. So
I don't need the track record because I already know you. You want to live in a world where you just pretend not to know stuff all the time. I don't.
Yeah, I don't. So like, no, you need track records. You need track records in individual fields. You could know a person your whole life, but have never dealt in that field, and then have a misperception in.
We don't know everything about each other as people, but that doesn't mean we can't have a general idea of our intention and our virtue as a person.
And then even if you're saying like, well, trustworthy, the person's been trustworthy in this aspect, they're probably also trustworthy with money. that might be just one aspect of money to, the extent like, okay, can I borrow $50? Can I borrow $100? Can I borrow $10,000? Can I borrow $100,000? And it's saying, well, no, I'm not just going to lend you $100,000, or something like that. Like like there's no track record. Like, okay, like that's a lot of money. And or even like, can you use my fancy digital technical gadget or something like that? Like, no, you need a track record. Like, if you come to my house and like, can you play with my like special stereo equipment or something like that?
How
Okay,
many fucking streams have I fixed the technical stuff for when it was fucked up?
yeah, but so that's possible. So it'd be a track record.
It's just like you're so hesitant that it's actually into the domain of causing offense, where it's like, what do I need to come to your house and like install a toilet before you trust me to flush?
You need,
like, at what point do you just say, yeah, this person understands technology due to like, inventing quantum computers, inventing ChatGPT, fixing a bunch of stuff, inventing quantum periodic table, blah, 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 blah. At some point, it's just like, you look dumb to not accept my authority.
No, there is no general competence. So if
you say, oh, there's no such thing as general competence, but if the universe is consciousness, and if you're competent in consciousness science, that's universal competence definitionally.
Well, yeah, I mean, there might be a competence in the fact, like, if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to admit it and not risk breaking something or not risk causing damage. But like a general competence doesn't exist in the fact, like, in Hebrew they use the word chazaka, which literally means like strength, but we call it track record, and it's usually 3 times, sometimes 2 times, but 2 or 3 times. And in any given field, you need to prove your track record by doing something 2 or 3 times. So it's like, okay, can you borrow my car or something? Like, I don't know, maybe you don't know how to drive, maybe you're a bad driver. And so maybe you know how to use stereo equipment, maybe, but it's saying like, okay, if there's a general competence, like, okay, can you borrow my car? And it's like, you say, well, generally it's a bad idea. Okay, like, are you insured? Are you going to, if something happens? But just like saying like, well, yeah, I've never seen you drive. Like, you can't just borrow my car. That's a big risk. And so there's a track record, and each of those various fields has to be built up individually. And there could be some level of general character traits, like a general competence. Still, like, each individual thing needs a track record, and saying track records, they're not insurmountable to build a track record. Saying it's not like to demonstrate something 2 or 3 times, or to be cautious the first time, to tear towards no, to saying like in case of doubt, tear towards no. And
I just don't really feel like that's any way to go through life. I'd rather tip towards yes.
Well, it depends for what.
Everything.
You're going to tip towards yes for, can I borrow $1,000? Anybody?
Yeah, I let my friend. I let my friend $2,000 recently. Well, not that recently, but yeah.
Your friend, or someone you had no track record with, someone you had no idea whether they were reasonably likely to pay you back. And you just lent the money without looking into that, without like a credit check, without you say, okay, like, if I lent you your $20, $100 before $1,000, you're saying random person, like Lambie, someone, last Australian, can I borrow $1,000? Like, sure, no problem. I don't have to look into your credit. I don't have to look into your track record. That's what you're saying?
No. I mean more about trusting people and taking them at their word.
And even saying like, you're like, oh, could I stay in your house? Can I sleep in your house? Or can I borrow your car? It's just like basic things where it's saying like, that's a high risk. There's a high risk to those things, and so you look at the person.
Not to me. There's no risk at all. The risk is the person asking me is taking a risk that I'm going to say no, and I'll say yes if I can, because it's just stuff, and I don't care about stuff that much. I mean, I care obviously, but like, I care about my friends more than stuff, I guess.
What you're saying, you're using the word friend. So I didn't use the word friend.
That's right. Yeah, well, morality, like, like,
So you're
know,
saying,
doing
okay,
doing
friend.
someone. I'm sorry, doing someone a solid isn't the same as according someone respect.
Okay, I mean,
Respect.
you're saying
Everybody
friend.
gets respect.
You're saying
Uh,
mean friend. You would extend risk. You're saying, well, the person's my friend, so that means I would extend risk to them as opposed to just a person that you don't know. And but whatever the case was, if so say if you have a friend and you don't know whether they're a good driver or not, and they want to borrow your car, um, you're saying, okay, well, they're my friend. You're just going to ask them, do you know how to drive? You're like, yeah, I know how to drive. And or
my
you're
friend would not ask me to borrow my car if they didn't know how to drive, because I wouldn't be friends with a fucking lying piece of shit idiot. You know, I choose my friends carefully. And the
saying like,
truth is that my friends have never asked me for that much, and I've always been happy to give a lot. So yeah, if a friend asks, if a random person asks to borrow money, I'm going to say no. If a friend asks, I'm probably going to say yes. I mean, I don't know.
well, I mean,
It depends.
the point of this wasn't how you deal. The point of this was the value of track record versus perception, in saying that things
Right.
like,
Well, I'm not extending my generosity to random strangers.
I didn't even
I'm
mention
extending respect to random strangers, and I'm happy to do it.
why
Respect doesn't
wouldn't you
include giving
extend your
people money,
generosity to random strangers?
because it's a finite resource. I don't have infinity money or infinity, physical anything.
Well, I'm saying like extending your generosity like doesn't necessarily drain your resources. Okay, like somebody
Well, under my definition, it would. So that's what I mean by generosity. If we're just talking about generosity of spirit, yeah, even if I don't know someone, I will do whatever I will tell them if it's sincere, but it will take some tests for me to establish someone is sincere.
Generally, I could give $1. I mean, there could be amounts, but I could give $1 to anybody who asked me. Like I could extend my. I mean, it doesn't have to give like, okay, if I give $20 to anybody who asks me, it's going to.
Yeah, and I won't do that.
But I
won't give $1 to anyone who asks me.
And so it's relatively common that like in Detroit, someone asks me for something, I will give them $1. If they ask for more, sometimes I'll give them a second dollar. Rarely will I give like a 5 or a 20, although on a rare occasion I've given maybe $20 to a random guy on the street.
You realize historically people just give yogis tons and tons and tons of money to attempt to negate their bad karma, right? So
well, that's why I mentioned at the beginning the hypocrisy is the level where you tell a yogi by their dress.
That's exactly what you don't do, because you, the commoner, aren't in a position to judge the yogi, right? So thinking you're in a position to judge the yogi is itself a great sin.
Yeah, but saying how do you know who a yogi is? You know them by
you, the commoner, bows your head in humility and understands you will never know, and you are fucking goddamn lucky if you ever get to know, and you should study so that when you
use the word yogi.
When you do meet God, when you meet the master, you actually recognize him. Just a thought.
You use the word yogi, so like I use the word sannyasi. So
okay,
like
let's say that sannyasi. The thing is that sannyasi what's important here is
you're just being argumentative. We're not getting anywhere. I don't mean you're just babbling. I'm saying like you're saying like I'm saying there's something like sannyas has an outfit, a wardrobe that you could tell that a person is theoretically a sannyas. So I don't know if there's a yogi that there's a yogi uniform that your person theoretically, if they're wearing this uniform, they're a yogi. And saying maybe they're not a real yogi, but they're wearing the yogi uniform. So I use the word sannyas where there is, so at least in certain realms, it's the saffron robes. If they're wearing saffron, theoretically they're a sannyasi. So maybe they're just a person who's not a sannyasi and they're wearing saffron. But if you just say, okay, they're wearing saffron, they're probably a sannyas. And so if they ask for a donation, I will give them one. Doesn't mean you have to give them, you give them something. And Kabbalistic Jewish thing that it's a big superstition that it's extremely negative to leave somebody's hand out. If someone sticks their hand out to you and you leave it empty-handed, like it's warned that could be a negative curse, because we're all at the end of the day before God, we all come empty-handed, and we don't want God when we come with our empty hands. But whatever the theology, it's considered extremely bad karma to when someone extends an empty hand to leave it empty-handed. So I mean, if you just to apply that to Hinduism and saying like, yes, that there is certain beggars, sannyasis, sadhus that you're supposed to give. If they come, you should give them something. And if they could have reputation, maybe you ask them a few questions, but it's generally just going to be by dress. They're wearing the outfit of a sadhu or a sannyasi. You could just tell by their dhoti that it could be there's a cheater or a rascal, but you could just tell by their dhoti if they're a sannyasi or a sadhu. I mean, are you rejecting that?
No, but there is an issue with your reasoning, because the effect that someone's dress has depends on what role they're taking. If someone's collecting money, it's not the same thing as if they're teaching. Totally different, right? So the dress is more important for a teacher than for a monk, obviously. So that was my point. But yeah, I think we kind of started talking past each other at some point.
Yeah, so the certain perceptuals, I was saying, like, if you're just saying, okay, like, I will give to anybody who asks me, and like, okay, thank God I could afford to generally, give $1. Like, you could run out of money pretty quickly, even giving $1. Like, like if you go to the Western Wall, or you're a big temple and you give $1 to everybody, you could be drained of hundreds of dollars very quickly. But generally, like, you could, you're not. I generally could give at least $1 to everybody that asks me, and then occasionally more. And so just like if someone asks, I don't want to leave them empty-handed, I will give them something. If you're talking like a position of leadership or respect, you're saying, well, the person has the uniform, that would be more reputation. It's like, okay, so if someone, I mean, it used to happen, I mean, like in ISKCON, nobody gets to speak from the lectern, from the Vyasa. I think that's what the Vyasa, unless they're actually an ISKCON guru. So it doesn't matter if you're a guru from another sect or something, you don't get the position of respect to teach in an ISKCON temple unless you're ISKCON, and most synagogues are also sectarian. And I also used to give honors like in synagogue, like on Monday and Thursday, to help in where they take the Torah out. And if a scholar came in like Judaism and Hinduism are similar, that there's usually clear designating dress of prominent figures, that like there's a certain prominent figures and they have a specific dress that but also at the same time there's a lot of people who aren't prominent that are also wearing the dress. And but if they're wearing the dress of a prominent person and they're not really prominent, are they a rascal or a cheater, or are they just so to say a hypocrite that is so like in Judaism you have like the Rosh Hashiva jacket, and the Rosh Hashiva means like the head of a learning institute. And so you could have like a low-level learning institute where really just like a small collection of second-tier students, and the person's wearing the Rosh Hashiva jacket, but he's still the head of an institute, and it's like a second-tier institute, but you could still give them like the respect accorded to like a rabbi. And even like the Keith Woods, like the thing, like, you're not a real rabbi, saying like, well, okay, like if someone's teaching you something, you could accord them respect. Okay, you taught me something, I'll give you the accorded respect, versus someone like no, like you're a leader of the community and there's a special form of respect. And then the question, like, so I generally say, like, I always say yes when rabbis ask me to do something. Well, what's a rabbi? And so if someone comes to me as a rabbi and asks me to do something, if it's just begging money for an institute or their institute, or something like the service, the Jewish community needs you, Duvid, the Jewish community needs you, and and I'm coming to you as a rabbi. So within reason, like, I'll usually say yes, whether the person's a second-rate rabbi, a third-tier rabbi, or a first-tier rabbi. But it depends on the claim being made. And then you have a judgment, by reputation. So it's like, I've never heard of you. You sound like a third tier rabbi, but you're like, fine, you're coming as a rabbi. I'll help you out. I'll exert a little bit of my time, my resources to help you out versus, someone who clearly has a reputation where, or you could even ask, do you know this person? Is this person important? Or their reputation precedes me. Like Rabbi Shmuley Boteach, I once, two times, I bumped into Rabbi Shmuley Boteach on the street. And I was like, Rabbi Boteach. It was just, randomly on the street in New York. His reputation preceded him. I knew who he was. So a lot of times, like, like streaming or something, you're like, yeah, I know who you are. And, either you'll give them the accorded respect or disrespect, depending on your pre-knowledge, or a lot of times you don't know who the person is, but other people are familiar. So it was like in the chat, like, okay, like, oh, this guy's a big streamer. He's got thousands of followers. He's on streams. I never heard of him, but what do the people in the chat say? And then, the ability to build a track record or the ability to discern information with a few questions. So if in Judaism, you might ask, you could discern knowledge level, like, have you studied these texts? What institutes did you study in? Who was your master? Under what tradition are you from? Where you could discern information. And if you can't discern information from that, like, they studied, it was like, Babylon Hebrew, mentioned at the end of the day, it's going to, like, I think you even mentioned it regarding to, you and where it's like, Hinduism's like Judaism. At the end of the day, it's going to be, have you ever heard of Abu blah 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 blah? And the person like, no, I've never heard of Abu blah 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 blah. But like, if you're a Hasidic Jew or something, like, yeah, I've heard of Abu blah blah blah. And like, yeah, that's an important leader in the community who I respect. And if you're affiliated with them, I'm going to accord you this respect. But to most other people, just blah blah blah, never heard of them. But without that, so if the person like, have you ever heard of blah blah? No, I never heard of him. But can you decipher the person's knowledge level? Like, okay, this person, like, I've studied the Bhagavad Gita and some scripture, and I could discern that this person has some knowledge of these topics. Even if you don't have like a reputational or someone you could consult, and but still that's the building track record, where you have to choose to associate to build a track record, where it's just like, okay, like, let's talk theology, let's talk about and a lot of times streaming is like, okay, like, people know nothing about nothing. So you're talking to somebody that claims to know Judaism, they haven't read a single tractate of Talmud, versus someone who studied all of Talmud, and you might be able to discern that relatively quickly.
Well, sure. And a lot of it has to do with how much they assert or over or under assert their knowledge of a text, like idiots doing Talmud punditry and taking quotes out of context. That's, assuming you can just read a text and then just understand meaning, and it's from a secular perspective. And then when you study, you become more humble, and then you accept the terms of the theological system rather than your own secular surjection onto it. And you understand that there are other scholars that you could never ever do anything but exist in the shadow of. I mean, I think in a old enough system, you do get that sense when you know enough about it. And you don't have to know everything about it, but it's like Aryabhat, Shankara. Like, no one's going to outdo Shankara, It's just not in the cards. And I don't know Judaism, but I assume it's similar. That there are certain things that have been said that are, I don't want to say not contradictable, but haven't ever been contradicted or altered.
Yeah, I mean, you look like a logos or ethos. So if the ethos is all blah blah blah, but you're not gonna, like, the appeal to authority, and like, okay, maybe you've heard of Maimonides or something, but like, mostly you don't know whether this is authoritative, like Adam Green or something, and like, generally he'll message me, he'll ask me, is this authoritative? And say like, yeah, this book or this text is authoritative, in the sense like, in schools or Orthodox Jews, they respect and learn this person. This is a text that in seminaries people learn, or it's not a respected text. But there's also the pure logos of it, of an appeal to reason. And so if it comes back to what's the harm of hypocrisy, so at the level, if you want to put it in terms of predictive processing, that hypocrisy messes with predictive processing, and it should be, let's say theoretically, it should just be simple, that you treat sadhus respectfully, and you could tell the sadhu by their uniform. But the problem is, because people treat people who wear the uniform respectfully, that cheaters are going to wear the uniform even though they don't have the position. And like in Hasidic culture, it was pretty hierarchical, and so you would in like certain institutes, because it was also lineage based, so you had also people that had, so to say, the royal blood, and they would wear the certain uniform, and the people who had the royal blood often wore the same uniform as the respected rabbis. And or sometimes there would be a small differentiation between the people who just had so to say, like the royal Davidic rabbinic blood versus people who were esteemed rabbis. But many institutes, it was just clear, like there was a dress code, and the rabbis and respected people wore different dress, and they were accorded respect accordingly. And because it was like a cultish type institute, you couldn't get away with falsely wearing the wrong dress, because it was, it was a cult. You couldn't just like squeeze your way in there and secretly wear the respected garb and not be noticed, because it wasn't just the garb. It was also like a cult where people knew each other. And but even within that, like, you still had, like, you did have cheaters, and then you have outsiders. Like, you have a larger cult of okay, like, I don't buy that these rabbis are descended of King David, and or that the little cult of rabbinic rabbis. So in a larger Jewish community, so like you might, within a like Borough Park, where you have 50,000 Hasidim, and you might have an institute that has 5,000 Hasidim, and within that 5,000 Hasidim, they strict, they're strict by the rules, where only the the descendants of famous rabbis or respected rabbis wear the the rabbinic robes, and no one else does. But in the larger community, you have people that they're not descendants of famous rabbis or respected rabbis, but they're hypocrites, that they want that respect accorded to them, and therefore they just wear the uniform. And then there's also like the hypocrisy where the other end, where it's like it's like, well, why are all these descendants of rabbis or people from this one institute, when I did all this, I'm so much better than them, like I've worked so much harder and studied the text, or do all these things. And so they figure, like, even though they're not part of that cult, they're going to wear the garb of the leaders of that cult. And then you constantly have the uniform shifting, where after a certain point, like if you have because it's going to lead to hypocrisy. If you have people who are treated with respect purely off of their uniform, and all you have to do to trick people is wear that uniform, eventually you're going to have a whole bunch of people that are just wearing that uniform. And then the official cult, after a certain time, will change their uniform, because everybody's wearing the uniform of the cult leaders. And so, I mean, I don't know if like you've been in Hindu circles, but like I was in Hasidic circles long enough that like I saw that happen. And I even saw like a few people, sometimes they didn't have the uniform, where it's like you didn't know that they had famous ancestors. And like outside of the cultish circles, like who cares that they had famous ancestors, especially if they're famous ancestors just like some rabbi. But like within the cult, that meant something. They were accorded a certain amount of special treatment and respect. But so you're saying, from the predictive processing, hypocrisy ruins the social order.
Yeah, like, I mean, if you want to think of society as a machine, hypocrisy is, undermining the integrity of the communication within that machine. But then there's a question of like, well, is it so important that everybody not be a hypocrite? Well, I guess there's a question, there's a sort of conversation to have there, because like you don't want to be punishing people if they say, oh, I'm going on a diet, and then they don't end up going on a diet. It shouldn't be.
Well, I gave the example where you have a formal cult. So like if you're in an area where there's a formal cult that has thousands of members, and the hierarchy of the cult has clear dress differentials where you could tell where people are in the hierarchy of the cult. And like a lot of Hinduism is like that, like Judaism is like that, where like, the new initiates have a general dress, and you could tell the new initiates by their, okay, they're clearly a member of that cult, but they're just the rank and file members, and the hierarchy you could tell by their dress code. So I don't know if you've ever been in an area like Hinduism also clearly has that in many like temple cultures or holy sites or areas. I don't know if you've ever been in like a society where they had a formal cult that with thousands of members where it was clearly differentiated by a dress code.
No, I don't think so. Not really.
Well, so that would be
school uniforms.
I mean, presumably, like like Jesus in the time of the Second Temple, presumably it was like that, where you actually had the temple, and it would have been much bigger than like Jerusalem today, like ancient Israel, where you had the temple, and presumably there was a dress code, and it was like there was also much of it was lineage based, so a lot of the people had different based on caste and based on birth position, but they would also just have clear wardrobes where you would be able to tell their function in society and how to treat them by their wardrobe. And so hypocrisy is a much bigger deal, where all you have to do to lie is wear the wrong wardrobe. So it's not necessarily, well, how do you be a hypocrite? So if you're in a clear like cultish character where one thing, like, okay, if you're not actually an official member of the cult and you wear the uniform like you're a member of the cult, so like if you're a member of the cult, there's certain privileges bestowed upon you that you could gain those benefits, or to wear the garb of a higher ranking member where you have substantial privilege accorded to you. And so that's generally where hypocrisy but you're saying in modern day, where it's not necessarily clear by dressing a certain way, where hypocrisy would be wearing the uniform of someone higher ranking than you are in order to gain the respect and benefits of that. How do you actually make yourself more virtuous than you appear to be? Like, it's a perceptual, it's something with predictive processing.
You don't talk unless you have to, for starters.
What I'm saying, how do you be a hypocrite? If you wanted to be a hypocrite, and so it's like in a formal society,
put more emphasis on your appearance than your actuality.
Yeah, but what does that mean? So like if you have a formal cultish where there's actual uniform, but in modern America where there's not a uniform of the elite, of the spiritually elect, of the enlightened, how do you be a hypocrite where it's not just simple, where you just, well, you wear the clothes of a respected person, but there's not really, you say like, okay, if you wear a suit,
you claim to be a doctor, but you hurt people. You claim to have gone to school for something, but you didn't. I don't know. There's tons of ways to be a hypocrite.
Well, that's already lying. So hypocrisy is usually like a virtue. So it's not something where you have a license or you pretend you have a license when you don't. It's usually, that's a question of virtue. So like in structured society like Hinduism and Haredi Judaism, the dress generally is indicative of scholarship and virtue. It's not indicative of something like a doctor or an engineer. It's indicative of virtue. But it's saying there is no such phenomenon in the West of the dress indicative of virtue. You say, well, maybe a doctor is virtuous, but that's straight up fraud to claim that you're a medical doctor. I mean, we even had those debates about Ayurveda. Like, even if you're an Ayurveda doctor, it's straight up illegal to call yourself a medical doctor in the West. Like, that's, I mean, you could call that hypocrisy, but saying that already has a separate that's already legally a crime. It's not just a perceptual messing with predictive processing.
Okay, well, you want me to make it like, okay, fine. Boyfriend says to girlfriend, I'll love you forever. But then they break up a month later. Okay? Or he dumps her a month later, let's say. Is that immoral?
Well, you separate just morals. We're talking hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is something unique, and that's why he's saying hypocrisy.
Is that hypocrisy then?
No, I don't think that's hypocrisy. I think that's something that, I mean, you say it might be immoral, it might be a lie, it might be dishonest. Like, not all dishonesty or lies are hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is something unique. And there's a reason why hypocrisy is somewhat canonized of the Jews, where it's saying, like, well, it's specifically the Jews who are labeled as hypocrites, and this perception, like, well, I'm God's chosen person. So it's not like I'm not falsely calling myself a doctor, I'm not lying to my girlfriend, I'm claiming that I am God's chosen person. And so it's different than saying, well, the accord, so you're gonna say like, either
I'm confused. That's not hypocrisy. It's just repeating what scripture says.
But I'm saying that hypocrisy is specific in reference to the Jews. The chapter in the Quran called Hypocrisy is about the Jews. And in the Bible, Jesus specifically calls the Pharisees hypocrites. And it's conceptually this concept of portraying yourself to be special, God's chosen person, when there's nothing special or virtuous about the person in reality. And so it's not like lying. It's not just lying in general. Like, there's a reason why hypocrisy is specifically connected to Judaism and the claim of Judaism of so okay, if you're talking the Hebrew scriptures, and so the New Testament is coming to say no, like the Jews are not God's chosen people. The Quran is coming to say something different, and that's why they specifically attach the label of hypocrisy to Jews. But I mean, maybe you don't come from a Judeo-Islamic Christian. I mean, you may went to Catholic school.
That's the first I've heard of that. The idea that hypocrisy is associated with the Jews. Like, I certainly was not raised with that belief. I was more or less. You didn't read
the Bible as a kid?
Oh, I find it terrifying. Never touched that more than a couple chapters. But yeah, I mean, I was definitely taught.
It doesn't sound familiar that Jesus referred to the Pharisees as hypocrites?
No, honestly, absolutely not. I find that material like horrifying. I don't want to read, like, me in books. I don't, I hardly even read the books I'm supposed to. I never had to read the Bible. Like, okay. Being raised Catholic did not actually ever involve reading the Bible.
So, I mean, hypocrisy it's a Greek word. So whatever reason the New Testament uses the word hypocrite, and the Arabic Quran also uses the word hypocrite. But then there was a revival in the Protestant, and it also could have had anti-Catholic sentiment of hypocrisy, and like the original, where you are in a cultish society where the differentials are clearly differentiated by dress, and then you say, well, like, no, the aristocracy, the priestly class is corrupt, and the people who like where I went to a school where the people who had certain lineage dressed differently, and they were accorded respect purely based on their lineage. And okay, like, it's a selective society, but if theoretically, I mean, there might be some nepotism where a lot of those people, you'll get better marriage partners. They are more likely to get rabbinic positions. They might you be more likely to be given a position in business, but like relatively, it's just a small Hasidic cult or a small Hasidic culture, and the nepotism of that is minor, as opposed to if you had a whole society ran like that, where you say like it's not fair that that someone would falsely wear the dress of an aristocrat. And so I mean, like we talked about the Royal Society many times like that, and like the point of high or low birth, and you're saying, well, okay, you're not, if you didn't take high birth, you still have a path to the Royal Society, but you're going to have to do exceptional things. You're going to have to work extremely hard to eventually be a member of the Royal Society. But there's also, once you get to the Royal Society, there's going to be a lot of people there that are there purely on accordance of birth. And so from that perspective, that you're saying, you're pushing back and saying like I don't want to spend 20 years of my life working to become part of a group that half the members are just these brats. And especially like if it's just like
I think that's actually why the Vedic system fell in the first place.
Well, it was the same thing, and I mean there were the Veda writes about certain times like that where there were downfalls of Vedic culture, where it was also like that. But I'm saying if it was something where you could conceivably have cheated the system by just lying about your background, pretending you're an aristocrat, wearing the wardrobe of an aristocrat, and seeing how like presumably eventually you're going to get caught. But maybe you could fool some people for enough of a period of time to become an aristocrat yourself. Feel like some the modern day fake it till you make it hypocrisies of a different level from when you had the formal feudal structure of ancient times, either biblical Israel, possibly ancient India, China also had many times a formal structure where it was just uniform, and then also a born aristocracy where there's a second there's two tiers of entry. There's the rank and file masses that have some potential to reach the aristocracy, but it's a very difficult, grueling process. And then there's the aristocracy, and there's the kids of the aristocracy that, so to say, have immediate path to the aristocracy, and that's theoretically like the Jews as a management class. The Jew as a hypocrite. You're saying, well, like of course, like I should have an automatic path to management. I'm a Jew. Like I'm aristocracy. Like I shouldn't have to go through what a goy has to do to reach management. I should have like a different, easier path to management. And I mean, so I think that's like why hypocrisy is considered, from different perspectives. So hypocrisy looking to say like, no, the Jew's the real, so from the aristocracy perspective, to pretend that you took high birth when you didn't is hypocrisy. From the masses, the aristocracy are the hypocrites. Saying that like because your position at birth, you think you're naturally virtuous and deserve to enter high society without going through the processes that everyone else has to go through. And then if you're saying, well, how bad of a thing is hypocrisy? And then if you want to take it from your level of you're saying like you're kind of tricking the system in predictive processing, and like you can't tell because of hypocrisy. So it's like the hypocrite is worse than the thief, because the thief, okay, is a thief and that's bad, or even the violence, or God forbid whatever crime. But the hypocrite, they ruin the foundation of the social order because they destroy what could be the predictive processing of what would be a perfect social order. But they're saying, well, what is that perfect social order?
I think being a thief is perhaps just as bad. So I don't know that being a thief is better than being a hypocrite. But if someone's a hypocrite, they're probably a thief also. And even if they tell you that they're not, they're a hypocrite. So it's basically like nothing they say matters. It really sucks because like the moral judgments of hypocrites are logically worthless. Because Moral judgments are all about what should have been done and whether it was done. And if you don't do what you say you're going to do, you're not really in a position to judge morality. I take that very seriously. Like, if someone thinks I'm a hypocrite for a good reason, that's a big problem for me.
Yeah, I mean, if you put it back to like the blue-eyed thing, you're saying like, it's saying like, well, the path to, if you're in a society that is bigoted, where it's saying, well, this person is clearly has more potential than the other person, I could tell just by looking at them. So what is that you could tell just by looking at them? Well, I could tell that they are more deserving of power and high status than the other person. Well, what is that? So it's like, well, they have blue eyes. What else do I need to know? Hypothetically, or saying like, historically, if and he's saying, well, that may not be even the right differential that was ever used. And I see Claire here also. So did you have anything else you want to discuss?
I was thinking about calling my philosophy objective perspectivism. Don't know if you had any thoughts on that, but that's about all I'd say. Thanks for having me. It was fun, and enjoy the rest of your show, and look forward to tuning in.
Okay, yeah, appreciate Jennifer coming, my former co-host for almost 3 years. So, I guess she's back around on Sundays, come around. So, Week in Review has changed.
I don't know if you noticed, I'm trying to play matchmaker for you in the chat there, but
with we got the two Jennies, the Jenny Simon.
I got your back.
Okay, well, Jenny's been studying Solomon, and also quite a ways away, thousands of miles away, and Claire also. So we're all thousands of miles away, but surrounded by intelligent women. So thank God. Okay, so I guess I'll bring Claire on unless you have any final words, or are you doing anything? You're streaming. I mean, we looked at some of your. Okay, so it looks like Jennifer dropped out, but always appreciate her coming on. So we got like a unexpected debate on hypocrisy, and Claire also, I guess, an expert in hypocrisy. I think it's Quran chapter like 63 or 65 that is the chapter of hypocrisy, and that generally refers to the Jews, but hypocrisy. So did you come on to talk about hypocrisy, Claire? Or you got?
Oh yes, it's one of my well, the subjects I do particularly want to discuss, because I think it is a manifestation of hidden idolatry, in that the overwhelming majority of Jews, Christians, and Muslims are hypocrites, in that they only claim to believe in God and the afterlife, but they don't really, and they pretend in order to obtain the protection of their religious group. And religious groups are the most powerful human groups in the world, really. They they're very large groups, and they outlive empires, and so I think a lot of people pretend to believe in the religion of mum and dad, because they don't want to offend mum and dad and aunt and uncle and everybody else. So so it is through families that religions are carried on. But I don't know if you've heard the expression, hypocrisy is the tribute that vice pays to virtue.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
Well, would you think that sounds about right?
Saying hypocrisy is the tribute that vice pays to virtue.
Yes, it was said by La Rochefoucauld.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. You got to look like. I mean, I'm not. I think you were there when I had that Zobita on. We had that long argument about hypocrisy, and I argued with Zobita probably more than anybody, because her perception of Islam was that hypocrisy was basically the worst of all sins.
And, yes, because it gets you to hell. But I notice that Christianity and Judaism don't say that. So, I mean, that's one of the main differences between Islam and Judaism and Christianity. I actually thought Christianity was worse than Judaism.
Well, Judaism takes like a neutral view towards hypocrisy, where it's kind of natural to be a hypocrite. It's not necessarily, it's not a good thing to be a hypocrite, but there could be good aspects of it, and that it's better to fake being virtuous than to
To
because at
openly
least,
sin.
well, yeah, that, and then Christianity takes that as the criticism, especially, that's the New Testament. Jesus specifically refers to the Pharisees as hypocrites, and the arguments with the Pharisees, Jesus in multiple passages uh, ascribes, calls the Pharisees hypocrites, and but it's not. The Quran takes it to a much larger extent, where hypocrisy becomes like the worst of all sins, but it's also specifically connected uh, to the Jewish people, where the specific trait of the Jewish people is hypocrisy, which is a continuation of the Jesus, where you say, what's the ascription of the essential Jewish trait, and you're saying it's hypocrisy. And so Jesus just says, okay, like the Pharisees are hypocrites, but it's not clear that that's like makes them such bad people. They're just hypocrites. They're just pretending that they're virtuous. They're pretending like they're praying, when they're just gathering in the synagogues to for self-aggrandizement. Well, they pretend that they pray, and it's noted that they're hypocrites, but they're not really that virtuous. But it's not necessarily like an ascription that they're bad, evil, or that they, like, it's the worst thing possible to be a hypocrite. Just pointing out that Jews are hypocrites, especially the Pharisees. And then the Quran takes it to like the extreme, where it's not that the Jews are hypocrites, but this quality of being a hypocrite is really the worst of all qualities and the worst of all sins.
Well, yes, because
Do
hidden
you agree with that
idolatry.
assessment?
Yes, because I think if you are a hypocrite, you will be claiming the protection and privileges of your religious group, but not really practicing what you should be practicing. So you in fact slow everything down and cause a lot of problems by giving irrational and irrelevant reasons for not following your religious principles. And I think Muhammad had a problem with the Muslim, the hypocrites who call themselves Muslim, because they were just sort of dragging their feet and not doing what he wanted them to do, and saying, go ahead and do this thing, we're right behind you. And when he needed them, they were just, not there, and saying you're on your own. And in fact, guilty of giving him malign encouragement. Um, I suppose Christians are the worst of all, because really they ought to know that their religion is in fact idolatry, but they pretend they pretend not to acknowledge it, or pretend not to understand. Would you say that Christianity is idolatry? And I mean, the point is that if you really did believe in God, you would be mortified, because idolatry, according to Christianity, is a mortal sin. So, your afterlife would be in danger. But if they don't care, then it means that they were atheist all along. So that would be, my problem with Christians, who I think are the worst.
Well, the point I was making the first thing I was arguing with Jennifer, if you were seeing from the beginning, was judging a person versus from track record versus perception, and that it's preferable. You have to have some sort of association with a person to have a track record, but it's preferable to make judgment based on track record. So within Judaism, hypocrisy is not such a big deal, because you shouldn't judge a person based on perception. You should judge them on track record. So it's not,
I would agree with you. And what I wanted to say on that subject is that, there are friends who you can trust to return any money you lend them, but who can't be trusted with your secrets. And, different friends are good for different things, and they're not, most people are not all-rounders. Some people are massively indiscreet, and, sometimes,
There's no
if
such
you
thing as
lend them
general
your book,
competence.
you're never going to get it back.
There's no general competence that could be applied, or general expertise that could be applied to all fields. So it's a question like, borrowing a car versus borrowing money versus being trusted with your secrets or advice or various things, to take into your house, to introduce to your family and friends, or the various things that there's not necessarily a general competence in every individual thing. So if it's, even Claire, um, we've never met, in person, and like, let alone like a business transaction or something that you say, well, even that, you say, well, you have to build up a track record in various fields to you develop credit. Like, credit is based on the financial credit system is largely based on Kabbalistic metaphysics of the spiritual conception, but that your track records are individually built up for individual things. Like, for example, borrowing books. Like, most people who borrow books don't give them back, and like, I've borrowed books and not give them back. I tried better at later points in my life to be careful about these things, but I still have a few books in my collection that I borrowed from other people and didn't return, and now don't really have an easy venue to return, let alone smaller things. But there's regular things like, it's very common to borrow books and not give them back. In fact, it's usual that you're more likely not to get a book back, and from small type things to but like a track record is the best way. And so hypocrisy is this thing of virtue, that like, oh, I have this general judgment that this person's a virtuous person, and therefore I could trust them in all matters. And so Judaism is coming, the concept in Hebrew is called chazaka, which literally meant strength, but is meant for a track record of 2 or 3 times of performing the task. That's why hypocrisy is not such a danger in the Jewish community, because you're a fool anyways to have judged a person by their appearance of virtue, that you should have went with the track record. And then,
Yes,
depending on the situation, like if you're a billionaire, maybe you could lend a person $1,000 the first time. So like, okay, I'm in a financial situation where, London, maybe there's more people. Even if I was in London, maybe in New York, like, I had good times, try to give $1 to anyone who asked. And like, some days there was a lot of people, it might cost me like $20, like 20 different people, asked me for $1. And, that could be draining to give $20 away a day if you're in London. But if it was a quarter or something, you say that, versus, someone's virtuous, that you're saying like, like, no, like, I need $100 now. And I know you don't know me, but, trust me. And, saying, well, there might be certain circumstances where you should use some discernment, but like, no, generally you should go with track record.
Yeah. Unless you really don't want it back, don't lend money to people you don't trust. But
There's just one example of any type association where, you taking a person into your house, like any doing business with. Judaism focuses a lot on business and transaction, because the general harm, you say, okay, someone's gonna like, like, okay, you're a woman, and saying like, you can't, can you be alone with this man? He's not gonna, like, God forbid, like, sexually attack you, or like violence or something like that. But the most general form of harm is going to be to be financially taken advantage of. But any form of, just trustworthy, this person's not going to like beat me up, he's not going to break my possessions. Just that most of them are going to come
lies about you.
Yeah, well, you can't control. So you say you can't control whether people tell lies. So if you're going to associate, so I don't want to associate with Claire because I consider you telling lies about me. You could still tell lies about me. I just choose not to associate, or might be more careful with the information that I give you. And you might say, well, I'm not telling lies about you, I'm telling the truth about you. And like, it's a good deed to tell people negative things about you because you're a hypocrite, and like, you're a bad Jew. And so you feel it's your obligation to inform people that I'm a bad Jew. And so if someone talks to Duvid and has a good perception of me, it's your duty to God to inform that whatever good perception you had about Duvid, think twice about it. He's actually not such a good person.
Yeah, but I think
And if you
being
feel
talked
that's like your
about is
hypocrisy
better
type
than not
thing,
being talked about, in our line of business.
well, we're just streamers. I mean, that's not our business. But you're saying when you're
Well,
talking streaming, where you're saying you're concerned that there's people who have a false positive perception of Duvid. And maybe you're especially concerned that they have a false positive perception of Duvid in terms of Judaism. So you feel like a duty as a streamer to warn the person that, I see you've, came across this Duvid guy and you seem to like him, and you seem to like him as a Jewish scholar representative of Judaism. So, it's my duty to inform you that Duvid is no Jewish scholar and he's no representative of Judaism.
well, you're a controversial figure anyway, so it doesn't, really matter that much. And
I'm telling
you're
you,
clearly quite successful
you're
in that
taking
you're
that
going to
on
be
terms of
debating Daniel Halkikatu.
you're taking that in terms of your personal responsibility. So you say, okay, like, relatively, you feel that it's your responsibility. Maybe you think you're doing a good deed. Maybe you think you're protecting somebody else from Duvid's hypocrisy, that this person's in danger of being harmed specifically by me. So I mean, it's one thing, like, okay, is hypocrisy where are you saying that I misinformed them, that I said something incorrect, or you're informing them that it's the problem is the perception, that if you're
Well, yes,
perceiving
because
Duvid as a
people
good Jew,
seize upon Jews in a kind of fetishistic way, in that it's like he's my Jew, and I want to make all his characteristics represent Jews, forevermore. And I think Gentiles tend to have that tendency, because there are so few Jews. So when they meet one or two, they will kind of universalize their traits to every Jew. Particularly Gentiles who've married Jewish spouses, they become particularly anti-Semitic and neurotic, and I think genuinely they, I'm not saying that they're telling lies. I mean, I think they, have that perception and sincerely believe it, but it might be a category error, and I think the best way to really measure anybody is by their principles. So what principles are to would you, a Jew, hold, and or a Christian or a Muslim? I think that's the only way to judge people. I mean, isn't that what religious principles are for? To say, well, here's a Jew. Is he an observant kind of Jew or not?
yeah, but that's like relatively, that's what we've had these arguments about idol worship, where even if you say like, okay, like I'm just as bad as a thief, or even worse than a thief, I'm just as bad as a murderer. You're saying, well, I'm an idol worshiper, and that's just as bad as murder. And then you say, well, is that actually, that might be your Islamic or your understanding, is that
Well, no, it's
actually
one of the 36 capital offenses of Judaism. I didn't make it up. And that's what I happen to notice. And
yeah, but that's not, so to say,
I'm
Judaism.
taking it too literally, is that what you're saying?
Judaism follows the sages of the generation. Doesn't follow the you can't look into the text and make judgments of Jewish law. It's based on the sages of the generation, and what idolatry is, and the sense like, well, murder is still murder, that hasn't changed, but like idolatry is disputed what it is, and saying idolatry is no longer a punishable. I mean, there still might be some form of shunning, but it's not a punishable offense in the same way that murder is still a punishable offense. So that you say, well, you look in the Torah and the Bible, and you see that maybe idolatry is just a better, worse than murder. But from the evolution of
Bowing
Jewish
before
law till today,
idols.
idolatry is no longer a punishable offense as where murder is.
Well, because you no longer live in your own theocracy, so obviously,
Yeah, but then you're
Gentiles
you're
don't
not
feel it's their
talking
place
Judaism then.
to execute
You're
Judaism.
talking your own judgment. You're not talking the judgment of Judaism.
Well, no, I mean it's for practical legal reasons. The Gentiles don't feel that it's their place to execute Jews for breaking, the you know the laws in the Torah, but
But
they will
even in the
for the
Talmud,
Noahide laws, I guess.
it was saying like there's a whole tractate on idol worship, and the very first law in the tractate on idol worship is not to do business with idol worshippers 2 days uh, the 2 days preceding and after their major holidays, implying that you could do business with an idol worshiper the rest of the year, and that you don't want the person attributing their success to the idol. But like generally, you can do business with an idol worshiper, and you can do business with an idol worshiper based on their track record, and it's only on their holiday that you shouldn't do business with an idol worshiper.
I
And so
thought
the first law, it's not like you can't associate, you can't do business. You're saying like the very first law of the tractate on idol worship is specifically about doing business with idol worshippers, and just the exception, you shouldn't do business with an idol worshiper on their holiday, and whether the holiday is only one day a year or maybe a few days a year. So we're just saying like don't do business with a Christian on Christmas or Easter. Um, historically maybe the 2 days before, 2 days after, but most just say on Christmas or Easter. And the rest of the year you could do business with a Christian, and you do business based on their track record. And so
well actually
the only judgment of a Christian is you shouldn't do business with them on Christmas or Easter.
Right, and then it was decided in the Middle Ages that Christianity was okay for Christians or something like that. That there was that ruling, but before
No,
that,
it's that the point is that it doesn't matter that the person's an idol worshiper. The only thing probably if they're an idol worshiper, usually they have one day a year where they celebrate their idol, and you should be wary about interactions with the person on that one day a year. And the rest of the year, you could relatively interact with only minor restrictions with an idol worshiper. Like it's not your business whether the person's an idol worshiper. It's your business of how you associate with the person. And you're like, okay, you shouldn't maybe you shouldn't drink wine, or even share a meal together with an idol worshiper, or get too comfortable relate. But relatively, like, no, I mean, it's not your obligation to get the idol worshiper out of worshiping the idols. You're just your obligation to not do business with them on their yearly holiday of their idol. So I mean, you're putting in something
okay,
that's not the perspective of Jewish law. The Jewish law, like, you don't have to worry about like getting idol worshippers to stop worshiping their idol. All you have to do is not do business with them on their yearly holiday.
well, okay, I just want to read you this bit from Jewish Virtual Library, and it says, in view of the strict monotheism of Islam, Muslims are considered as Noahites, whereas the status of Christians was a matter of debate. Since the later Middle Ages, however, Christianity too has become to be regarded as Noahide on the ground that Trinitarianism is not forbidden to non-Jews. So obviously there was a kind of shift in the later Middle Ages, which I think is something to do with Jews wanting to do business with Christians.
But
And
that's the point. Noahide is a distinction without a difference. Meaning that you could like possibly like a Noahide. The only distinction for a Noahide would be if they're a member of a Jewish community. So if a person lives in like Golders Green or Stamford Hill, and they like work inside a Jewish school with Jewish kids and mothers, then them being a Noahide would be a distinction with a difference. But other than that, there's no distinction. It makes no difference whether the person's a Noahide or not. In terms of you could do doing business, like you're saying, that's the hypocrisy. Like there's no advantage to faking there's no advantage to a goy faking being a Noahide, because it's a distinction without a difference. Because saying like I could have a business partner who is an idol worshiper, It's not even preferable to be a business partner with a Noahide. If you're talking
Well,
like
I mean,
in
obviously,
a
you're
Jewish
going to make a
neighborhood, like who I would
distinction
prefer as
between
my neighbor.
righteous Gentiles and unrighteous Gentiles, because you don't want to be saddled with, having a business partner who's a Gentile who can't be trusted.
Yeah, but saying
So-
that's based on track records, not based on being a Noahide. So the fact that the fact that a Gentile is an idol worshiper isn't how you determine their trustworthiness. They could be a trustworthy idol worshiper, and the fact that they're an idol worshiper does not imply that they're not trustworthy, because trustworthiness is determined by track record. So if you've done business with them in the past and they've proven trustworthy, that's how you determine their trustworthiness. You shouldn't judge their trustworthiness based on their worships or belief. So I mean, that's how the Jewish law works. That's why, like your whole thing about the Noahide thing, it's a distinction without a difference. It doesn't matter whether a Gentile is a Noahide or not. That's like between them and God. In terms of how I interact with a Gentile or not, it's based on their track record for what I interact with them with.
Yes, I understand, and every Jew will have a different idea of these things, and these things cannot be enforced because there is no central authority. Jews don't have a pope, and so.
But there's no central authority to govern interaction.
Situation.
Yeah, but there's no central. I mean, saying like every Jew could have their opinion, but I mean the Jewish law is pretty clear. Like I mentioned, there's a tractate in the Talmud about idol worship, and mostly it deals with doing business with idol worshipers. The majority of the tractate idol worshiper talks about doing business with them. Although I mean, there's other stuff mentioned, and also in Jewish law, it's not like a group authoritative thing. Like the question is your interaction. So, if you're talking like, can you trust? Most of it, like kosher food dealing, like even for kosher food, the law is quite clear that like it's largely based on track record. And even in Noahide, if Noahide versus an idol worshiper, like the question of fearing God is differentiated. So like within having a Gentile worker that works with food, kosher food, there's a qualification that they should fear God. There's not a qualification that they should be a Noahide. There's a qualification that they should fear God, and that is understood to mean that they believe that there's a higher power that punishes them even if nobody sees. So if nobody, like if they're the only body there and they could do something to mess with the food, that even if they believe in an idol, but if they believe that their idol will punish them for breaking their word, even though no one else sees, then you could trust them to be alone with your kosher food. It's not based on, and saying that's pretty clearly written in the Jewish law. So like, it's not the question, oh, they're an idol worshiper, they can't be trusted. The question is, do they think their idol will punish them if they break their word? And so this Noahide things, it's not there is really no distinction for being a Noahide in Jewish law. It's a distinction without a difference.
No, well,
whether a Christian or a Muslim is more
compliant for Gentile religion. So certain religions are supposed to be, more Noahide than others.
Yeah, but it's a distinction without a difference. Whether a Muslim or a Christian is more Noahide compliant.
To rank.
Yeah, but clearly, whether a Muslim or a Christian is more Noahide compliant is a distinction without a difference. What difference does it make to a Jew?
You're basically saying you're going to be doing it on an ad hoc basis, right? You're going to judge a Gentile individually
based on track record.
Yes, I understand. I'm not quarreling with that.
I mean, are you accepting my point that the distinction whether Islam or Christianity is more Noahide compliant is a distinction without a difference? It makes no difference in your interacting with an individual Muslim or Christian, because you're not going to judge them on their individually being a Muslim or a Christian. You're going to judge them on your individual track record with them in
his credit rating, whatever his religion.
Yes. Yeah, whatever you're associating with them. So it's like, should I associate with this person even if they're a devil worshiper? And saying like whatever the worst type of whatever you want to say, the worst of the worst, there is no such thing in Judaism as you can't associate with the person. Like the idol worship, there's no Jewish law that says you can't
A
associate with an
reliable
idol worship.
hitman, a reliable murderer, a punctual thief.
Well, even that case, like, I mean, the Maimonides gives the example of the Kohen, that has the special part in the service. But even if the Kohen has fresh blood on their hand from murder, that you should send them up to do the priestly service. That saying that it's individual track record. The person's a murderer, and they deserve to be punished and punished for that. But yeah, you could still do business with somebody in prison, even if someone is in prison for murder. You could still do business with them. You don't have to say, they're in prison for murder, or they're on trial maybe, or they've been found. I mean, I debated Culture Thug. I don't know if you remember that. I think he just came back recently, the Culture Thug. Now he's like Lucas Gage. He was Andrew Wilson. I debated him on Politically Provoked.
Oh, okay. I did know that. I'll have a look.
Okay, I mean, that was like a few, but I mean, he was in prison for murder. I mean, he said it was.
Yes, I did know that. Yes.
Has he
been in any more trouble recently?
No, I guess he's a family. He took a break from streaming for like 2 years, and now he's back on Twitter. So he just came back recently. But I remember, like, I mean, I just remember I debate he was in prison for murder. And he got out. He served time for murder. He got in a fight, and he ended up killing the person. And maybe he didn't intend to. It was like like whatever. It was a fight he got in with somebody, and he ended up killing them. And whatever he got charged, but it's okay. But that, like, I could still do business with him. And even though
nobody's stopping you,
even if he's a Nazi, even if he's a neo-Nazi, even if he has Nazi tattoos and he feels like that, I could still do business with him, and I could do an individual track record. Like, yes, this guy is officially a Nazi. He's got like Nazi tattoos. He feels this way. He's convicted murderer. He spent time in prison. However, he's trustworthy in business through track record. That, like, he comes on time, he pays. And so you might you might be a little bit careful.
Would you really do business with him?
Well, in America, I can't. I mean, I have a store. Like, I can't choose. You can't even reject somebody's business. If he buys a book from me, I can't reject that business. But I mean, that sense, like, as a merchant, like, yeah, certainly, like, I'll sell my books. In terms of like a partnership, like a contract, I would buy books off of him. Like, if he put up like a set, like, yeah, I would do business 100%. Like, certainly I would sell my merchandise to him. And if he was a merchant, I would, like, if I was a landlord, I might rent to him if he was a good tenant. Saying like if you had a good track record for being a good tenant, paying rent on time, not damaging the property. I'm saying that's within Jewish law, like that like distinction without a difference. Okay, the dude's like, okay, if he was officially a neo-Nazi, he's got like swastika tattoos, he was in prison for murder.
You wouldn't share your home with him, would you? Even if you know him to be a reliable tenant.
I mean, I just randomly brought him up because we were mentioning murder, but and actually, when I debated on Politically Provoked, I think we talked about that. But it's saying, like, yeah, I mean, like, if I was a landlord in Las Vegas and he was my tenant, like, yeah, I might take him as a tenant. Like he seems like he might be a good tenant. I might not discriminate that he's an ex-convict or even a former neo-Nazi, or even if he has current neo-Nazi leanings. I might not. It's a difference whether I take in my house in my own safety in terms of like business. Is saying that, like, in terms of taking him as a tenant. But I'm saying the Jewish law actually covers this stuff, and it's saying even like you could ask your rabbi if you were in Las Vegas and like like you had your apartment complex and you look in, like maybe he doesn't even know the building's Jewish owned, and you have like a non-Jewish real estate agent, and then you look up, we're about to rent out this apartment as this guy, Culture Thug, and then you look into it, like, oh crap. And then you ask your rabbi, and your rabbi might look into it and say, it's okay, you could rent to him, or you reject him. But I think in a lot of cases, like, I worked for a rabbi who he owned property. It was like 2-hour drive away. And
Mhm.
my guess is he probably would have rented to him. And that in that case, like, I mean, not talking like you're renting to him in the heart of the Jewish community, like he wants to rent an apartment like in the heart of the Jewish community. But if you're, like an Orthodox Jew and you own property a few hours away where there's not a big Jewish community there, and like he wants to rent, like, yeah, I would guess that most rabbis would say that you could rent to him, and that you shouldn't even there's no like that you shouldn't consider his I mean, here we're talking, like uh avowed counter-Semite, convicted felon, not just the idol worshiper. So, but maybe, I mean, if he's not, I don't know, maybe he's not an idol worshiper, but if you're talking, okay, we're talking idol worship versus like a convicted felon or counter-Semite. In any of those cases, I think that you could rent to them, and it would be based on track record of whether they're trustworthy to pay on time or not damage the property. It would have nothing.
Well,
It wouldn't.
I mean, are there any people you just wouldn't do business with, whether they're good for that purpose or not, because you hate them so much?
No, man. I think even in Jewish law, there's no such thing. So like Noahide might apply to being a member of the Jewish community. So like if you work at a Jewish school and like, can you be trusted with the children, or certain like inside secrets of the Jewish community, then Noahide might be a distinction with a difference, but it would generally only apply to, and it'd be like, historically, really Noahide became what used to be like a ger toshuv or something like that, like a foreign dweller that, so Noahide implying somebody like in modern day that might apply to like Israel, if you're going to live in Israel. But if you're talking about some like a Gentile who isn't a member of their own community and has came to dwell among a Jewish community, like, okay, Claire, you're just a one-off Gentile from another foreign land who has no real family or friends or connections. And if you find your way into like Stanford Hill, and how much could they trust you in the community, and they deem you a Noahide, that could make a difference. But it wouldn't. The difference would be, like, can they trust you alone with the kids, that you're not going to like indoctrinate them with foreign ideas. So that's a completely different. It's nothing to do with like business or safety. That's like, can you be trusted around Jewish impressionable kids that you're not going to like you pervert their young minds with heretical ideas? And it's like, oh no, she's Noahide. She's not gonna she's not gonna pervert your kids with heretical ideas.
There was a story about this Christian disguised as a rabbi who got these Jewish children to believe that the Messiah was coming and he was Jesus.
Yeah, I think those are more talking about converts that reneged on their conversion. They weren't Noahide. Those were actual people who went through a conversion process. So I mean, you're not talking about like a Noahide. You're talking about a convert that so Noahide would be someone who doesn't convert, and as opposed to someone who converted or used the illusion of conversion to so that would be like, because really there is no such phenomenon as Noahidism. So most of the case would be conversion. If you want to gain trust within the Jewish community, it would be you would convert and you would become one of them. And then once you became one of them, you would have access to all the things within the Jewish community. As to opposed to being a Noahide, it would generally also, even if you were considered a Noahide, it would generally, if you were literally like going to be a house goy for Jewish members, it would also work on personal track record, where like if you worked at one school or you were like inside the house caretaker in one family, it would probably work on individual track record. So like that's why the point that Noahide is generally a distinction without a difference, and it refers to your theoretical standing with God. And Jewish law does not have a distinction with your standing among God. So if you want to say theoretically Muslims have higher standing with God than Christians, that doesn't have anything to do with individual Jews or Jewish community.
I understand. I understand.
And then you say, well, why would Jews prefer the West or Christians over Muslims? And you say, well, maybe it's individual track record in the sense of
or personal safety reasons. I understand. Was what you were saying to do with pragmatism when you said you do business with even idol worshippers? I see that's on your list of topics to discuss.
Well, I was going to talking about specifically like the philosophical, even philosophy of science, school of pragmatism. Pragmatism is considered the philosophy of America, and yeah, I mean that generally means going with what works as opposed to
being
old hard
principled.
principles. So, I mean, Jewish law in that sense of dealing with Gentiles is largely pragmatic, and that's the concept of track record, doing what works. So if it works, do it. If it stops working, don't do it. As opposed to these like hard, fast rules that you want to apply to all situations and be consistent in your application of rules. Pragmatism is not, saying like you can't be consistent in the making and application of rules. So it's not specifically what I was going to talk about because it was more within the philosophy of science and whether science has hard and fast rules. But it's also in that aspect is where Judaism is also somewhat a pragmatic religion, but specifically the dealings with Gentiles is pragmatic in the sense where because Judaism is pragmatic, that it's not hard and fast. Where you want to be like, well, Muslims are more Noahide compliant than Christians, therefore Jews should have better relations with Muslims than Christians. But Jewish law in dealing with Gentiles is pragmatic and based on track record. So if practically Jews have better relations dealing with Christians, they're going to have the law in dealing is going to favor Christians over Muslims than based on some theological principle of which religions more Noahide compliant. So I mean,
Yes, but the
maybe you're arguing
pragmatism
against
that you
pragmatism.
mention isn't actually, stated in the Torah. The whole point of having religious principles is to stick to them. Otherwise, why bother having them? But yes, I
I mean,
understand
you're
the
making
appeal
the
of pragmatism.
you're making a scriptural fallacy because Jews don't follow. I mean, we follow the Torah theoretically, but we follow the sages of our generation. So it doesn't matter. Like you could look into the Torah and see what it says, but that's not what Jews do. Jews do what the sages of the generation, what the tradition up to this point. You're saying Jewish law is not what the Torah says. Jewish law is what your local Orthodox rabbi says.
Yes, I know, but basically, I mean, the different Orthodox rabbis and the different standards of observance and principle. And,
Yeah, I mean, so it's
they're all
irrelevant.
over the
It's
place,
irrelevant. Like
and
if you
that-
read,
and
if
there is
you
no
yourself
central
privately
authority.
read the Torah or the Talmud and see that it says this, but they're doing that, it's irrelevant because that's not how Jewish law is formulated.
Yes, because everybody does their own thing. I understand. What
No,
is this Vienna Circle thing?
they don't do their own thing like that. I'm saying they have sages and Orthodox, still Orthodoxy. Vienna Circle is the philosophy of science. Used to in Germany, it was called like Wissenschaffen. Have you heard of Wissenschaffen?
No, I don't. No, I haven't. Please
I guess it's
explain.
like practical philosophy or something, but science. The term science was recently invented. So the University of Vienna created a department of the philosophy of science, and there in German it was called Wissenschaffen, and it was in the late 1800s at the University of Vienna. Ernst Mach was the first chair of the philosophy of science, and up until World War II, there was the person who took over for the chair of philosophy of science in Vienna was a man named Mort Schlicht, who was a German, but was Philo-Semitic, and he was assassinated in like 1936. But he had a circle of scientists and philosophers, so that's why it was called like. So there's actual chair of philosophy at the University of Vienna, and then like in Germany at the time, kind of like the Frankfurt Circle, there was like a social group of intellectuals that got around in coffee shops or people's apartments and talked about the philosophy of science.
Oh, right, like that, like the Bloomsbury Group or something like that. Okay.
So it
I
wasn't
get it.
like an official, like the Royal Society of Science. It was a
Mhm.
circle of individuals that got together, and it included people who went on to basically found the field of the philosophy of science in England. Karl Popper was loosely affiliated with it. Wittgenstein, Bertrand Russell, have you heard A.J. Ayer?
Yes.
Have you heard of him?
Yes, he's an English philosopher.
He was affiliated with the Vienna Circle, and even if it's just a few years, or some of the people just in correspondence, that if they were in London, but they were familiar with some of these thinkers. Einstein was affiliated with the Vienna Circle. The biggest names were of the thinkers were Rudolf Carnap and Karl Hempel, um, and you've been going over. So these
Yes, I'm sorry I asked.
okay, so like the field of the philosophy of science um, derives from this Vienna Circle, because it didn't really exist. There was like the Neo-Kantians, there was Kant, who was a dualist, and then there was the Neo-Kantians, and the Neo-Kantians lead into the Vienna Circle, and today, like, it's kind of like the Frankfurt Circle, where into World War II, the Vienna Circle falls apart, and most of the people end up moving to America and England. And today, almost all of the prominent people from the philosophy of science were, up until like 30 years ago, were the people from Germany. And now, today, almost all the prominent people in the field are disciples of the Vienna Circle. So that's why, it's kind of like the Frankfurt Circle, or the Frankfurt School. Sorry, the Frankfurt School they call the Frankfurt School. So I don't know exactly why they call it the Circle, but it became referred to as the Vienna Circle. But it's parallel to the Frankfurt School.
Mhm. Well, before I go, I just wanted to congratulate you on getting the spot with debating Daniel Halkikatu. Do you know the
I
topic?
haven't got it yet. It hasn't been confirmed, but
Who else could they give it to? I mean, you're the perfect Jew that
well,
everyone loves to hate.
well, I know Joseph Cohn has been wanting to debate him, but did you see his debate with the apostate prophet?
No, I excuse me. No, I haven't. But I know he's not particularly knowledgeable about, you know, Judaism.
What?
He
So
really isn't. He's more a political activist, isn't he?
I'm not sure. I've seen a few debates. I mean, he dresses pretty Islamic. I don't know his, like if he was.
Jewish, surely you mean? I'm talking about Cohen. I mean, his knowledge of Judaism is not as good as yours, wouldn't you say? Is he,
Yeah,
you
well,
know,
I'm just saying separate. So Cohn, because he's been saying anti-Zionist or statements, Cohn has been wanting to debate him. So that's just separate. But
Mhm.
yeah, he wants to debate him on um, Zionism or the war in Israel. So he had a big debate with this guy, I guess, apostate prophet, who I guess is Turkish, former Muslim,
Mhm.
on the war in Israel, like Israel or Palestine, where apostate prophet, the former Turkish Muslim, was taking the side of Israel, and Daniel was taking the side of Palestinians. And during the debate, um, James mentioned and even pinned on the stream that he's looking for somebody to debate Judaism, the religion. And
Yes,
he, and
yes,
he said
and
he
it had
said
to be you.
specifically he wants someone to make the case for Judaism. And so I messaged James, yeah, I that's perfect for me. Like, I would make the case for Judaism, and it wouldn't have any, it wouldn't be about politics or Jewish culture, or Israel. Just I would be advocating the Jewish religion. And
Mhm.
then, I mean, I guess I could have guessed because he was on the debate with Daniel. So after I mentioned, he'd be like, yeah, Daniel is the one. And so he I guess he still has to, it still hasn't been confirmed. He has to get the confirmation from Daniel, And like I said, like Daniel's a big name who has hundreds of thousands of followers and will get a big crowd. So it's probably, largely Daniel probably asked James if he, to do it, that he wants to do a debate on the religion Judaism. So I don't know that much about Daniel relatively. Like I've seen maybe 5 of his debates on Modern Day Debate.
He's very eloquent.
Yeah, I think he even went to like Harvard or something like that, or he went to Princeton. So like, Jay Dyer, like, I mean, actually most of the debates I've seen him in, I thought he got the, like generally I sided with him. In fact, even the Israel-Palestine thing, like I generally I sided with him, but I would defend Judaism, and like I would make a formal presentation, the case for Judaism as a religion, and give an overview of what is Judaism, the dividing, try to explain like sectarianism, the different views of Judaism, the fundamental principles of Judaism, and then I don't know if Daniel's what he would want to do, if he wants to attack Judaism as a religion, or if it'd kind of be like a different version, like
Jews.
Well, no, he said he wanted to debate Judaism. Like it said that Daniel specifically requested to debate Judaism as a religion.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying, like, so I don't think that he means he's attacking. I mean, he might be all over.
He might attack the hypocrisy of Judaism.
Yeah, so I assume, it's going to be like Judaism on trial, and he wants to say Judaism's a false religion or a bad religion. I don't know, but I would defend. Like, I mean, when James mentioned it, I was like, yeah, I would defend. I didn't realize that it was going to be Daniel, although it was on the debate with Daniel that it was mentioned. So, I don't know if he's the only one. So I would do that with I would defend Judaism as a religion against anyone. But if it's Daniel, obviously he's a big name, and it'd be an interesting debate. He's a, top debater, academic.
Well, congratulations.
It hasn't been confirmed yet.
Yeah. Well, I hope it. I hope it's you. I mean, it won't be anyone else, will it? I mean, do you know who else might get the job?
Yeah. Ironically, I think the only other person who debated pro-Judaism on Modern Day Debate is your buddy, the convert. It was a Yochanan. What was the name of like that American convert?
John Gischler?
Yeah, I think like 2 years ago he was on Modern Day Debates, and it was like a panel though. It was like it may have been like a panel with more than just Judaism, but as far as I know, he's the only other person who has debated and defended Judaism as a religion.
Mm. Well, he's Muslim now, so I guess he's going to stay out. He had to convert in order to marry his Muslim wife.
John Kirshala?
Yes.
Didn't he marry to a Muslim? I thought he married a Jewish girl. He got divorced?
No. I don't know if he did marry. Well, he's definitely married to a Muslim woman now.
No, I mean, I thought he was married to a Jewish woman, like that we met.
No, I didn't know that. I mean,
I thought he went through even an Orthodox conversion. He was like that other guy. I don't know if he would do it. That other guy that T-Jump like kicked off his channel, or like Mesa or something. What's that guy that John Kirshala used to stream with, the Jewish like modern rabbi Zionist? Mesa.
Yes. Asher something.
Asher Meza.
Maza or something. Yes.
Yeah, like maybe he would do. I don't know, but like.
Oh no, not him. Well, it's got to be you. You've got the rabbinical.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone else. Like, I mean, it's like, Sula Adar Weinrab was on there. He's not religious. Joseph Cohn is somewhat religious, but like he
doesn't have the knowledge. Yeah,
he's not a scholar. He never went to school or studied. And I mean, you could maybe like a reform or conservative rabbi. I don't think that I've been in the circles. I've never really came across another call like a Jewish scholar. And like I've been doing it, like Keith Woods, it was interview with a rabbi, interview with a Jewish scholar. I've been doing Ask the Rabbi for almost a decade now. But my YouTube channel, I even have like IRL. So like, yeah, I don't think they're going to find someone better than me. There might be a lot of complaints, and like I would do that. I would mention, like my background, who am I to do this, to speak on behalf of Jews. But you're saying, like, I'm here to defend Judaism as a religion. And I've at least been through the Talmud. I've read, like I was telling Jennifer, like at the end of the day, it comes down to, like, have you heard of blah, 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 blah. And I think that's what Babs and Judah said, when you were, so, so whatever, when Daniel says, like, yeah, like when, like he mentions, so Joseph Cohn is like kind of like sophistry. So, when he'd be like, what the Talmud says in this place, that, like Cohn would just like deny, even though he might not have actually read it. So like, at least I have working knowledge. So when he says like, what about this rabbi, I at least should have information, like, whether that's a legitimate authoritative rabbi. And if he says that, and if it's a statement of the Talmud, I've at least been through the Talmud once, like a somewhat of a Talmud scholar. That, yeah, I think that it would be, yeah, I don't think he's going to find someone better than me. Even Keith Woods, like that guy, God forbid, like that BZ guy who got, outed as a fraudster. But after the show, he's like, don't, Keith Woods, don't talk to Duvid. Like, you could find, I was like, you're not going to find anyone better than Duvid to talk to. And it's like, I've been doing this for a decade, and like, there's no one else in these circles that's going to do it. Like even it's like Asher Meza, like maybe he would do it, but like, I don't even, you're saying not even he would do it, but like at best you could get like Asher Meza or something like that. And you're saying you don't even think he could do it. If you want to say
he's not Jewish enough.
Well, you mean think Asher Meza would do a better job than me, even if he would
Certainly
do it?
not. No, I think you're the best man for the job. Well, I
mean, it might theoretically be there. I mean, theoretically, like, yeah, I mean, like there's Jewish scholars better than me, but none of them are going to do it.
Yeah, they're not going to do it. Well, I think you are kind of. Well,
I mean, you actually have reached out and tried to speak to like hundreds of rabbis to know, like, no, they're not going to talk to you. Like a few of them have like replied or been kind, or like a handful of like B-rate rabbis have been on your show or spoken with you. But I mean, you've had enough experience to know that it's just not what rabbis do.
No, they would be too nervous of the backlash and everything. I sense that Jen would like to come back, and I think it's probably time for me to make way for her and perhaps go.
Well, I'm just going to read papers, and I'm going to cover the war in Israel because, like, I became so comfortable with Week in Review, where it's just me reading papers, that it's only the last few. I mean, you came on the first one that I took it solo, but most of the Week in Reviews I haven't had anybody, and now that my numbers are a little up. But now like the war update and reading all these articles or get through my research. So not, so much into chit chat. And yeah, I don't know if Jennifer changed her schedule, like, and had Sunday night available again. Like, I mean, I guess I would consider, like, if Jennifer was like, her schedule's back and she could do Week in Review Sundays on her channel, maybe we go back to doing it. I don't know. But like, I've already been doing Week in Review on my channel solo almost a year. And I've changed. I mean, I used to do a lot of reading. So when we did Week in Review on her channel, I still, would sometimes read for like an hour or two, and she would comment. But now, like, it's generally just like 5 hours of me reading. So, if I don't even know. I mean, like if Jennifer had Sunday nights back and wanted to go back to doing Week in Review, I mean, I'd probably do it. I don't know. But, at this point, the nature of Week in Review has changed to mostly me reading papers.
I think we kind of missed the banter between the two of you. Well, David, thank you for having me. I do hope you get the job, and so I
think it would be February 24th if it happens, which would be 2 weeks from 2 weeks from yesterday.
Okay.
And I don't know if I guess, like, it's up to Daniel. Like, he'll look, like, he asked me for I send him my channel and some of my other debates. So if, like, Daniel looks and decides he's got his own considerations whether he wants to debate me or not, but I'm happy to do it. And then maybe James, if Daniel doesn't want to do it. I don't know if Daniel's going to have someone else. I mean, he could probably get Joseph Cohn, but it wouldn't be the same style debate if he debated Joseph Cohn. And he could probably do both. Like, if and I don't know if you were watching Sula, did Adder Weinrab when he had Joseph Cohn last week?
Oh, I didn't. I missed that.
But
I'll have a look. How did that go?
I mean, it was all right. They debated kind of like 2 hours. where it was, kind of like an informal debate. Is the IDF using excessive force? Where Adar was saying yes, the IDF is using excessive force in Gaza, and Joseph Cohen was saying no, they aren't. And they debated, a few separate issues, and they even said like a round two. So at the end, Adar was like, maybe we should do round two first, like maybe on Joseph's channel, and then Adar was like, well, maybe we should do round two on modern day debate, because the last two, Adar did two debates, both defending Israel, but he wanted to debate against Zionism in on modern day debate. So like like compared to John Francis Greppi, or the one I guess he had that I forget that he had I don't know if you saw his other one the other day with some random Israeli. I think his name was also David, and one of the women that I think Jennifer was on a stream with, that's been kind of like a stock debater for modern day debate, just Israel or Palestine. But Adar said he wanted to debate against Israel, but not against like a strong leftist, but against, he was suggesting that he should debate Joseph Cohen on modern day debate. So I don't know if that's going to happen or not. But even if Daniel did debate Joseph Cohen, I'd still debate him, because I think that'd be a different debate. Like whatever his thing with Joseph would be different than my debate.
Well, fingers and toes crossed that you get the job, and
Yeah, but I mean, I just mentioned also, I think it was it was specifically Daniel, who is, I guess, one of I don't call James Stars, because he's been debating there a while. He's one of the bigger guys. He gets huge amounts of people tuning in. So it may be specific that like Daniel wanted to debate against a Jew. So that if he doesn't want to do it, that it won't happen. That's not like there's going to be someone else who's going to debate against Judaism. So, but we'll see what happens, and we'll let you know next week. If he does say yes, I'm going to prepare slides, and next week I'll go over my slides that I plan on using. So you can tune in for that.
Yes, well, I look forward to it. So thank you very much for having me, Dubit, and best of luck.
Okay, Rune in the chat is saying your Chronicule 2023 was epic. and God forbid Claire is more popular than Duvit on Stephen James. So the numbers, so congratulations with that. You're outshine Duvit on the Stephen James channel. You're the fan favorite, not me.
Well, I guess I go quite regularly, and anyway, there's sort of more to discuss, I guess, about the UK. So thank you again for having me, and good luck.
Okay, yeah, God bless. So, okay, so appreciate Claire coming on. I have a lot to cover because I want to go in depth on the war in Israel. I had these papers on the Vienna Circle and Pragmatism. They're pretty interesting. We'll see how long I go, because it's probably going to be at least an hour and a half on Israel. So let's enter screen share. Like the big news this week, Tucker Carlson, it's already at so over 200,000 views so far in the, maybe not, I don't know how many watched, but Tucker Carlson and Putin. And I'll admit I didn't learn anything, because like I've been following the topic. I follow it, pretty closely. I don't really talk about it that much in Week in Review, but I followed it enough that like I didn't really learn anything in the interview. Almost everything that Tucker and Putin said are things I'd heard before, like the history lesson. I thought it was a little interesting, like the historical background from like a philosophy, truth value type thing. Like why are you doing this? And you say, well, the answer is history, and like a little karma to say, well, it's like it's action reaction, and what's happening now is based on what happened in the past, and this differential, like who are the good guys and who are the bad guys. So I was on Defense Politics Asia earlier too. We were talking about that, but there's a lot to cover. So talk about other things that, yeah, God forbid, Nathan Kaufness, another hit piece on Nathan Kaufness. Meritocracy would mean almost no black Harvard professor says academic. Students have previously called for Nathan Kaufness to be sacked from Cambridge and said his fellowship was tantamount to funding scientific racism. So another hit piece on Nathan Kaufness, and you will see how much the pressure. Ricardo, God bless, thanks for the super chat. What's up with Tucker's red bracelet? Melee, Zionism on the rise with globalism in decline. It's unclear how things are going to go. Like, yeah, I'm not sure with Tucker's red bracelet. Like, I don't have any details. I'm going to say, like, Tucker is probably somewhat philo-Semitic, although he has claims of counter-Semitism. Like, if he's like Kabbalah rabbi, who gave him the bracelet, why he would be superstitious. If I think I mentioned in our Twitter chat that they want to look at it like the winning side, that people want to be on the winning side, and if you're rich and powerful, a lot of times, like, the winning side is Zionism and Jews. You're saying, well, Jews disproportionately are part of the elite. Israel is just a small country and has all this power. And if you're, just a goy and you want to be on the winning side, you might think you want to be on the side of the Jews. And, so if the red bracelet is kind of like, well, he doesn't, he's still Christian or some sort of, like, yeah, to me, the red bracelet is nonsensical. It's like superstition. Like, I'm into text and your rabbis or Chabad. So, like, the red bracelet is more like, if he's got some Kabbalists there. I don't know about Melee. I mean, he's in the news a lot. He's all over. He's in Israel. But I'm not sure if he's that prominent of a player. Just his, like, over-the-top pro-Zionism, pro-Judaism, converting to Judaism. I haven't really followed him that much. Like, Argentina, I don't know that much about it. I mean, I did see the videos. I'm not sure. One of the things that most, only Ralph. So, like, Paul Rimmer, House of Commons Ralph, a few weeks ago, like Paul Rimmer used to mention the difference between global Zionism and Israeli Zionism. And really, like, you could call globalism, and I think I was listening to Brett Stevens, the on America at the Crossroads or something like that, the PBS thing, and he was saying, like, globalism, like, every time someone says globalism, they mean the Jews, or like Ralph was always like, it's the globalists, but he doesn't mean the Jews, or like Alex Jones, like, the globalist, it's the globalist, but not the Jews. There's a different form of globalism from Judaism, and however, there is a connection between globalism and Judaism as a conspiracy theory. So there's, like, the disproportionate amount of power that Jews have. Like, Jews make up like 20-30% of the elite, and, like, the world's billionaires, the elites, the people in Davos, or various things. Like, Jews represent a hugely disproportional amount, maybe like 20-30% of the world's elite. And, like, the stock market, global corporation, ownership of debt, so on and so on, that you have global Zionism and then you have Israeli Zionism. And so if you want to say globalism is different than Zionism, because, like, generally, like, yeah, I think they're two in the same. There's global Zionism and there's Israeli Zionism. And the global Zionism is like the Adam Green, the one world order, the messianism, the biblical prophecies. Eventually there's going to be a one world order, and part of the one world order, it's mostly, globalism is mostly seen through corporations, because the biggest global powers are economic powers, are corporate powers. You could look at the U.S. as like a global military power, but like Davos, most globalists, you're thinking like billionaires and corporations, so like like a Ford or something like that, that has all of these companies all over the world, and there is a Zionistic aspect to it. So Paul Rimmer, who used to be on House of Commons, used to always talk about that. He was, a mixed Christian counter-Semite from London, and whenever Ralph would mention the globalist, Paul would be like, the Jews. So, and, me and Paul used to talk about, and also Ralph a little bit, although he was pushing back on the concept of global Zionism, of the battle between global Zionism and Israeli Zionism. And so you could say Israeli Zionism is in more danger than global Zionism, in the sense like, well, I want to be on the side of the winners. I want to be on the right side of history. And Israeli Zionism may not be the winner here, but global Zionism might. And so if you're looking like Putin is like, I like the Jews. However, like Christian or Tucker or various people like in the global elite that have some level of counter-Semitism, but also philo-Semitic, and so some commonality between Tucker and Putin that have both a mix of philo and anti-Semitism. And but I would say the opposite. I think global Zionism's on the rise and Israeli Zionism's on the decline. And I'm going to go into detail about what's happening in Israel. But if you're looking in terms of one world order, that's also on the decline. Like you're talking like multipolarity. So like multipolarity also could be a pushback against global Zionism, where you're thinking like China and Russia, as opposed to, the moving towards a one world order, which was close. You could look like we were almost on the brink of a one world order. And if Ukraine loses the war and, China and Russia and Iran can't be contained, that we're going to be in a multipolar world. And that's a pushback against globalism. But yeah, I'm not sure that that's the case. And I think to a certain extent, they might go hand in hand, like Israeli Zionism with global Zionism. And then there's a lot of conflict, saying like global Zionism is not ran from Israel. Global Zionism is ran from New York and London. So, like if Paul Rimmer is saying, if there is globalism is not ran from Israel. And even if you say, well, Jews have an exorbitant amount of power within globalism, and even to call globalism basically global Zionism, global Zionism is not ran from Israel. It's ran from London, New York, Switzerland. And, so that's something to keep in mind, that, and even saying strategically, so global Jewish power, for global Jewish power, New York is more important than Israel. So, I mean, it's important things to keep in mind, to say like, Israel as a local nationalistic power with a military is not the bulk of global Jewish power. The bulk of global Jewish power comes from London and New York. Okay, so University of Michigan, students staged a walkout teach-in to call for divestment. So they had like the big day of action of people walking out of classes, and the Ross School of Business and David's alma mater. So you see that pretty active. Like I'm following back on Twitter, all these walkouts and various things. So a few streams this week. So this was an interesting video. I never heard the Hugo Pink, the era of war crime influencers. So if you're just looking historically at, God forbid, influencing in general, where now you have like, okay, world star hip hop has become popular. You used to have like Best Gore, Live Leaks, Chaotic, various sites that you basically play violence, and people look for clips, and even like Mexican drug cartels and their torture videos. So like for a period of time, like still till today, like, but a few years ago, it was like overload of like, God forbid, like these most gruesome, like Mexican cartel torture videos. And like a lot of times you have the favela dealing with the thieves. And like, so God forbid they'll catch a person thieving, and like Russia, like catching thieves, and they'll beat them up pretty bad. Sometimes they'll even like break their fingers, in Brazil, they catch a thief, sometimes even like chop off their fingers, and then they post these videos to the dark web. But it wasn't necessarily influencing. So when historically you had the ISIS, the drug cartels, or like Russian mafia, favelas posting torture, war crime videos, they weren't designed to become an influencer. It was designed largely to scare another party. So like if the Russian mafia or a Mexican cartel takes a video of torturing to death, I mean, like beheading videos, I mean, God forbid, they have pretty horrible things. Usually it's recorded and it's sent to the opposing team to scare them. They don't do it to like become Instagram famous. I mean, Jenny, it could be like the government or CIA or certain things, but like, like ISIS doesn't have an Instagram account. I mean, ISIS hasn't been around for a long time, but like when they had those like beheading videos, they would, I don't even know where they would post it. Like, I mean, maybe they're on Telegram, but now like the Hamas live streaming in the IDF. So the Hamas just live streamed it. They didn't become like Instagram influencers. So like the IDF specifically, you have like, here this guy, I guess, is somewhat anti-Israel, and so he's calling war crime influencers. They're looking at like Israelis that have Instagram accounts and will post their wartime footage and jokes. I'm supposed to speak to Luke Ford about humor and like some of these like lowbrow humor, but so before the war you had like the IDF girl Instagram dance videos, because like you have all these young girls in the IDF and they post videos on Instagram, on TikTok of dancing. But now in the middle of the war, people want to post like their kills, blowing up buildings, and really like what are war crimes. So it's just an interesting, like the rise of a genre, and specifically that it's Israel at the forefront of, he's looking negatively at, you call them the war crime influencers, like, oh, I gotta, like take my video and post it onto TikTok of me committing this war crime, me blowing up this building, or like God forbid, in Israel there was this fad with like tying up Palestinians and like getting them to sing some like kid song or something like that, like God forbid. There was a TikTok fad in Israel where Israelis were having like blindfolded Palestinians and forcing them to sing some like Israeli kid song or something like that, God forbid. But they're posting it to Instagram and like for their followers. So interesting phenomenon. Caspian Report had another video this week on the problem of Israel high-tech military. I mean, to ask Jenny if you stream with Dennis Dale. I don't know if you're local to Dennis Dale. If you ever stream with like met or stream with Dennis Dale, or if he's still around. He even used to do like the live protests. So the problem, like Israel became a high-tech military power, but when it came to the battle with Hamas, that the high-tech technology is not really helping getting the job done. And even now, like Israel's entering Rafah, but what does it mean entering Rafah? It really means they're bombing Rafah, because Israel has a high-tech military, and they're not really going to go in with ground troops. Like they might do like a few special missions, but it's all based on like high tech. And the reason why Israel is having such a struggle with Hamas is because they became a high tech military power. So Caspian Report is analyzing why that failed, that Israel's army became too tech reliant and is not getting the job done for them. So I have a lot of articles to read, from a bunch of different perspectives. So let's jump right in. You get a good overview of what's going on. So, here's the tablet, right-wing Zionist pro-Israel perspective, why Israel is winning in Gaza, from Edward Lutwak. The tactical victory that Hamas achieved on October 7th with all its scenes of unimaginable horror has become a leading driver in its strategic defeat. Anyone who's ever been in combat knows that the enemy is almost always invisible, because to remain alive, one must remain behind good cover. The one and only time I saw live enemies walking towards me, I was so astonished that I hesitated before opening fire. Ill-trained, they were walking into a blinding sun. It is the same in urban combat, but much worse, because the invisible enemy can be a sniper behind a window and any one of the countless apartments, because in Gaza has dozens of windows, or he can wait with an RPG at a ground level to pop out and launch his rocket, whose short range makes it of little use in open country, but is amply sufficient across the width of a street. Mortars, which launch their bombs parabolically in a everted U, are exceptionally valuable in urban combat, because they can attack forces moving up one street from 3 streets away beyond the reach of immediate counterfire. Finally, there are mega mines, not the standard landmines with 5 to 10 kilos of explosives placed on the ground or just under, but wire demolition charges with 10 times as much explosive cover over with asphalt to be exploded when a tank, troop carrier, or truckload of soldiers is above them. This is why, from the start of Israel's counteroffensive into Gaza, almost all the media military experts, including colonels and generals, festooned with campaign ribbons, though few, if any, have ever seen actual combat, immediately warned that Israel's invasion of Gaza could not possibly defeat Hamas, but would certainly result in horrifying numbers of Israeli casualties before resulting in a bloody and strategically pointless stalemate. One of the things that Dufin mentioned multiple times. And that was before it was realized that there were hundreds of miles of tunnels beneath Gaza, from which fighters could emerge from invisibility to attack advancing soldiers from the rear, or to set up instant ambushes in apparently cleared terrain, and through which encircled fighters under attack could safely escape. In these special cases of Gaza, moreover, the crowded urban battlefields offer endless opportunities for the easiest of tricks, because contrary to accusations that only expensively educated U.S. college students could possibly believe, Israeli soldiers do not deliberately kill innocent civilians going about their business. Therefore, Hamas fighters could be perfect civilians walking alongside women and children, right up until the moment they duck into the right doorway and take up prepared weapons and come out shooting. Yet, of as now, after 124 days of fighting in both Gaza and the north against Hezbollah, a total of 562 Israeli soldiers have died, a total that included 373 soldiers and local security officers who died on October 7th itself. When any and all immediately available soldiers, only some of them as organized units, rushed in to fight Hamas infiltrators wherever they could find them. Even a single death is immensely tragic for an entire family, and quite a few are entrepreneurs with employees who depend on them, so that every single death greatly affects many in many ways. That must be said and emphasized before adding that the actual number of Israeli soldiers killed in the counteroffensive until now is not in the thousands suggested by the beribboned skeptics, who were gleefully echoed by the benevolent, but under 300 as of this writing. In other words, only a very, very small number, given the magnitude of forces involved on both sides and the exceptional complexity of the battlefield. By the comparison, 95 U.S. Marines and 4 British soldiers were killed in the 6-week-long 2004 Battle of Fallujah, the famous Pumbedita of the Talmudists, but a small town fighting some 4,000 Sunni fighters. In Gaza, estimates that Israeli faced approximately 30,000 trained Hamas fighters at the start of the war. Regardless of what happens from now on, Gaza fighting to date has been an exceptional feat of arms. A conservative estimate, the lowest I've seen, is that approximately 10,000 Hamas fighters have been killed or terminally disabled, along with an equal number of wounded who may or may not fight again in the future. The sensational 1 to 50 or near enough kill ratio achieved by the IDF in fighting Hamas in Gaza is all the more exceptional for reasons that neither official Americans nor official Israelis care to mention, albeit for different reasons. The first is tactical and technical. Without saying more, it's fair to conclude from news accounts that Israel's very innovative methods to surveil, penetrate, and destroy Hamas tunnels have been markedly and unexpectedly successful, but the constraints placed on Israel's combat operations have been very severe and a major impediment to its fight. Israel has a fair amount of field artillery in the form of the common 155 millimeter caliber gun howitzers, just like the U.S. and other Western armies, but it also has much smaller, much cheaper Israeli-made 160 millimeter heavy mortars that deliver 30 kilos of high explosives at shorter ranges. The Israelis should have used them abundantly in the Gaza fighting, but because parabolic fire is just a thing in urban warfare, but not because of their own avoidance of collateral casualties and because of continued alarms and warning from the U.S. That was most certainly the case with the exceedingly restrained, indeed inadequate, use of Israeli air power in Gaza in the 1991 Desert Storm attack on Iraq, for which I received a letter of commendation from the U.S. Air Force Chief Staff Merrill McPeak for target selection before and during the bombing. I never deliberately selected a civilian target, but I do not recall anyone ever telling me that a valuable military target must be attacked because there must be civilian casualties. But in Gaza, the Israeli Air Force was hardly allowed to contribute more than a fraction of its strength to the fighting in deference to the insistence request coming from the White House. All this makes the Israeli success in the fighting to date all the more remarkable. One reason is known to all: the Israeli army remains wedded to the British method of intensive and prolonged individual instruction for its soldiers beyond their in-unit training, so that nobody enters Gaza without at least a full year's worth of combat instruction, much more than their American counterparts had in Vietnam when the U.S. last used conscripts. Another reason is that the IDF did not fall into the illusion that normal infantry soldiers, however well-trained, could venture into invariably booby-trapped and deviously interlinked Hamas tunnels and fight successfully. More than 25 years ago, the IDF established its Yahalom, an acronym that means diamond in Hebrew, combat engineer unit that specializes in tunnel warfare, to learn all of its many tricks and perils, so that when new tunnels entrances discovered in Gaza by advancing troops, there's no rushing in Israeli style until Yahalom soldiers arrive to lead the way very carefully by substituting low-frequency sensors, heavy earth-moving equipment, mini drones, and bullets for jet fighters, heavy artillery, and smart bombs. Israel has effected massive cost savings while reducing its reliance on U.S. resupply and taking the stream out of propaganda claims about bombing and artillery massacres. Finally, there is the equipment, much of it unique to the IDF and already in high demand by foreign armies. Israeli Merkava tanks, unlike the seemingly formidable German Leopard tanks that failed to spearhead Ukraine's big offensive, were not penetrated and cooked by the remarkable Russian Kornet missiles that Hamas also has. That's because in addition to its thick armor, each 30-ton, 60-ton Merkava went into Gaza with its own trophy counter weapon that intercepts incoming missiles and rockets at close range. Also unique to Israel is turretless Namur infantry carrier, a battle taxi in effect that allows Israel troops to move about in the perilous urban space protected by more armor than any combat vehicle in history. When armored vehicles entered defended areas, urban areas, they must not do so almost blindly because their commanders cannot stand in their turrets to look all around as they do in open ground without fatally exposing themselves to close-in artillery and mortars and also snipers. Yet there have also been observation splits, periscopes, and protected sights, but they only offer narrow views of little use when 100 windows and balconies overlook the fight. In the Namur, by contrast, nobody has to stand in an open hatch to view all 360 degrees of the outside world because the lockdown crew can see everything on large screens whose images come from the micro cameras safely embedded in the armor. Even when Israel's infantrymen in Gaza must dismount or advance on foot from the start, they are guided by the warnings and directions of their commanders who monitor their movement and those of any enemies close by with their cameras of their mini drones that can be seen from above, while other flying cameras look for snipers and for mortar crews in the next street over. Well, these days, even Iran manufactures drones. Israel was the first country to produce remotely piloted vehicles, as they were originally known some 60 years ago, and still today leads the way, producing both the smallest mechanical flying insects and some of the largest. They are especially useful in Gaza because it takes many eyes to surveil the very complicated urban landscape. None of the above would matter if the troops fighting Gaza were not determined to ensure that they will not have to come back by fighting as hard and as long as necessary to grind down Hamas until nothing is left of its fighting strength. Of that, the best evidence is provided by a misunderstanding. The soldiers of a reserve battalion of several hundred rotated out after much hard fighting to bring in a fresh battalion, mistakenly thought that Israel was starting a retreat altogether and staged a protest until they were reassured and also reprimanded for protesting while still in uniform. It is now evident that the tactical victory that Hamas achieved on October 7th, with all its scenes of unimaginable horror, has become a leading driver of its strategic defeat by compelling the Israeli government to persist in spite of the atrocity plight of the hostages, by motivating IDF troops to fight until its destruction, and by forfeiting much potential support, even from the Arab world, allowing all Arab governments that had them to maintain diplomatic relations with Israel. That feckless American college students sing its praises will not avert the well-deserved fate that awaits Hamas, and without the heavy casualties that some feared while others gleefully anticipated. So there you have a pretty pro-Israel account. I would say I don't really agree with that. I don't think it's an accurate assessment. You have kind of like the full weight of the Israeli propaganda there, of the perception that of the 30,000 people killed, that like half of them are Hamas fighters. What those numbers actually are is probably much lower, and then also how much are they actually defeating Hamas, and saying that Israel didn't do the ground campaign, and the reason they're not facing heavy casualties is because they haven't done the ground campaign, and really all they've done is bombing and artillery. And so this conception that Israel is almost defeating Hamas is just the Israeli propaganda that is largely to Israelis. So like, what does it matter to America? Like it's almost over, it's almost done. So I don't think that's that accurate. But you see, that's the perspective of kind of like a right-wing military perspective. So let's look at there's a lot of stuff happening this week. This is, as I mentioned last week, this could be a very pivotal week. Either Israel could move towards a ceasefire, or they could move into taking Rafah. And I said last week, I think it's much more likely that Israel will invade Rafah. And here you have it, the invasion of Rafah has already occurred. President Biden spoke to Netanyahu today, and Biden basically gave the green light on invading Rafah. He's just like, just be careful not to kill too many civilians. But like this kind of highlighted in the last article of how Israelis leadership is telling them the perception of what's going on, so much so that they want to finish off there's just 4 battalions left of Hamas. Like all they have to do is go into Rafah in the 4 battalions left. And the perception of how many of those really God forbid the civilian catastrophe. So here, Netanyahu plans for IDF invasion of Rafah draws global opposition. PM plans to bring plan for military campaign civilian protection to cabinet. The international community, including the U.S. and Germany, Israel's staunch allies, have publicly opposed IDF plans to launch a military operation against Hamas in Rafah. Egypt has warned that its 1979 peace treaty with Israel could be at risk if Israel attacks the Gaza City, which is on the Egyptian border, the Wall Street Journal reported. This development came as 3 senior members of the Hamas police in Rafah were killed as a result of the attack on the vehicle in the Tel El Sultan neighborhood west of the city on Saturday, according to Israeli media reports. Those killed were identified as the director of investigations, his deputy. The IDF said fighting is continuing across the Gaza Strip, with airstrikes carried out over the weekend against other Hamas cells attempting to attack Israeli troops. At least 15 Hamas fighters were killed in Khan Yunis during raids on the terror group sites, the IDF said. Egypt stressed on Saturday that it would not allow any mass displacement of Palestinians into its territory. There is limited space and great risk in putting Rafah under further military escalation due to the growing number of Palestinians there, Egyptian foreign minister said, warning that an escalation would have dire consequences. Saudi Arabia and Jordan called the United Nations Security Council to intervene. On Friday, the Prime Minister's office said that it is impossible to achieve the goal of the war, eliminating Hamas, by leaving 4 Hamas battalions in Rafah. It is clear that intense activity in Rafah requires that civilians evacuate the areas of combat, acknowledging the importance of protecting innocent Palestinians. Therefore, Prime Minister Netanyahu has ordered the IDF and the security establishment to submit to the cabinet a combined plan for evacuating the population and destroying the battalions. Jordanian Foreign Minister Ahmad Safadi posted on X, another bloodbath in Gaza cannot be allowed. An Israeli attack on 1.5 million Palestinians already facing inhumane conditions in Rafah will cause a massacre of innocent people. The Security Council of the whole world must prevent it and end an aggression that has stained our collective humanity, Safadi wrote. Opponents see IDF plans causing humanitarian catastrophe. German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock said on Saturday that a large-scale IDF offensive in Rafah would be a humanitarian catastrophe in the making. The people of Gaza cannot vanish into thin air. European Union Foreign Policy Chief wrote on X, reports of an Israeli military offensive on Rafah are alarming. It would have catastrophic consequences, worsening the already dire humanitarian situation and the unbearable civilian toll. Rafah has hosted many of the Palestinians who have fled from their homes in the north to escape Israel's military campaign against Hamas that began after the October 7th massacre. It is estimated that more than 1.3 million Palestinians are in the area, which is also a Hamas stronghold and territory through which the terror group has smuggled weapons into the enclave. The situation is made more complicated by Egypt's refusal to allow Palestinians to flee across the border into the country, fearing that the displacement would become permanent. The timing of the operation just before the month-long Ramadan holiday that begins on March 10th forces the IDF into a tight schedule for the operation, lest it run into the holiday, which in the past has been an explosive period for the Israeli-Palestine conflict. According to the Wall Street Journal, an Egyptian delegation was in Israel Friday to warn against a Rafah military operation or the displacement of Palestinians into Egypt's Sinai Desert. Egypt, according to the Wall Street Journal, has also warned Hamas that if it doesn't reach a deal for the release of 136 hostages held in Gaza within 2 weeks, Israel will proceed with its military operation in Rafah. While in Tel Aviv last week, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken spoke with an Israeli official about U.S. concerns regarding the operation. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby bluntly told reporters that the U.S. opposed it unless there was a credible plan that would protect civilians and prevent their deaths. On Saturday, Baerbock wrote on X, Israel must defend itself against Hamas. At the same time, it must do whatever it can to alleviate civilian suffering. That's why another humanitarian pause is needed. Also, to finally get the hostages home. How to get there will be on my agenda when I visit Israel this coming week. The Office of the Palestinian Authority, President Mahmoud Abbas, said Netanyahu's plan aimed to displace the Palestinian people from their land. Taking this step threatens security and peace in the region and the world. It crosses all red lines. At the United Nations headquartered in New York, UN Security General Antonio Guterres called for a humanitarian truce. It is time to have a humanitarian ceasefire before the gigantic tragedy develops in Gaza. If we have the same kind of intensity of military operations in Gaza that we have seen in Khan Yunis and other parts of Gaza territory, I mean the same in Rafah, then he said. So God forbid Netanyahu was on the Sunday talk shows promoting the war just today. So here also, Netanyahu belief that basically he has, till about March 10th to go forward with the plan. And Netanyahu said to believe Israel has 1 month to finish Rafah operation amid global ire. After PM directs IDF to draw up plans for southern Gaza, Chief of Staff reportedly says his government needs to first decide what to do with the over 1 million Gazans sheltering there. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reportedly believes that given international pressure, Israel has only 1 month left to complete its upcoming operation in Rafah, aimed at dismantling the Hamas terror group's remaining operation battalions in Gaza. According to Channel 12 News report, on Friday evening, the Prime Minister recently told the small war cabinet that the operation in Gaza's southernmost city, where more than half of the coastal enclave's 2.3 million residents are sheltering, will need to be completed before the Muslim holiday month of Ramadan, which begins around March 10th. The assessment was reportedly made during a discussion about the pending Rafah operation, during which the IDF Chief of Staff Herzi Halevi told Netanyahu that the Israeli Defense Forces was ready to operate, but that it needed the government to first decide what it wanted to do with the displaced Gaza sheltering there. The report came to U.S. President Joe Biden was coming under growing domestic pressure to push Israel on a ceasefire in its war with Hamas, now in its 4th month, though he and other U.S. officials have continued to stand behind Israel's right to defend itself against the terror group. However, the U.S. has expressed increasing concern over the civilian death toll, suffering, and humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip, and the lack of clarity from Israel regarding the day after in Gaza. The IDF Chief of Staff was also quoted by Channel 12 as saying that the military also needs to know that the government's plan for the Philadelphia route, the 14-kilometer security route along Gaza's border with Egypt. The latter issue needs to be resolved to maintain cooperation with Egypt, given Cairo's concern about any Israeli operation along the border, and amid fears that Palestinians fleeing Rafah could try and cross into Egypt. Channel 12 claimed that Netanyahu has dragged his feet on reaching decisions on either issue. Earlier on Friday, the Prime Minister's office announced that Netanyahu has directed the IDF to draft a plan for evacuating the civilians in Rafah so that the IDF operation could move forward, but Channel 12 suggested that the statement was little more than public posturing, given that the army has already crafted such plans and is waiting for directives from the political echelon. It is impossible to achieve the goal of the war of eliminating Hamas by leaving 4 Hamas battalions in Rafah. Netanyahu's office has said in the statement, on the contrary, it is clear that the intense activity in Rafah requires that civilians evacuate the areas of combat. The PMO announcement came as U.S. statements that Israel has not conducted the pre-operational planning necessary to ensure that civilians will be kept out of harm's way and that failure to do so risks disaster. The United Nations was similarly concerned, saying that Palestinian civilians in Rafah need to be protected, but that there should not be any forced mass displacement. We're extremely worried about the fate of civilians in Rafah, UN spokesperson Stephanie Dujarric said on Friday. What is clear that the people need to be protected, but we also do not want to see any forced mass displacement of people, which is by definition against their will. We would not support in any way forced displacement, which goes against international law. The UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs also voiced concern for civilians in Rafah on Friday. The unprecedented density of Rafah's population makes it nearly impossible to protect civilians in the event of ground attacks. The congestion in Rafah has reached a point where normal routes are blocked by tents set up by families seeking any flat, clean space available, the UN body added. War erupted after Hamas's October 7th massacre. In response, Israel has vowed to eliminate Hamas and launch wide-scale military operations to destroy the terror group's military and governance capabilities and return the hostages. Meanwhile, the IDF on Friday confirmed a Palestinian Red Crescent Society report that troops had raided a hospital in southern Gaza City at Khan Yunis, which is the focus of the IDF's current thrust. Occupation Israeli forces stormed Amal Hospital and started searching it. We're finding it difficult to communicate with our crews inside the hospital. Such a statement from the PRCS, which runs the facility. The IDF told AFP that the operation was carried out based on intelligence indicating Hamas is conducting terrorist activities in the hospital. A precise sweep and clear operation to locate terrorists and dismantle terrorist infrastructure in the vicinity has commenced. Later on Friday, the PRCS said the IDF has arrested 8 of its team members at the hospital, including 4 doctors, as well as 4 wounded individuals and 5 patient companions. Al-Amal has been caught in fierce fighting between IDF troops and Hamas operatives, with the Red Crescent reporting intense artillery shelling and heavy gunfire continuing around the hospital on Thursday. The medical organization has in recent days made repeated pleas for supplies and protection, reporting severe hostage shortages of oxygen, medicines, and fuel to power the hospital. The PRCS also claimed in a post on X that IDF soldiers stole money from employees, patients, and companions, as well as their personal belongings. Earlier this week, the Red Crescent said some 8,000 people who had sought shelter at the Al-Amal and its nearby Khan Yunis headquarters were evacuated. Around 40 displaced people, 80 patients, 100 staff remained following the evacuation. Israel has repeatedly said Hamas is using civilians as human shields, including by locating operation bases under hospitals, launching rockets from schools and shelters, building tunnel shafts under children's bedrooms, storing weapons in and around schools and mosques, and embedding itself within civilians amid the ongoing war. Captured Hamas terrorists has confirmed some of the human shield claims, explaining that, for example, Hamas knows Israel would not bomb hospitals, medical centers, and facilities. The UN said on Wednesday that there are no fully functioning hospitals left in the Palestinian territory, while just over a third of them are working at limited capacity. Health facilities have been overwhelmed by the scale of casualties, with more than 67,000 people wounded and at least 27,947 people killed, according to the health ministry in the Hamas-run territory. These figures cannot be independently verified and are believed to include both civilian and Hamas members killed in Gaza, including as a consequence of terror group's own rocket misfires. The IDF said it has killed over 10,000 operatives in Gaza, in addition to some 1,000 terrorists inside Israel on October 7th. Okay, a lot to cover, a lot of information here. So I think this week is going to be pivotal. As I said, like Israel looks like they're going to go into Rafah. They're going to go all in. As the title, Israel's escalating the war, and March 10th. So just put all this information out there. New York Times, Egypt warily eyes Gaza as war builds pressure on its border. Egypt has reinforced its frontier with Gaza and warned Israel that any move that would send Gaza spilling into Egyptian territory could jeopardize their decades-long peace treaty. The pressure on Egypt is building. More than half of Gaza's population is squeezing into miserable tent cities in Rafah, a small city along Egypt's border left with nowhere else to go by Israel's military campaign. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel has threatened to overrun the area, and on Friday he directed his forces to plan the evacuation of civilians from Rafah to clear the way for a new offensive against Hamas, but it's not clear where the people could go. Rather than opening its border to give Palestinians a refuge from the onslaught, as it has done for people fleeing other conflicts in the region, Egypt has reinforced its frontier with Gaza. It has also warned Israel that any move that would send Gaza spilling into its territory could jeopardize the decades-old Israel-Egypt peace treaty and anchor the Middle East stability since 1979. Israel's next step in the war could force such a breaking point. During past conflicts in the region, Egypt has taken in refugees from Syria, Yemen, and neighboring Sudan, but in this war it has reacted very differently to the plight of its Arab neighbors, spurred by a mix of alarm over its own security and the fear that the displacement could become permanent and undermine Palestinian aspirations for statehood. Egyptian leaders are also wary that the Islamist Hamas stoking militancy and spreading influence in their country, as Egypt has spent years trying to quash Islamists and an insurgency at home. A Hamas-led attack on Israel on October 7th set off the war in Gaza, and Mr. Netanyahu has called Rafah one of Hamas's last remaining strongholds. However accurate the label, Rafah is now also the full to bursting shelter of the last resort for almost 1.4 million hungry, desperate people, according to the United Nations, most of them displaced from elsewhere in Gaza. Egyptian officials have urged their Western counterparts to tell Israel that they see any move to force Gazans to cross into Sinai as a violation that would effectively suspend the 1979 peace treaty. According to senior Western diplomat in Cairo, another senior Western official, U.S. official, and an Israeli official said the message was even more direct, with Egypt threatening to suspend the treaty if the Israeli military pushed Gazans into Egypt. The Egyptian government repeated that warning to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken on Wednesday, when Mr. Blinken was in Cairo to meet with President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, the Israeli official said. The U.S. official said Egypt has made clear it is prepared to militarize its border, perhaps with tanks, if Palestinians began to be pushed into Sinai. While Egyptians have never warned to Israel in more than 4 decades of peace, their treaty has been one of the few stable constants in the turbulent region. Egypt has benefited from the security operations and from the generous American support, including more than $1 billion in annual aid that it brought. And despite the rising tension, Egyptians and Israeli officials are still communicating with each other. The Israeli official said that military officials from both countries who have a long-established relationship of trust born of security cooperation around the border are also speaking privately about Israel's likely incursion into Rafah. In those discussions, the Egyptians asked Israelis to limit the operation scale, this official said. The two countries, which have jointly enforced a crippling blockade of Gaza since Hamas took control in 2007, are also discussing giving Israel a greater role in securing the narrow buffer zone that runs along the approximately 9-mile border between Egypt and Gaza, according to the regional and Western officials. But state-owned Egyptian media outlets have published anonymously detailed denials by Egyptian officials about any agreement, signaling the Cairo government's reluctance for its population to see any hint of cooperation with Israel. And Israel's talk of controlling the zone has already added to the strains in the relationship. Egypt is Gaza's only neighbor other than Israel, and since Israel's invaded the territory in October, Egypt has helped about 1,700 gravely wounded Palestinians leave Gaza for treatment in Egyptian hospitals, but Cairo categorically rejects any larger influx of Palestinian refugees onto Egyptian soil. There is a difference between hosting refugees and agreeing on forced displacement of a people. Hanin Labib, a pro-government commentator in Egypt, said Tuesday on an evening talk show. The sensitivity dates back to 1948, when hundreds of thousands of Palestinians fled or were expelled from their homes in the war surrounding Israel's creation, never to return. Many Palestinians and other Arabs refer to this chapter in history as the Nakba, Arabic for catastrophe, and the permanent displacement of 1948 have reverberated in the Arab world's memory as an injustice never remedied. To many people in Egypt and across the Middle East, Israel's forcing Gazans to leave their home during the war and perhaps flee Gaza altogether would amount to a second Nakba. Early in the war, Israel pushed in diplomatic discussions for Gazans to move to Sinai, but Israel officials have stopped formally advocating this since November. Still, comments by hardline Israeli government ministers endorsing the expulsion of Palestinians from Gaza and open calls for some Israelis to rebuild Jewish settlements in the enclave have fed Arab fears that after the war, Gazans who leave would be unable to return, further undermining hopes for a future Palestinian state. Those worries also set Gazans apart from refugees in other crises, though some Gazans have said in interviews with the Times that they hope to escape to Egypt as the war has intensified. Many, motivated by bone-deep commitment to the dream of statehood, reject any suggestion of abandoning their homeland. Egypt is not an option for me to run to, said Fatah Abu Sanima, 45, who had been sheltered in Rafah school for 4 months. I prefer to die here. Egypt's president, Mr. al-Sisi, has sworn repeatedly to reject what he calls the liquidation of the Palestinian cause, winning applause even from Egyptians frustrated with him on other grounds. But perhaps more importantly, Cairo also dreads what the Palestinian refugees in Sinai would mean for Egypt's security. Restive, embittered refugees would launch attacks at Israel from Egyptian soil, inviting Israel retaliation, or be recruited into the local insurgency in Sinai that Egypt has battled for years. Egypt also fears the spread onto its territory of Hamas because of its origins as an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, the Egyptian Islamist political organization. The Brotherhood came to power in free elections after Egypt's 2011 Arab uprising, but Mr. al-Sisi's regime, which overthrew the Brotherhood in 2013, has vilified the group as terrorists and spent the past decade trying to eradicate it from Egypt. In another sign of the growing pressure on Egypt, Israel wants to control over the narrow buffer zone separating Gaza and Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. Mr. Netanyahu said that Israel must control the zone known as the Philadelphia Corridor, and analysts say Egypt is worried that Israel wants to seize it as a means to push Gazans into Sinai. Israel's leaders have cited security concerns, saying Hamas smuggles weaponry through Gaza-Egypt border zone. But years ago, Egypt destroyed the main smuggling tunnels from its territory to Gaza, flooded them with seawater, and razed the buildings that provided cover for people using the tunnel. It argues that it has also done its part to sever smuggling routes. Israel's military intelligence officials have concluded that a significant amount of Hamas weaponry comes not from smuggling, but from unexploded munitions fired from Israel into Gaza and recycled by Hamas, as well as from arms stolen from Israeli bases. According to a recent Times investigation, Sinai is such a sensitive region for Egypt that normally bars most non-residents from entering it, including journalists, but interviews and videos taken from recent years by the Sinai Foundation for Human Rights, a British-based group that monitors abuses in the area, show that Egyptian military continued working to destroy new tunnels until at least late 2020. The material was shared with the Times. The group interviewed 5 smugglers in Sinai who said smuggling between Egypt and Gaza came to a halt at least 2 years ago. It has also spoken to Egyptian soldiers stationed on the border who said troops who ordered to shoot any moving object they spotted in the area to deter smuggling. Its staff have observed the Egyptian military using patrols, drones, and bulldozers to guard against smuggling. With its military outmatched by Israel's and its economy mired in a deep crisis, Egypt has few options for bending Israel to its will, and its mountain of debt and desperation for foreign currency have raised questions over whether Israel's Western allies could offer rich enough financial incentives to persuade Egypt to resettle Gazans into Sinai. But so far, Western leaders, fearing instability in Egypt, have instead pressured Israel to refrain from displacing Gazans to Egypt. You can see even a little bit in the New York Times, like a hope that maybe the conflict will be settled by an expulsion. So, even just looking like what's happening, what's going on with Gaza, to say like, God forbid, expulsion might still be happening, and to still somewhat push. So here, America, Dearborn, mentioned last week, the Wall Street Journal calling Dearborn, Michigan, due to its neighbors, God forbid, a terrorist haven. So there's been a little backlash. President Biden, coming to Michigan, being protested, senior advisors. So another from the Time, in private remarks to Arab Americans, Biden aide expresses regret on Gaza. In a closed-door meeting, the aide offered some of the administration's clearest notes of contrition for its response to the Gaza war, a sign of rising Democratic pressure on President Biden. In a closed-door meeting with Arab American leaders in Michigan this week, one of President Biden's top foreign policy aides acknowledged making mistakes in the administration's response to the war in Gaza, saying he did not have any confidence that Israel's government was willing to take meaningful steps towards Palestinian statehood. The remarks came after months of public and private admonitions from the Biden administration for Israel to take a more surgical approach in a conflict that has killed more than 27,000 Palestinians, according to the health authorities of Gaza. On Thursday, Mr. Biden himself declared that Israel has gone over the top in response to the Hamas attack on October 7th. The Biden aide, John Feiner, a deputy national security advisor, offered some of the administration's clearest expression of regret for what he called missteps it had made from the beginning of the violence, and he pledged that it would do better. During the meeting on Thursday with Arab American political leaders in Dearborn, Mr. Feiner said, "We are all very well aware that we have missteps in the course of responding to this crisis since October 7th, according to a recording of the gathering obtained by the New York Times. A National Security Council official confirmed the recording was authentic." Mr. Feiner added, "We have left a very damaging impression based on what has been a hopefully inadequate public accounting for how much the president, the administration, the country values the life of Palestinians, and that frankly, it began frankly pretty early in the conflict. The war in Gaza has become part of a cascade of political problems for Mr. Biden, who has remained publicly supportive of Israel and resisted demands within the Democratic Party to call for a ceasefire. His position since Hamas killed about 1,200 people in Israel on October 7th, along with his remarks casting doubt on the death toll from Israeli airstrikes and calling the loss of life a price of waging war, has angered young people, black voters, and progressives who are more sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. Mr. Biden himself has acknowledged that pro-Palestinian protesters who have become a frequent presence at his public events. Last month, a campaign rally on abortion rights in Virginia was repeatedly interrupted by protesters urging Mr. Biden to call for a ceasefire. After the rally, Mr. Biden met privately with about 40 invited attendees and urged them not to view demonstrators as political enemies, saying that they deserve sympathy and that their cause was really important, according to 3 people who attended the meeting. A Biden campaign spokeswoman declined to comment. But the recording of the Dearborn meeting provides an unusual behind-the-scenes glimpse at the administration's attempt to shore up support in the critical battleground state of Michigan, which has a large Arab American population in Dearborn and other Detroit suburbs. Mr. Biden's support in the state has eroded. Polls show his allies there have warned the White House in recent months that he runs the risk of losing the state, which he carried in 2020. Mr. Feiner and several other senior Biden administrative officials, including Samantha Power, the administrator of the United States Agency for International Development, traveled to Dearborn on Thursday for a series of meetings, including one in which Mr. Feiner's comments were recorded. Those sessions came a week after Mr. Biden's campaign aides, including Julius Chavez Rodriguez, the manager of his 2024 bid, quietly traveled to the city and met with a few officials, including Representative Rashida Tlaib, Palestinian-American progressive who is the forefront of the Democratic calls for a ceasefire. However, Mayor Abdullah Hamid of Dearborn and several other local officials declined to meet with Mrs. Rodriguez. Mr. Hamid later issued a statement saying he wished to speak with policymakers instead of campaign officials. White House officials then scrambled to arrange a visit. During the Thursday meeting, Mr. Feiner articulated the American government's efforts to bring a halt to the war in Gaza, building a formal diplomatic relationship between Israel and Saudi Arabia, he said, is a critical step towards creating a Palestinian state. Doing so, he added, requires political difficulty sacrifices from both countries and the United States. We will have to do things for Saudi Arabia that will be very unpopular in this country and our Congress, Mr. Feiner said. Will Israel be willing to do the hard thing that's going to be required of them, which is meaningful steps for the Palestinians on the question of 2 states? I don't know if the answer to this is yes. I do not have any confidence in the current government of Israel. Mr. Feiner also said the Biden administration should have been faster to publicly condemn statements made by some Israeli officials that, in his words, compared residents of Gaza to animals. He said officials had not done so because they were trying to work for the Israeli government, out of a desire to focus on solving the problem and not engaging in rhetorical back and forth with people who, in many cases, I think we all find somewhat abhorrent. We did not sufficiently indicate that we totally rejected and disagreed with those sorts of sentiments, Mr. Feiner said. He did not clarify which Israeli officials he was referring to, but in the conflict's early days, Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, said, "We are fighting human animals. We are acting accordingly," and some Israeli officials have also faced criticism for dehumanizing language. Mr. Feiner's most explicit note of contrition was for a statement released under Mr. Biden's name on January 14th, marking 100 days since the conflict began. The statement focused on the plight of the American Israeli hostages being held in Gaza and made no reference to Palestinians who had been killed. It did not in any way address the loss of Palestinian life during the course of the first 100 days of the conflict, Mr. Feiner said. There's no excuse for that. It should not have happened. I believe it will not happen again, but we know that there was a lot of damage done. Mr. Feiner, who declined to comment, is the second-ranking official of the National Security Council under Jake Sullivan, who is Mr. Biden's national security advisor. Adrienne Watson, the spokesperson for the National Security Council, said the president and Mr. Feiner were reflecting on concerns we have had for some time and we continue to have as the Israeli operation proceeds about the loss of Palestinian lives in the conflict and the need to reduce civilian harm. The Michiganders, who attended the Thursday meeting with the Biden administration officials, described them as intense and said they were disappointed that the delegation from Washington had not committed to policy changes. For example, administration officials declined to say whether they had advised or would advise the president to call for a ceasefire, which attendees asked for. You're not going to get that answer, said Steve Benjamin, the director of the White House Public Engagement Office, but the officials committed to issuing a letter clarifying the administration's support of the work of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, which the United States temporarily cut funding for after Israel accused some of its staff members of participating in the October 7th attack. The Biden officials did not engage with questions from the Michigan leaders about the president's electoral prospects in the state. We emphasize that beyond communication, there needs to be changes in policies, said Abraham Ayash, a Democratic state representative who is the majority leader of the Michigan House of Representatives. We were clear that there would be no follow-up meetings in any capacity if there was not a shift in policy based on the tangible steps that we outlined for them today. Abbas Aliweh, a former congressional aide who attended the meeting, said that it was outrageous that it had taken more than 100 days after the war started for the administration to engage with Dearborn and that Mr. Biden had not visited himself. Mr. Biden met with Arab and Muslim American leaders in October amid growing tensions inside and outside the White House and apologized for questioning the Gaza death toll and other messaging from the administration. But he largely defended his support for the Israeli war, pointing to foreign policy considerations. In November, administration officials also met by video conference with Palestinian American leaders who expressed concern about surveys showing the plunging support for Mr. Biden in their communities. The officials told them that polling numbers did not dictate the president's foreign policy decisions. People feel not just a vague sense of betrayal, but a bone-deep sense of betrayal by the President Biden. Assad Turfil, a deputy Wayne County executive, who also heard from the Biden aides on Thursday, said Mr. Biden should be judged by how soon the conflict in Gaza is resolved. The Biden administration must act swiftly and decisively to end the violence, honoring the principles of justice and human rights. On Tuesday, a group of Arab Americans and Muslim leaders in Michigan, led by Mrs. Tlaib's sister, announced a campaign to persuade Democrats angry about Mr. Biden's stance on Israel to vote uncommitted against the president in the state's Democratic primary election on February 27th. Though such a move would most likely have little practical effect, it could embarrass the president if enough voters chose to participate. Former Representative Andy Levin of Michigan called for the campaign a constructive thing for the president and said he was encouraging fellow Democrats to vote uncommitted, though he declined to say how he planned to vote in the primary. On Gaza, we're going to have to keep pushing him, Mr. Levin said in his interview. Osama Siblani, the influential publisher of the Arab American News, a Dearborn newspaper, had meetings with both Mrs. Chavez Rodriguez and Mr. Feiner's delegation. He said Arab American voters in Michigan felt betrayed after backing Mr. Biden in large numbers in 2020, arguing that they received nothing since then but lip service. I've been involved in this community day in, day out for every single day for 40 years. I can tell you right now, I cannot convince my community to vote for Biden. If I kiss their feet, they will not do it. Okay, so you appreciate you being active in the chat. Like, you know, Jennifer even modded you. So a lot of information. So Richard Seeger, good to see you. Eric, also affluent. Okay, so Moody's lowers Israel's credit rating, downgrades outlook from stable to negative. Ratings agency warned public finances are deteriorating, predicts mutually higher debt burden amid war in Gaza, says lowered outlook due to risk of escalation with Hezbollah. The U.S. rating agency Moody's downgraded Israel's credit rating Friday due to the impact of its ongoing war with Hamas in Gaza, lowering it by one notch from A1 to A2. In a statement, Moody's said it had done so after assessing that the ongoing military conflict with Hamas, its aftermath and wider consequences materially raise political risk for Israel, as well as weaken its executive, legislation, institutions, and its fiscal strength for the foreseeable future. The ratings agency also lowered its outlook for Israel's debt to negative due to the risk of escalation with the far more powerful Lebanese terror group Hezbollah that operates along the northern border. In a rare statement issued over Shabbos, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu played down the Moody decision. The Israeli economy is strong. The rating downgrade is not connected to the economy. It is entirely due to the fact that we are in war. The premier said the rating will go back up the moment we win the war, and we will win the war. The war in Gaza was sparked after October 7th, so on and so on. According to a Hamas-controlled health ministry, following the attack, S&P Global Ratings lowered Israeli credit outlook from stable to negative on risk the Israeli-Hamas conflict could broaden. Fitch, which is the last of the big three rating agencies, placed Israel in negative watch over the risk from the conflict on October 17th. The weekend security environment implies higher social risk and indicates weaker executive and legislative institutions than Moody previously assessed, the ratings agency said Friday in the statement explaining its decision. At the same time, Israel's public finances are deteriorating, and the previously projected downward trend in the public debt ratio has now reversed. It continued, Moody expects that Israel's debt burden will be materially higher than projected before the conflict. The Moody's announcement came as the coalition is advancing an amendment 2024 wartime budget, which on Wednesday cleared the first of three Knesset plenum readings it must follow pass to become law. To pay for the defense spending increase of around 70 billion shekels, 18.6 billion US dollars, the budget includes an across-the-board cut of 3% from all government ministries, with some exceptions. It also slashes around 2.5 billion, 670 million out of the 8 billion shekels in coalition funds, discretionary funds earmarked for pet projects of MKs and ministers, and contains a deficit target of 6.6% of GDP. Notably, the current plan does not contain any provisions for reducing the number of government departments, despite the Finance Ministry recommendation that 10 superfluous ministries, including the Settlement and National Missions Ministry, the Jerusalem and Jewish Tradition Ministry, and the Intelligence Ministry, be closed to cover the wartime shortfall. Before Wednesday's note, Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich touted the budget as a responsible spending package that will provide the necessary resources for Israel to achieve victory against Hamas, while noting that the expenses incurred during the war will not disappear at the end of the hostilities. Some of the vulnerabilities will accompany us into the foreseeable future and burden the economy. This is a turning point in the Israeli economy that requires the mobilization of the government and all of us as a society. The war with Hamas, which began on October 7th, is reportedly costing Israel at least 1 billion shekels a day, $269 million a day. Okay, and I have another article from the UN's report on the finance also we're going to look at. So, God forbid, a lot of information here. There's a lot to cover. I think this week is going to be pivotal. Like, what Israel decides to do in Rafah is a huge decision, and could be the war is going to seriously be escalated and disaster. So just going to cover all this week, because who knows what's going to happen. So just to cover all this information this week, and we'll see what happens next week, because I wouldn't be surprised if we see some extreme escalations over the next few weeks, and the war could take an unforeseen turn. Netanyahu orders a plan for evacuation and military action in Gaza, Rafah. It is impossible to achieve the goal of the war without eliminating Hamas, and by leaving 4 Hamas battalions in Rafah, the Prime Minister's office said. Prime Minister Netanyahu has directed the IDF and the defense establishment to bring to the war cabinet a plan for both the evacuation of civilians in the south city of Gaza city of Rafah and the neutralization of the 4 Hamas battalions therein, the Prime Minister's office said on Friday. Hamas cannot be defeated with 4 battalions remaining in Rafah. It is impossible to achieve the goal of the war without eliminating Hamas, and by leaving 4 Hamas battalions in Rafah. The statement noted, on the contrary, it is clear that the intense activity in Rafah requires that civilians evacuate the areas of combat. The Prime Minister's office said it is impossible to achieve the goal of the war without eliminating Hamas, and by leaving the Hamas battalions in Rafah. On the contrary, it is clear that intense activity in Rafah requires the civilians to evacuate the areas of combat. Therefore, the statement continues, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered the IDF and the security establishment to submit to the cabinet a combined war plan for evacuating the population and destroying the battalions. Therefore, Prime Minister repeated Abbas' response in the claims. The Office of President Palestine Mahmoud Abbas said on Friday a plan announced by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for a military escalation in Rafah at the southern edge of the Gaza Strip aims to drive Palestinians from their land. The Office of Abbas, head of the Palestinian Authority, asserts that partial self-rule in the West Bank said it holds both the Israeli government and the U.S. administration responsible for the plan's repercussions. The Palestinian president called the UN Security Council to take heed because Israel taking steps towards a threatened security and peace in the region and the world, it crosses all red lines. Palestinian civilians in Rafah and the Gaza Strip need to be protected, but there should not be any forced mass displacement, the UN said on Friday after Israel began drawing up an evacuation plan to allow it to defeat Hamas in the area. We're extremely worried about the fate of the civilians in Rafah, said UN spokesman Stephanie Dujarric on Friday. What is clear that the people need to be protected, but we also do not want to see any forced displacement, forced mass displacement of people, which is by definition against their will. We will not support in any way forced displacement, which goes against international law. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered the country's military on Friday to draw up a dual plan for evacuation of Palestinian civilians from Rafah in southern Gaza and to defeat the last Hamas fighters there. More than half of Gazans, 2.3 million people, are sheltering in Rafah, many of them penned up against the border fence of Egypt and living in the makeshift tents. The unprecedented density of Rafah's population makes it nearly impossible to protect civilians. In the event of ground attacks, the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs said on Friday the congestion in Rafah has reached a point where normal routes are blocked by tents that set up families seeking any flat, clean space available. So I covered most of that in the article from the Times of Israel, so that was the Jerusalem Post. So sorry that was mostly repetitive. So another one from the Jerusalem Post. No peace talks with Israel without a two-state solution, Saudi Arabia says. So the Saudi-Israel Abraham Accords falling apart. The kingdom stated to affirm its steadfast position to Washington on the Palestinian issue in the light of the comments attributed to Kirby. An unusual move, the Saudi Foreign Ministry late Tuesday night clarified that Israel must recognize the Palestinian state in the pre-1967 lines to normalize ties with Saudi Arabia. The statement appeared to douse U.S. President Joe Biden's hope for a trilateral deal between Washington, Riyadh, and Jerusalem this year. The kingdom has communicated its firm position that the U.S. administration that there will be no diplomatic relations with Israel unless an independent Palestinian state is recognized on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital, the Saudi foreign minister said. The kingdom reiterates its call to the permanent members of the UN Security Council that have not yet recognized the Palestinian state to expedite the recognition of the Palestinian state on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital so that the Palestinian people can obtain their legitimate rights and so that a comprehensive and just peace is achieved for all. The foreign ministry issued a statement after U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken visited Saudi Arabia on Monday and met with the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud in Riyadh. It was the first leg of Blinken's whirlwind Middle East tour, the fifth he has made since the start of the war. The visit, which includes stops in Egypt and Qatar, is billed as one that will advance the Saudi-Israel normalization deal and agreement with Hamas for the release of more than 130 hostages held in Gaza. At the press briefing in Doha on Tuesday night before he arrived in Israel on Wednesday, Blinken spoke optimistically about the possibility of Saudi-Israel normalization deal. With regard specifically to normalization, the Crown Prince reiterated Saudi Arabia's strong interest in pursuing that, he said, but he also made clear what he had said to me before, which is that to do that, two things are required: an end to the conflict in Gaza and a clear, credible, time-bound path to the establishment of a Palestinian state. But he also made clear that he said to me before, which is that in order to do that, two things are required: an end to the conflict in Gaza and a clear, credible, time-bound path to the establishment of a Palestinian state. In a teleconference with reporters on Tuesday, U.S. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said, "We were before the October 7th and are still now having discussions with our counterparts in the region, Israel and Saudi Arabia, obviously the two key ones, about trying to move forward with a normalization arrangement between Israel and Saudi Arabia. The Saudi-Israel normalization push was separate from the diplomacy around the Gaza war regarding hostage deal and pause to the war. The track towards a Saudi-Israel deal is a separate track and not related specifically to trying to get this extended humanitarian pause in place. Kirby said both are important, though. Israel's willingness to make peace, not enough for the Saudis. The U.S. had hoped that Israel's willingness to engage in a peace process between the two states would be enough to allow the issue to move forward. Within hours, Saudi Arabia released a sharp statement in the middle of the night and clarified that that was not the case. It also linked the normalization process to the Gaza war to achieve a normalization deal. Israel's aggression on the Gaza Strip stops and all Israel occupation forces withdraw from the Gaza Strip. Israel has insisted that will only stop the war once it has destroyed Hamas, and that once the conflict is over, the IDF must retain security control of the enclave. Prime Minister Netanyahu and his government also been clear about their position to a Palestinian state. PLO Executive Committee Secretary General Hussein al-Sheikh said, "We thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for its firm stance and the efforts made to stand with the Palestinian people and their just cause." Okay, so put a nail in that coffin of the Abraham Accords with Israel going into Rafah. The chance that this is going to end in a Palestinian state are extremely small. And God forbid the Jerusalem Post, just like the schmutz, all the advertisements on the Jerusalem Post, God forbid. Okay, so with IDF hamstrung and Hamas scenting a way out, Netanyahu dodges strategic decisions. So this is David Horowitz. This was, the weekly editorial. David Horowitz, chief of staff editor of the Times of Israel. PM talk of absolute victory is meaningless without him taking the political steps and providing the army with the endgame vision to obtain it safe in the south. As far as you know, Hamas has responded to an Israeli-backed proposal for a truce for hostage deal with a near maximalist demand for a 4-month halt in fighting, leading to a permanent end to the war. It is further reportedly demanding the release of a large number of Palestinian security prisoners, including hundreds of the most dangerous, murderous inmates, in exchange for the phased release of the hostages it retained since their abduction on October 7th. In short, as grimly expected, the Gaza ruling terror group aims to leverage the Israeli hostages as a whole in order to survive the war, reassert its control of Gaza, extricate the most brutal of its killers from Israeli custody, and begin preparing for its declared goal of carrying out further October 7th mass slaughters until Israel is destroyed. On the other hand, then we have Prime Minister Netanyahu reportedly insisting that the war will not end without absolute victory over Hamas and the return of all hostages. And on the other hand, we have Hamas conditioning the return of the hostages on and into the war in which it is anything but defeated. At the same time, we have the U.S. administration wary of publicly demanding a permanent ceasefire, but despairing in the face of Netanyahu's refusal to set a vision for a post-war Gaza, publicly critical of the death and devastation in Gaza, seeking to turn the crisis into opportunity to advance a two-state solution and wider regional reconciliation, and deeply invest in efforts to get the hostages out. The complexity of the current situation is exacerbated by the IDF's beyond urgent need for political assistance, as it is forced to repeatedly delay targeting the last major Hamas strongholds in Gaza, at Rafah, and along the Gaza-Egypt border, in the absence of politically engineered coordination between Jerusalem and Cairo. The IDF cannot effectively tackle Hamas's battalions in Rafah so long as much, if not most, of Gaza's populace is now crammed into the area. It cannot temporarily move Gazans into Egypt in the face of Cairo's opposition, and it cannot encourage Gazans displaced from the north of the Strip to move home without enabling Hamas to move back with them. Were the IDF making progress in Rafah, it is reasonably intended to be doing by now. The expectation would have been for Hamas, feeling the tunnel walls closing in, to be seeking a hostage deal to stave off defeat, not believing itself progressing nicely towards survival. As things stand, Yahya Sinwar may be on the run, and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said Monday, but he is not out of escape routes. The Israeli government is facing near impossible, near contradictory imperatives. It needs to defeat an enemy that has perpetrated the most monstrous attack on Israel in our history in order to ensure that October 7th cannot happen again, deter our other enemies, and restore our citizens' security. And it needs to secure the release of civilian hostages who were failed by the state and whose fate is being cynically leveraged by the enemy that abducted them to try to secure survival. Nobody envies the government the challenges it now faces, but it risks failing its people again the longer it refuses to do so, as the debate much less decide on its strategic vision for Gaza, the longer it denies the IDF the room to maneuver it needs to complete the dismantling of Hamas's army, the longer it enables Hamas to remain the only political address in Gaza, increasingly commandeering the humanitarian aid entering the Strip, and the longer it excludes the intolerable political disunity and practical dysfunction utterly at odds with the cohesive fighting forces putting their lives on the line in Israel's defense. In the past time, it is way past time for the Prime Minister to tell his far-right partners that no, Israel is not going to permanently reoccupy Gaza, that it's not in Israel's interest to retake civil and financial responsibility for 2.3 million hostile Gazans, that Israel must urgently work with the relevant parts of the international community to create a mechanism for non-Israeli civil governance in Gaza, and that if this is not to their taste, they are welcome to leave the government. Endless bluster about absolute victory is meaningless without the practical, political, and military tools to obtain it. And the only beneficiary of such paralyzing disunity at the top of Israeli governments is Hamas. According to the foreign reports, the New York Times on Tuesday publicized one of Israel's worst-kept secrets, the fear that many more hostages are dead than the IDF has publicly confirmed. There are all manner of reasons why reports to this effect have been censored in Israel, including the fact that vouchsafing certain details regarding the hostages would involve revealing information of which the enemy might not have been aware. If Israel's officialdom determined that it was no longer the case and that it was indeed safe to reveal further information, it seems curious, being polite here, that it would leak material to a foreign news organization rather than directly telling Israelis. Is it safe? Several mayors from areas close to Gaza spent Tuesday overnight camped out, or rather camped into the Prime Minister's office in Jerusalem, having tried in vain to secure a meeting with the Prime Minister Netanyahu, Defense Minister Gallant. What they were seeking, amid ongoing negotiations about the procedures, finances, and timing for the residents of their communities to return home, was a public statement for the political stewards of Israel's war against Hamas that it was now safe to do so. No meeting was arranged, and as of this writing, no public statement from Netanyahu and Gallant have been forthcoming. I spent Tuesday in the Gaza-adjacent Western Negev, along with the Times of Israel reporter Kanan Lidor, stopping off at several kibbutzim and moshavim, and it is clear that only a small minority of the residents and essential workers, including members of the civil defense squads, farmers, and key factory workers, have returned to communities immediately adjacent to Gaza, and that the situation is not much different at those communities slightly further away. At Zimrat, a mainly Orthodox moshav, some 5 kilometers from Gaza, we ran into 2 young dads out walking with their small children, who told us confidently that while they were in a small minority who had moved back, large numbers of residents will return next week for the Eilat hotels to which they have been evacuated, because nurseries and schools will be reopening then. But a soldier deployed to the moshav told us that this same promise that nurseries and schools would be reopening next week had already been circulating for several weeks. At Kibbutz Sad, some of the 3 kilometers from Gaza, we found some elderly residents have returned and ran into a charming Asian gentleman who cares for one of them, but no families with children. We spoke at length to Adel Ginsburg, a father of 4 young children who serves in the Kibbutz Civil Defense Squad and was involved in the fight against Hamas terrorists on October 7th. At first hesitant to talk, he wound up describing the massive rocket fire that began that day, the Civil Defense Squad organizing the arrival of 150 people fleeing the nearby Supernova Music Festival, battles against Hamas at the entrance gates to the kibbutz. He showed us where a rocket hit the home immediately next to his, smashing all his windows and damaging some of his walls. Our conversation was punctured by intermittent booms and thuds from Gaza. Everybody he knew from the kibbutz intends to come back, he said, but no responsible parent could bring their families back home from the fighting continuing so audibly so close by. My kids would be terrified, he said. And if this war turns out, in fact, to be merely another round in the series of battles against Hamas, with Gaza's terrorist government surviving Israel's campaign to destroy it after October 7th, then young families like his, he said, would certainly rethink whether they could raise their children in the kibbutz. Finally, at Kibbutz Sakim, barely 3 kilometers north of Gaza, Uzi Dori, a veteran local municipal leader from a former IDF officer whose home overlooks the Golden Beach where Hamas massacred Israelis 4 months ago, confirmed that here too only the essential residents have returned to keep the kibbutz safe, look after the avocado groves, work at the mattress factory. Almost everybody we spoke to had an opinion of how the war should be more effectively prosecuted, advocating everything from the resettlement and permanent Israeli control of Gaza to the urgent fashioning of a mechanism for non-Israeli civil governance. Almost everybody expressed concern that the IDF's success in dismantling Hamas's battalion in the north, central, and parts of southern Gaza were being frittered away in the absence of a strategic decision on Gaza's future, and while the mayors sleeping in the prime minister's office were vainly demanding assurances from Netanyahu and Gallant that it's safe to move back home, nobody we spoke to would have believed any such assurances anyway. Okay, so we got 2 hostages rescued in good condition. Looks like there's just recent news in the Rafah. They're claiming they rescued 2 hostages. Okay, so here's from the United States JTA, the Jewish Telegraph Association. Israel aid debate reveals differences among Jewish groups over immigration, by Ron Campius. As Congress debates various bills that would send emergency military aid to Israel, Jewish groups across the political spectrum have advocated for their passage. But the push for aid ended up dividing those groups on another issue that often animates Jewish activism: immigration reform. Legacy Jewish groups parted ways over whether a compromise bill had gone too far in toughening Americans' asylum system. Israel and immigration on border security became linked when Republicans said that they'd only support aid to Israel and Ukraine if it was paired with significant new U.S. immigration restrictions. A bipartisan group of senators proposed a bill to address both issues, providing aid for Israel and Ukraine and funds for protecting houses of worship while cracking down on unprecedented flow of migrants across the U.S.-Mexico border. It also would have tightened the United States rules for seeking asylum. The bill filled in the Senate on Wednesday, doomed by opposition from House Republicans and former President Donald Trump, the party's likely presidential nominee, who said it did not go far enough. Standalone efforts to give Israel's military aid also failed in the Congress. But Trump wasn't the only one to breathe a sigh of relief at the bill's failure. He was joined by liberal Jewish groups that also opposed the immigration provisions because they were too strict. As lawmakers determined their next step, the debate has exposed fissures among the Jewish groups on what to do when 2 issues that have historically tugged at the Jewish heartstrings, supporting Israel and aiding refugees, clash on Capitol Hill. Large Jewish organizations have historically pushed for increased rights for migrants, dating back to a period when Jews in peril sought the safety of U.S. shores, but in recent weeks some of these groups embraced the compromise bill, including the Jewish Federation of North America, the Anti-Defamation League, and the American Jewish Committee. All bipartisan efforts require compromise, a spokesman for the ADL told the Jewish Telegraph Agency. The Senate bill, the spokesman said, includes critical assistance to Israel and funding to protect Jewish and vulnerable communities at a time when we're facing historical threats. The spokesman added, referring to immigration, "We will continue to work with Congress to advocate for justice and fair treatment to all." Other Jewish organizations said that the aid to Israel was not worth the blow to the package deal, to the asylum system, and other American humanitarian policies. Those groups included the Reform Movement, the National Council of Jewish Women, the Jewish Council of Public Affairs, the liberal rabbinic group, human rights group, Trua, and HIAS, the Refugee Aid Agency and Immigration Advocacy Group. It's upsetting that there are some Jewish organizations that are willing to essentially sacrifice the asylum system in favor of getting short-term foreign aid for Israel, said Rabbi Jill Jacobs, the director of Trua. Officials at the groups that rejected the bill said that they were stunned that it was embraced by Jewish groups that they had considered their allies. They don't seem to realize that asylum is a Jewish issue, rooted in the lessons of the Holocaust as well as the Torah. Mark Hatfield, the highest CEO, told JTA assistance to Israel is crucial, but not at the expense of America's commitment to refugee protection. Hartfield said he was equally angry at Democrats. The Democrats compromised their values on human rights and asylum, moved the goalpost, and got absolutely nothing in return. The Senate bill would have severely narrowed the qualifications for asylum seekers. It would have shut down asylum processing and began mass expulsions if the number of entries reached an average of 4,000 daily over a 5-day period. some 5,000 in any one day. The bill does not offer a path to citizenship to so-called dreamers, undocumented migrants who arrived as children, a component that was once a must-have for Democrats. We have significant concerns about the way the bill undermines our commitments to domestic and international asylum laws and revives some of the more extreme immigration policies seen in recent years. Lauren Franks, a spokeswoman for the Union Reform Judaism, said in an email, it also reflects Congress's failure yet again to protect dreamers, young people who are particularly at risk. Republicans who opposed the bill said the caps were indicative that Biden and Democrat were not serious about stopping the illegal flow across the border. Stephen Miller, Trump's top immigration policy advisor, who was Jewish, said on Fox News that the bill showed that the Biden policy cross illegally get resettled. The Jewish groups that backed the compromise emphasized its aid for Israel as well as for Ukraine, another country whose fight many Jewish groups have been outspoken in defending. An AGC letter urging senators to vote for the measures said it addressed the urgent security needs of key allies, including Israel and Ukraine, as they face existential threats. What is at stake in both conflicts will have rippling effects for generations to come, far beyond Israel and Ukraine. American global leadership is more important now than ever before, as both of these nations need the American government to unite the world against Hamas's terrorism and Russia's ongoing aggression. The Senate package and the Jewish divisions over it come at least one group has de-emphasized its immigration advocacy. Spokesperson for the Jewish Federation said that the umbrella body is no longer active on the issue. Its predecessors of decades past, however, were at the forefront of the immigration advocacy well into the post-World War II period, when they sought to remove discriminatory measures that affected not just Jews but other minorities. In 2010, the AGC was at the forefront of Jewish advocacy for a reform effort that would have facilitated citizenship for dreamers under then President Barack Obama. The AGC letter also about the Senate bill also referred to immigration portion, saying that the group supports immigration solutions that meet both the economic and national security needs of our country while upholding our international obligations and shared American values of justice, equal opportunity, to respect for the human rights and dignity of all people. Amy Splitalnik, the JCPA CEO, said Jewish groups should be more conscious of how bigotry against immigrants dovetails with anti-Semitism. She noted that anti-Semitic tropes played a part in another recent vote, the failed impeachment Tuesday of Jewish Homeland Security Secretary and Alejandro Mayorkas, which many Jewish groups opposed in part because the anti-Semitic tropes leveled against Mayorkas. If we don't realize the ways in which the fundamental rights and dignities of immigrants are inextricably linked with Jewish safety, both because we, of course, once were immigrants, and some of us still are, and also the ways in which anti-Semitism and anti-immigrant hate have been inextricably linked over the last years in our policies. She said, we're missing the broader dynamics of the moment and how they make all of us less safe. Okay, so just a huge amount of material here. Really want to get a deep dive because, God forbid, I think this is going to be a really pivotal week in what's happening in Israel, with Israel escalating and going in to Rafah. So, thank God I still got a minion here. So not much activity in the chat, but appreciate people tuning in. Hopefully you find this useful. So here, this was published in UNS, but also another periodical, Naked Capitalism, by Yves Smith, Attrition War, How Israel is Losing the Economic Front. Yves here. I'm publishing this post from John Helmer's site in full. As usual, you will soon see it based substantially on what amounts to a two-part report by a foreign exchange trader. The first is a general discussion of the foreign exchange market and related markets, most importantly, sovereign bond markets. This is the way overlong, and I assume Helmer felt compelled to reproduce it in full out of deference to his contact. As someone who consulted to then the world's biggest trading FX desk, Houston Citibank, London Treasury, and later the then biggest FX option trader in the world, O'Connor and Associates, yours truly has picked up a few things about how these markets operate and thereby quibble about a lot of the material in his first section. For instance, he depicts Russia as a safe haven currency. A currency needs to be readily tradable internationally to operate as a safe haven. The only place you can freely buy the Russian currency is on the Moscow Stock Exchange. Consistent with that, the ups and downs after recovering from the blow of the implosion of the collected West sanctions are explainable by trade and to a degree also by central bank intervention. There's been a favorable topic of Alexander Mercouris. For instance, he pointed out when the ruble strengthened to over 60 to the dollar, it was due to trade flows, not investment flows, as in Russia continuing to have foreigners buy its oil, ultimately resulting in selling foreign currencies to buy rubles, while Russian imports have fallen sharply due to domestic substitution of European imports. Well, yours truly has also pointed out that in general, foreign exchange transactions related to international capital flow greatly exceed those of transactions related to trade. The ratio and importance for a particular currency depends on how active and open its capital markets are to foreign investors. Russia has never been a big destination for foreign hot money investors. The second part, focused on Israel, has very useful material on the collapse of Israel's government revenues, which one can view as a not bad proxy for the economy overall. However, the author also goes on about Israel's bond market. In most economies, unlike the U.S., the bulk corporate finance is provided by bank loans, also suppliers. The Israeli bond market is so tiny at 200 million that a middling-sized private equity allocation from CalPERS would be able to buy a full year of insurance. That suggests to me that the main company funding action is not found there. This section also has some sour notes, which are presumably artifacts of not careful drafting. For instance, at the start of this section, the author describes shekel weakness after October 7th. In his list of causes, he includes a number of diaspora sending dollars to cash stresses family members in Israel. That would strengthen the shekel. The recipient would take the dollars received and sell them to buy local currency, which would tend to make it appreciate. So I'm actually going to read the whole thing because, it'll tie in the axis of resistance in Russia to what's going on in Israel. The axis of resistance that the Arab militaries with Iran and in its background, Russia knows how to wage economic warfare against the U.S. and its proxies, Israel. The Houthi sanctions on shipping, for example, are showing more effectiveness in stopping Israel-bound and Israel-linked vessels in the Red Sea than U.S. sanctions have been to block Russian oil shipments. An attrition war on the economic front, just like the Gaza and other fire fronts, the axis of resistance wins by maintaining its offensive capabilities and operations for longer than the U.S. and U.S.-backed Israeli forces can defend. Like troops, tanks, and artillery pieces, the operational goal is to grind the enemy slowly but surely into retreat, then capitulation. How to measure if this is happening now? To the Israelis in the international money markets. At the international currency, an international currency and bond trader answers by providing first the primer for each of the market indicators and how to read them, and then a ready reckoner for the damage being done to Israel's economic resources, and those who operate in the money markets gauge their opportunity. For making money, you see the opportunity capitalizing on Israel's defeat may soon be more profitable than investing its success. When the market sees this chance at profit making, usually long before the politicians and their captive media acknowledge it, there is an inflection point of the flow of money that does its damage, not by hitting the Israelis and the Americans in their bunkers with bullets and bombs, but by moving the money the U.S.-backed Israeli entity needs out of reach and cutting them off, both the U.S. and Israel, from market confidence that they can win their war, genocide, or not. The writer of this primer and money market assessment has requested anonymity to protect against retaliation from the U.S., Israel, or their allies. Primer for the money markets. Understanding the market indicators is crucial during prolonged conflicts. To forecast the outcome of the conflict, you need to gauge for how financial markets respond to evolving geopolitical situations. Contrary to conventional wisdom, the foreign exchange forex currency markets are the first market to look at. They are safe haven currencies. Issuers from the strongest military countries, the ruble, the US dollar, the Chinese yuan, and the currencies on the trading and financial hubs, the Swiss franc, the British pound, the United Arab Emirates dirham. You could add others when they are appropriate in the circumstances of the war you are waging, defending, or betting on. There are war zone and associated currencies. You must monitor their currencies of the countries directly involved in or closely tied to the conflicts. Currency depreciation may also signal economic problems developing under the fog of war. The euro, the Turkish lira, the Israeli shekel. I don't include the Ukrainian Hryvnia, as it is now entirely dependent now on the life support of the US and EU. With the risk of hyperinflation, the market bids up the currency of countries which are winning their wars and bids down the currencies that of those which are losing. Not everyone has access to Reuters or Bloomberg databases which traders use. Do your own research to select your data feeds, but this information has become widely available. The real-time data feed providers charge premium prices. If you can live with delayed quotes or secondary market makers, much of the longer trend data is available today for free on the internet. The intraday charts are more for professional traders having to move large positions. You should note the time of the day when the bid-ask spread is the narrowest. This is when most traders are active on both sides of the trade. Weekends, after business hours, or when decisive news from the battlefield is anticipated, the bid-ask spreads widens and there are no prices being made. Let the buyer beware where there is no confidence in what will happen next. Astute traders exploit the arbitrage opportunities between the various markets, which view the battlefield from different points of view and with different sources of information. In this game, you must have big money and low transaction cost to play. The longer time period charts show you underlying trends and more clearly, as well as the currency support and resistance levels. The forward market gives prices at fixed time intervals into the future. These are indeed wagers on the future. The spot market gives the parties 2 business days to settle the trade. Popular longer time periods are straight 1 week, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and 1 year. Forward contract pricing is based on interest rate differences between the 2 markets. This is why you should start looking at the Forex spot market first. Many money market traders prefer to start with the government bond markets. Russia and China are net creditor countries so that their bonds are relatively thin or even not available due to sanctions. In order to move from one market to another, even in bonds, traders will have to move through the Forex market, so I recommend starting here first. This is where most of the liquidity is. Non-deliverable forwards, NDFs, are the handy tool operated offshore to get around trading restrictions. NDFs are executed as swaps and are cash settled for the differences instead of the nominal amounts. In Europe, most of those are settled in US dollars or euros. Next up is the bond market. Government bonds follow the yield, the spread between the short and long-term rates. Government bonds are bought when other more risky assets are sold. This is to reduce third-party risk. If the money is on a bank account, the bank owes you money. If you buy a government bond, the government owes you. Governments are insensitive to changes in market conditions. They will borrow as and when they need to, as well as to roll over previously issued debt. Newer issues, their amounts, and other details are usually published well in advance. Take note if the government you are following is borrowing in a foreign currency. This is acceptable in certain situations, but is often a sign of weakness. For a country in war, the more uncertain the outcome, the sharper the drop in the yield curve into the future. In the case of Ukraine, as it loses the war, the more desperately it needs to borrow funds, and the shorter the period of time in which buyers of Ukrainian bonds will invest in order to make their profit. Note, when the yield increases, the bond price declines. The Ukrainian yields have had to increase sharply as the war progressed. Without the sharp yield increase, the Ukrainian bond would have been toilet paper. It still might become that. When there is uncertainty in the markets, there is a flight to safety. Increased demand for safe haven assets means rising bond prices and lower yields. A sharp drop in yields is a signal that the money is moving out of the declining, riskier market. It may be moving offshore into another currency. Large transactions are often spread out over time to keep a low profile and mask the calculations of the big money players from the small-time bettors. Corporate bonds, by monitoring the spreads between corporate and government debt, you may be able to follow the way the market is calculating the risk between corporations and between corporations and governments. Defaults are a sign that businesses are struggling to sustain their revenues and meet their costs and debts. This is usually the signal for more market interventions from central banks, later from governments acting with fiscal instruments or regulatory and legal measures. The bond market should be followed first because they are considerably bigger than the stock markets and harder in which to conceal expectations or rig values. The stock market is best followed by the volatility index. This is also called the fear index. It measures the level of volatility in stock prices for the 30-day period ahead. This is the foundation of derivatives pricing. Increasing volatility often means that many traders will have decided to leave the market. This then increases the price spread and number of quantity of bid offers. Such markets can be pushed, manipulated, and often through derivative contracts. Conflict stocks are military weapon and ammunition suppliers, which see higher demand during a prolonged war. If there is a shortage of a particular product or service needed by one of the belligerents and their suppliers refuse or cannot expand production service, then you know the conflict is lost. There's actually the case right for missile, tank, and artillery, as well as the 155 military shell manufacturers in the collective West. Following these stocks will show you the market sentiment on how the battlefield is going for one side or the other. Chinese and North Korean military providers are almost all state-owned. They're difficult to follow and next to impossible to trade. Commodities, all economies depend on energy. Geopolitical power is based on who controls its supply. Disruptions or concerns for global market economic growth can lead to volatility in oil and gas markets. Gold and precious metals, often seen as safe haven assets, the prices are often manipulated by derivative contracts. Statistics are not reliable. No audited statements from key players like the Federal Reserve. Refineries remelt bullion into different size bars. If they produce more measured in ounces or in kilograms for good delivery, you can guess whether the flow is west or east. Mining and refining companies are often very well informed. Trade balances, changes in trade balances indicate relative strength, often based on military muscle, providing insight on how global commerce is affected by the conflict. Steel, aluminum, and concrete top the war indicator list. Strategic metals are the Achilles heel for many purchasers. Shipping rates are also a good leading indicator. The PMI, the Purchaser Managers Index, the declining PMI might indicate economic contraction influenced by the disruption caused by the prolonged war. Sentiment surveys of these types will confirm whether the markets are calculating differently about the cause of the war that the general sentiment, fed, as it always is, by propaganda from all sides. Money market traders think that profitable trading ideas are usually the opposite of the general sentiment. They bet against the conventions, but they don't bet in the dark. So what you see the traders doing is often a glimpse of what the future of the war will turn out to be, who will win, who will lose, and what is the cost. Ready reckoner for Israel now and coming. Israel is a small place with just over 9 million population. The forex chart for the Israeli shekel shows a slow but steady devaluation against the dollar until the beginning of the Hamas offensive in October 7th. That's when the decline in value accelerated sharply. This signals that the Jewish diaspora was sending US dollars to assist the Israeli family members out of work or out of cash, and countrymen looking to leave the country. The shekel is very thinly traded and easy for the Israeli warfighters to manipulate, masking the real market impacts of the war. But beware of the shekel rigging by the Israeli government and the Jewish diaspora in the US. This is how it was done the very first days, primarily by Israeli Central Bank. Note that in October 2023, option traders saw a nearly 70% probability that the shekel would weaken to 4 per dollar in a month, a level unseen since 2015, compared with only an 18% chance the day before the Hamas operation. Interventions has brought the shekel down from a peak of just over 4 to 3.67 this week. The shekel is one of the biggest losers this year among a basket of 31 major currencies tracked by Bloomberg. The Tel Aviv 35 index closed on February 1st at 1817.83. This amounts to recovery from the collapse of stock value in the first 4 weeks of the Hamas operation, where the index hit a low of 1605.2 on October 26th. While the market is also easy for the Israeli government and the diaspora to rig, the rise in value indicates how much confidence has been generated by the Israeli Defense Forces operations in Gaza and by market sentiment that Israel is winning its operation against Hamas. Genocide has been positive for the shekel and for the TA-35. The Israeli bond market is heavily dependent on U.S. state and local governments for 75% of their issue, about 150 million out of a total of 200 million as of last October. This isn't a bond market as traders understand it, because U.S. government policy backed by the media and enforced by the Israeli lobby and Jewish communities around the U.S. ensure that there's no loss of confidence in the value to maturity of the bonds. This is market rigging with a difference. It is religious and ideological as well as political. Even in the relatively short history of the Vatican banks, there's never been a time or an example of international religion combined with a state government and their military forces to insist that the value of their money is backed by their God, or God, as the report is spelling, by definition of faith. God cannot default, but the Israeli state can. The Israel 5-year sovereign credit default swaps are measured and reported to indicate market sentiment and likelihood of default, and the premium required for upfront payment in case of default occurs. In recent times, this reached a maximum value in early 2009. The immediate impact of the start of the war last October was the small uptick visible in the chart and the flat line from then until mid-January. Since then, however, with the growing demonstrations of the Ansarullah Houthi capacity to blockade Israel shipping in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, the increase of operational strikes on the northern Hezbollah front, and the impact of the new Arab and Iranian offensive operation in the West, the perception of the default risk has been returning to its October peak. Reaction to these charts and values on the part of the International Ratings Agency has been first to put Israel debt issues on negative outlook and then second on downgrades. Negative ratings from the agencies raise the cost of servicing Israel's state and corporate bonds and put pressure on the state budget. A rating downgrade is a signal to the markets to go negative against the issuer. This usually follows a change in trader sentiment. In Israel's case, however, there has been an exceptional delay between negative outlooks and downgrade. The last Fitch report on Israel was dated October 17th. Moody followed on October 19th, Standard & Poor on October 24th. There's been no new ratings report from Fitch, Moody's, and Standard & Poor since then, besides for the Friday one that I just mentioned. This indicates that enormous pressure is being applied to the rating agencies and individual analysts not to notice the steady deterioration of the IDF's military position in Gaza and Lebanon, the collapse of shipping into and out of the port of Eilat, and the escalation of the regional war against U.S. bases supporting Israel, including the U.S. allied military operations around the Arabian Peninsula, bombing and missile attacks across Syria and Iraq. Reuters and the Israeli press have reported that Israel acknowledged a budget deficit of 22.9 billion shekels in October, a leap from 4.6 billion in September. This pushed up the budget deficit over a period prior 12 months to 2.6% of the country's GDP. The deficit should increase as the war damage accumulates. According to Reuters reporting in December, Israel officials were admitting that it was not possible to plan for the possibility that the war against Gaza's Palestinian Hamas Islamicists would stretch into March or beyond. By the end of December, the budget deficit had risen to 4.2% GDP. By the end of January, the projection for this year had risen to 6.6%. As real estate and other tax collections collapse, Israel will have to make a large cash call on the U.S. This is going to come in the near future, just as the government in Kiev has been forced into calling on Congress as the Ukraine war is being lost. The longer both wars are protracted, the more obvious the loss in confidence expresses itself in the U.S. Congress. The axis of resistance retains its military capacities for escalation on all fronts, but for the time being, the Arab states and Turkey have yet to introduce a blockade on their export shipments to Israel and back a worldwide boycott along the lines of the anti-apartheid campaign against South Africa from 1959 until 1994. And so it comes to pass that the war of attrition is not just between Israel and the Palestinians, but between Israel and the U.S. and the Arab states, Iran, and the Islamic states. The extent of the battlefield is only now taking shape. Okay, so that one was really important. I still have 3 more articles I want to read. So a lot of information here. Yeah, I appreciate people sticking with me, and hopefully this is useful. As said, this is really going to be a big week in what's happening. So I want to cover all of these important things this week, because what may happen moving into next week. So to just have this all covered, let me just pour myself a tea. Okay, so I got 3 more articles from the Jewish Currents, the American leftist perspective. Peter Beinart's periodical that he started. So all these are important information. So yeah, I appreciate people sticking with me, and God give me the strength to just keep on going through this, and keep you informed, keep myself informed, and like I said, there's a lot of stuff happening, and it's probably going to start getting crazy. Like whatever's happening right now, saying like this could just be the beginning. So I mean, it's been 4 months going on, and Israel had a pivotal decision, this last week of kind of backing off to the ceasefire negotiation or escalation. And I mentioned last week that Israel basically put itself in an all-in position where it can't de-escalate. And so at this point, here you're seeing the escalation. So let's look at some Jewish currents, and then we'll try to read 2 papers on the Vienna Circle and close the chapter on that. What the Israeli public doesn't see. In largely ignoring the suffering of the Palestinian civilians in Gaza, the Israeli media both shapes and reflects public opinion. On January 29th, the Nightly News with Michael Rabinowitz, which airs on Israeli public broadcaster known as Khan, ran a series of stories that were broadly representative of the channel's programming over the past few months. A story about diplomatic progress towards a prisoner swap between Israel and Hamas was followed by reporting the rockets launched into Israel's interior from the Gazan city of Khan Yunis. This segment included video from inside Hamas tunnels and footage captured by soldiers' body cameras as they fought house to house. Next came a story about how Israeli soldiers were failing to open fire, as the panelists emphasized they had instructions to do on any Gazan approaching the buffer zone along the border with Israel. That day, 5 Hamas fighters had come within 500 meters of an Israeli town, generating fear of another infiltration. The show then turned to coverage of Israeli politics, interviews with young war widows, the story about a car ramming attack that day at an army base in Haifa, video of Israeli protesters trying to stop humanitarian aid entering Gaza, and finally a profile of struggling businesses in the north near the border town with Lebanon. In the middle, it cut to 9-minute briefing by Daniel Hagari, the Israeli military spokesman. Notably absent from this coverage of the war and its reverberations was any mention of the killing of Palestinian civilians, or of the pearls now facing the more than 2 million people trapped in the besieged enclave, including not only Israel's military campaign, but also famine, thirst, displacement, and lack of medical care. In most Israeli media coverage, it is as if Palestinian civilians don't exist. Gideon Levy, a reporter for the far left-leaning Israeli daily Haaretz, which has covered the plight of Palestinians in Gaza, told the progressive American news program Democracy Now! On the international news network, you see Gaza, you see children dying on the dirty floors of the hospital, bleeding to death. You see the uprooted people. You see the destruction. You see the suffering and the starvation. Levy said, in Israel, you only see the soldiers, only the hostages. Some media analysts have warned the absences in shaping Israeli public opinion. A poll released by Tel Aviv University Peace Index and the Israeli Democracy Institute in mid-November showed a majority of Israeli Jews, 57.5%, believed Israeli forces were using insufficient firepower in Gaza, while another 36.6% thought the military was using the correct amount of force, and just 1.8% thought it was using too much. A poll by Tel Aviv University Peace Index from mid-January showed that these numbers have held stable, even as the death toll in Gaza has continued to climb, prompting more international calls for Israeli restraint. I assume then in the media, if the media were showing stories about what is happening beyond the border, it would force the Israeli public to deal with another aspect of reality, said Oren Persico, a staff writer for the Israeli media watchdog, The Seventh Eye. Rami Yunus, a Palestinian filmmaker and journalist, similarly perceiving a far-reaching effect, the entire Israeli population has moved more to the right, and that is mainly because of the media, he said. The louder you shout that Gaza must be obliterated, the more likely that you'll get featured on TV panels. But to some close observers of the Israeli political landscape, the question of whether the media is molding public opinion or simply reflecting it is not straightforward. The media is making a choice But so are Israelis, said Raviv Drucker, an Israeli political commentator, investigative reporter. People don't want to see Gazan suffering, and the media doesn't want to show it. That this does not necessarily reflect a lack of knowledge about what is happening in Gaza. This is a state in post-trauma, he said. If you stop an Israeli on the street, they know that thousands of children are dying in Gaza. It's not a lack of understanding, it's a lack of empathy and unwillingness to participate in their pain. Most Israelis get their news from television, and in particular from 4 major channels. These include the 3 mainstream channels, the public broadcaster Khan, which is channel 11, and the popular commercial channels 12 and 13, the far-right channel 14, which is in Persico's world entirely loyal to Netanyahu. For nearly a year after October 7th, the media has been polarized around. For nearly a year before October 7th, the media has been polarized around the Netanyahu government's planned judicial overhaul. Channel 12, for example, doggedly covered the protest movement that pushed to maintain the independence of Israel's judicial system. The populist Channel 14, on the other hand, held firm to Netanyahu's government line that stripped the judiciary of key powers was democratic move to decrease the power of unelected judges. But after October 7th, the media's voice grew more unified. Drucker told me that though the media has rallied around the flag during previous rounds of fighting, this time they've done so with unprecedented fervor. Lots of people felt like they've been too empathetic towards Gazans before, and that this is what brought the calamity upon us, he said. Persico, too, sees a media united around the belief that Israel has to fight without mercy because it's us or them. As a Shapiro professor of marketing and communications at the University of Tel Aviv argued on the Lab podcast that Channel 14 is already an echo chamber and that 12 and 13 are moving in that direction as well. I think this presents a crisis of journalism, he warned. It's not only a question of what Israeli media outlets aren't covering or saying, but also what they are. Since October 7th, Israeli broadcasters have become increasingly tolerant of explicit anti-Arab incitement. IFAT Media Research, a private media analysis firm, reported 137 incidents of direct incitement before October 7th, and between October 7th and November 6th on the 4 most watched television channels, as well as 2 popular radio shows. On October 26th, for example, Channel 12, the most popular mainstream channel, had on Eliyahu Yosein, a researcher of the right-wing Miskov Institute for National Security, who asked what the Israeli military should do right now. Is it fight with the brutality, with no God, no morality? None. We go into Gaza with the goal of revenge. There need to be maximum bodies because that's the secret to success in the Middle East. Persico told me that Hussein had been a highly sought-after panelist for news shows, interviews, and podcasts since the beginning of the war. Channel 12 later posted the interview to TikTok, where as of January 30th, it has garnered 66.2 thousand likes. The impulse to rally around the flag is visible in print media as well as on television. Normal times, you'd see more Palestinian perspectives in the press, but after what happened on October 7th, the media in line with the Israeli public lost any interest in Palestinian suffering. Sivan Haleh, a reporter for Israel's most read news site, Ynet, and its most popular commercial daily news print newspaper, Yedil Aronoth, told me after they abused the people at the Nova Music Festival and committed those atrocities, Israel didn't have space to contain the pain of the other people. You have to choose one side, and that side is our side. Einav Halabi, the Palestinian affairs reporter for Ynet, and Yedida Aronoth told me that she had watched the videos and atrocities against Israel on October 7th. It was very emotionally influential, she told me. So to say that I'm objective as a journalist, I can't say. In her view, the Israeli consensus in favor of destroying Hamas and flattening Gaza is a natural response to October 7th. It was like genocide, she said. I don't see any other option other than the war. Halabi has reported from Gaza for both Ynet and Yedida Aronoth. Like all Israeli international journalists, she has only been permitted to enter the enclave under army escort. Journalists are also required to submit their reports to the army censor, which makes sure that there's no sensitive information that can endanger the lives of soldiers. On January 20th, she toured the Gaza City neighborhood of Tufa with the military escorts. In an interview with me, she described seeing houses that had been burnt by Israeli soldiers. She explained that these were the homes of the alleged Hamas militants, in which the military found some kind of munitions or rocket launcher. When I asked how she had verified that the burnt homes had indeed belonged to militants and contained weapons, she cited Israeli military intelligence. There are, of course, innocents who are dying. I'm not naive, she added, but in Gaza, innocent civilians are likely a very small minority. They don't have another choice but to support Hamas. If the Hebrew language news is increasingly closing itself off from Palestinian perspectives, the Arabic language coverage led by outlets like Al Jazeera is doing just the opposite, focusing on telling stories from the perspective of Palestinians displaced by the war, hungry, thirsty, and bereft. For Palestinian citizens of Israel, who comprise some 21% of Israel's population and who consume media in both Hebrew and Arabic, it's been surreal, said Yunus, a Palestinian filmmaker and journalist. Watching Al Jazeera, Arabs see limbs and heads of burnt bodies and dead babies, people crying and starving, a horror show. Then they watch the Israeli news, and there's nothing of that. The Arab-speaking public is exposed to something that the Hebrew-speaking public is not. And yet, he said, in an environment where incitement against Palestinian citizens has become mainstream, few feel able to challenge the Israeli media narrative. I haven't been posting anything on my social media ever since October 7th. It doesn't feel safe anymore, he told Al Jazeera in an interview. For someone like me who's made a clear career out of being critical, out of exposing fake news, it feels very paralyzing. The narrative dissonance also exists to varying degrees between the Israel media and much of the international press. Prasico noted that when Israel sees foreign reports or interacts with people who have, they often react with surprise. They get stuck. He said in the Israeli channel's talking points, how do they not understand that we're the victims here, that Hamas started it? They're surprised when there's a bubble around what they're seeing. Shapiro, too, warned that this bubble represents a media failure that isolates Israeli. When the media brings us information that strengthens our national morale, in the end, it does damage to our true understanding of what's happening. He said, at some point, information disappears from the view of the average citizen, and Israelis stand here and say to the international community, what are you talking about? Okay, so here on J Street, God forbid, J Street's pro-war stance prompts staff departures. The liberal Zionist lobbying group's support for Israel's assault on Gaza sparked staff dissent and alienated one-time allies. Since October 7th, at least 7 staff members have left J Street, with at least 4 making it known to colleagues that the liberal Zionist lobby's attack of support for a ceasefire in Israel's war on Gaza has motivated their resignation, according to the 3 former and current J Street employees. These departures are among several indications that J Street's 3.5 months of support for the war, which to date has killed more than 27,000 Palestinians, and which many experts consider a genocide, sparked significant dissent from the group's employees and supporters. In late November, 19 employees signed an internal letter to an executive team asking the group to call for a ceasefire. In the letter obtained by the Jewish Currents, the staffers described themselves as increasingly troubled by our organization's reluctance to commit to an end to violence and suffering. At the time the November letter was circulated, the organization, which frames itself as an anti-occupation and pro-peace alternative to AIPAC in Washington, was still advocating for Israel's right to maintain a military operation in Gaza. On January 22nd, well after several of its own congressional endorsees had come out in favor of a ceasefire, the organization released a statement advocating for an end to the war. But disillusioned staffers say that by waiting so long, the organization figures from the United Auto Workers to the Pope called for a ceasefire, and UN officials raised the alarm about genocide. J Street sacrificed its credibility with progressives who previously viewed it as a pragmatic vehicle for opposing mainstream Israel advocacy positions on the Hill. It felt like we were backtracked on 15 years of work and that we were genuinely proud of and felt was making a difference. All of a sudden, it was mute because it took us 3.5 months to make any sort of statement that we were against the bloodshed that was happening, said Marissa Edmondson, a former J Street communication associate who helped co-write the pro-ceasefire letter before leaving the organization in December. We lost a lot of donors and a lot of student leaders who I think could have been the next generation of J Street staffers. Following Hamas's attack on October 7th, J Street repeatedly issued statements affirming its support for Israel's right to defend itself and to disarm Hamas, so long as it did not violate international law in the process, a position that the November 29th staff letter argued is not tied to reality, given that Israel had been accused of frequent international law violations. The letters claimed that a moral and lawful Israel-led military campaign is wholly unachievable. It also describes certain statements by Israeli leaders as demonstrating genocidal intent against Palestinians in Gaza. The letter also argued that J Street's position was counterproductive given its own stated mission. We are setting Israel up to lose an entire generation of American Jews who support Israel's right to exist, the staffers wrote, citing increased dissatisfaction among American Jews who are far more likely than their older counterparts to oppose U.S. support for Israel's war. They also pointed out that the war was likely to further radicalize Palestinians in Gaza, and that Hamas can only truly be defeated by giving Palestinian people a true political horizon. The employees underscored that J Street's stance was damaging the group's credibility among one-time allies. Each day we're losing the support of younger generation, Jews and non-Jews, who once saw J Street as an essential player in the U.S. politics and as the only viable left-leaning organization with sway in Washington over Israeli policies and practices. Indeed, while anti-Zionist groups in J Street have long critiqued some of the liberal Zionist lobby's positions, many also conceived of them as a useful counterweight to the more powerful Zionist group to the right. We have always understood them to have a certain tactical role in the ecosystem, said Stephanie Fox, the executive director of the anti-Zionist organization Jewish Voice for Peace. But J Street moves since October 7th, including pulling its endorsement from progressive U.S. Representative Jamal Bowman last month, have changed that calculation and punishing the few Democratic members brave enough to echo the demands of the vast majority of Democratic voters. In a way, they are working hand in glove with AIPAC and the Democratic majority for Israel to punish support for Palestinian rights and hold Democrats back from representing the will of the constituents. In a statement to Jewish Currents, J Street President Jeremy Ben-Ami said that the lobby had welcomed the November letter as an affirmation of the broad spectrum of opinion on the difficult issues within the organization's leadership and staff. According to Edmondson, the executive team responded to the missive by hosting several meetings with the staff about the organization's messaging, including a town hall meeting attended by the board. Let's just say those meetings were nasty, she said. We were essentially told we can't do anything with Hamas in power, so this war is actually part of a pro-peace mission, and anybody saying that the war is not pro-peace is wrong. Ben-Ami disputed this characterization. In the opinion of J Street senior staff and board leadership, the discussions internally have not been anything but respectful. In its support for the war, J Street has also parted ways with the student activism burgeoning on campuses around the country, which has led to significant attrition from its student wing, J Street U. The national network at J Street U campus chapters have long served as an entry point into activism for Jewish students critical of Israel. Some have gone to work at the organization, while others have eventually joined Jewish organization to J Street's left, like If Not Now and JVP. I had known J Street to be an anti-occupation organization, and I feel it has failed to show up for the community it previously represented, said Leila Steinbeck, a senior at Washington University in St. Louis, who previously served as president of her campus J Street U chapter. Since October 7th, she said she has pivoted to organizing with a broader coalition of Palestinian Jewish students pushing for a ceasefire. Two other former J Street student leaders interviewed for this article similarly described turning away from the organization to join new pro-ceasefire campus activist formations or to get involved with JVP. Last fall was not the first time J Street angered its left flank by condoning an Israeli military campaign. In 2014, after facing ostracism by mainstream Jewish groups when it criticized Israel's 2009 Operation Cast Lead, J Street supported Israel Occupation Protective Edge, which killed 2,200 Palestinians. In response, frustrated student leaders and alumni organized their own protest against the war, which eventually led to the formation of If Not Now, a group that seeks to end the American Jewish community's support for Israeli apartheid. Still, in recent years, J Street has shown signs of moving left, including by pushing the U.S. to ensure its aid to Israel is not enabling human rights abuses in the occupied territory. When Israel began bombing Gaza in May 2021, after Hamas fired rockets in response to Israel's attempt to displace Palestinian families in the East Jerusalem neighborhood of Sheikh Jarrah, J Street immediately rallied its congressional allies and called for the Biden administration to broker an urgent ceasefire, arguing that there is no ultimate military solution possible to the crisis. As Edmondson reflected, I don't think we were one of the reasons that a ceasefire was called 11 days in. That was something that I was proud to be a part of, and I know a lot of my colleagues felt the same. In the weeks following October 7th, however, J Street not only stood apart from the members of Congress organizing for a ceasefire, it went after them. When some progressive legislators declined to co-sponsor a congressional resolution that condemned the attacks on Israel but made no mention of killing of Palestinians, J Street threatened to unendorse the dissenting lawmakers, according to The Intercept. This move drew the ire of more than 100 former staff members and student leaders who in October signed a letter calling on J Street to back a ceasefire. As months went by and the death toll in Gaza continued to increase, some longtime J Street allies, including Representative Jay Raskin, Becca Blint, and Jan Zukowski, and Senators Jeff Merkley and Peter Welch, began to call for a ceasefire while the organization continued to back the war. Current staffer who helped draft the letter and asked to remain anonymous to protect their job speculated that organization, which brought in a record fundraising total in 2023, according to Edmondson, may have been trying to appeal to former AIPAC donors who had grown disillusioned with the more right-wing lobby. If those are the people who are trying to get in, then it's not surprising how long it took J Street to call for an end to the war. The staffer said in January, J Street announced it was withholding its endorsement of Broman in his re-election campaign because, as J Street President Jeremy Ben-Ami told the Forward, the rhetoric, the framing, and the approach of Bowman's criticism of Israel's campaign, including his assertion that Israel's committing genocide had gone too far. Edmondson said the executive team was not transparent with the staff about why J Street had decided military force was, in fact, effective. It felt very personal and not very strategic, she said. A lot of staff had friends or family members who were either drafted to the Israeli military after October 7th or were killed, but the policies that we were choosing and the stuff we were putting forward, it just not seemed to make sense. Ultimately, Edmondson said she decided she could not continue working for an organization that was supporting a genocide in Gaza, and she gave her 2 weeks' notice after Thanksgiving. Well, the majority of the employees who have left J Street since Israel's assault on Gaza began were like Edmondson, junior staff members. The organization also lost employees in more senior positions, including communications director Logan Bayroff, who had his last day at J Street last week after 10 years working with the group. Reached by phone, Bayroff confirmed that he was no longer with J Street, but declined to comment on the specifics of why he left. On Thursday, January 18th, J Street's leadership hosted another staff town hall. According to a current staffer, this time they said the tone was different, whereas before Ben-Ami had been defensive. During this gathering, he and other senior staff seemed more open to hearing employee grievances. The following week, J Street issued a statement declaring that the time for war has come to a close, and now it is time to lead with diplomacy. While calling for a negotiated end to the war, the statement did not include the word ceasefire. The J Street leadership is hung up on the fact that a ceasefire could insinuate that Hamas should retain in power once the crisis subsides, said the current staffer, who added that the organization did not explain to employees why it had now decided to stop supporting the war. Ben-Ami told Jewish Currents that on January 22nd statement did not mark a shift in J Street's approach, but was consistent with its earlier messaging, including the organization's December threats to pull its support for Israel's military campaign if Netanyahu did not start to conduct the war within bounds of international law. In January, we reached a point where we called for urgent diplomacy to stop the fighting and bring home the hostages. Our position on the war have been informed by many constituencies within J Street, which included those who were calling for a ceasefire early and those who are staunchly supportive of the ongoing military campaign. Edmondson said she understood that J Street has historically moved with caution to maintain its ability to lobby Washington officials, but argued that now would have been time for the organization to take a clear stand. We spent 15 years building the political power to rival AIPAC, and now all of a sudden, when the power could be wielding during a literal genocide, it is like, oh, we actually can't do any of the things we've been saying all these years that we can. Okay, so last article, a lot of information here. Appreciate people tuning in, sticking with this, and an Israeli buffer zone could shape Gaza's post-war reality. By creating a militarized border area inside Gaza, Israel started shrinking the Palestinian territory while opening the door for future Jewish settlements. On February 2nd, the Associated Press analyzed satellite imagery which showed a new demolition along a 1-kilometer path on the Gaza Strip's border with Israel. The images, which revealed the recent destruction of Palestinian farmland, warehouses, and other buildings, suggested that Israel started creating what is called the buffer zone in areas of Gaza adjoining the Israeli border, a project that Israel leaders have been trying to pursue as part of their invasion of Gaza following Hamas's October 7th attack. Israel officials claim that such a step is necessary to allow residents of communities in the south of Israel to return to their homes without fear of another attack. All along the Gaza Strip will have a margin and they will not be able to get in. Avi Dichter, Israeli agriculture minister, told reporters on October 19th, it will be a fire zone, and no matter who you are, you'll never be able to come close to the Israeli border. 4 months, United States and European officials have reportedly voiced opposition to the idea of Israel's permanent militarized border zone within Gaza, with Secretary of State Anthony Blinken saying in November that there should be no forcible displacement of Palestinians from Gaza and no reduction in the territory of Gaza, both outcomes that would likely result from such a zone. But the AP's analysis, coupled with other recent events, indicate that Israel is forging ahead with creating its fire zone despite such objections. Indeed, on January 23rd, Israeli soldiers in Gaza were actively laying mines in and around 2 buildings in central Gaza close to the border of Israel, intending to destroy them when a grenade fired by a Palestinian militant caused the explosive to go off, killing 21 soldiers. In the aftermath of the attack, 3 Israeli officials anonymously told the New York Times Israel was demolishing the building to create a security zone, while an Israeli military spokesman said the soldiers who had died were operating to create the security conditions for the return of the residents of the South to their home. Israel's work on the zone comes amid widespread speculation about the future of Gaza and the eventual end of Israel's ongoing genocidal assault, which had already killed at least 27,000 people. American, Arab, and Israeli officials have debated what comes next for the coastal enclave, with Western governments pushing for a revitalized Palestinian Authority to govern Gaza, which Israel opposes, and far-right Israeli ministers advocating to expel Palestinians from Gaza and build renewed Israeli settlements. Yet even as these policies discussions remain unresolved, Israel is unilaterally exerting control over Gaza's post-war reality by constructing a militarized zone inside the enclave that materially shrinks the amount of Palestinian land while leaving open room for Israeli Jewish resettlement of the Strip. The strategy recalls Israel's modus operandi in the West Bank, where Israel has built hundreds of settlements in order to create facts on the ground to entrench its control before the international community can do anything about it. Current and former military officials portray the creation of a militarized Israel zone in Gaza as necessary to prevent another attack on southern Israeli communities near the border. People coming back to their homes in Israel don't want to see someone in Gaza take out a rifle or an anti-tank missile or come to the fence, cross it, and kill them, said Jake Minigella, former national security advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and a senior fellow of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, a neoconservative think tank that advocates for U.S. intervention in the Middle East. We have to show them that the area there is empty. Otherwise, it would be very tough for them to come back. But Mohammed Shahada, a Palestinian writer and analyst for Gaza, said creating a so-called buffer zone through the demolition of Palestinian homes and neighborhoods will only fuel more violence. In the areas that were systematically razed and wiped out, you're giving people a very strong revenge incentive. He said Israel's basically creating a recruitment poster for Palestinian militant groups. Indeed, the creation of the zone is likely to add to the list of Israeli war crimes committed in Gaza since October 7th, according to research by Corey Scherer, PhD student at City University New York Graduate Center, and Jaman Vandenhoek, associate professor of geography at Oregon State University. Israel destroyed or damaged 143,900 structures throughout Gaza since October 7th, around 1,329 of which were in the proposed zone. Human rights experts have said that the destruction of civilian buildings and infrastructure may constitute war crimes, and if the Israel zone continues to be created, more such homes will likely be demolished. If there are no concrete direct security grounds for why these houses have to be torn down, the destruction of civilian homes is completely illegal, said Mir Marmar, public advocacy director of Gisha, an Israeli human rights group focusing on Gaza. Nagel, however, is not concerned with such complaints. There are no civilian buildings in Gaza, he said, claiming that most buildings on the Strip are filled with weapons or contain tunnel entrances. Keeping Palestinians out of the zone is also likely to involve further violations of international law. Some former Israeli officials have suggested laying mines on the border area, though the Israeli army is not publicly committed to this idea. Nagel predicted that the zone will be enforced by live fire. I like to call it a killing zone, but since killing zone is not a nice term, we use the word buffer zone, Nagel told Jewish Currents, clarifying that regardless of what the area is called, he thinks that someone who is moving there without permission is going to be dead. Such a policy would be illegal under international law, said Omar Shakir, Israeli and Palestinian director of the Human Rights Watch. No territory can ever be a free fire zone, he said. Shakir added that under international law, live fire force can only be deployed during war if it is proportionate, meaning that attacks on a military site must not include harm to civilians that is excessive in comparison to the expected military advantage of an operation, and if it discriminates between civilians and combatants. There is precedent for Israel using lethal force to limit Palestinians' access to land near the Israeli border, since Israel probed soldiers and settlers out of the Gaza in 2005. The army has violently barred most Gazans from coming within 300 meters of the Israeli barrier, a policy that has led to indiscriminate attacks against Palestinian civilians in that zone. According to the Palestinian Center for Human Rights, from 2010 to 17, Israeli soldiers opened fire 1,300 times in the 300-meter area, killing 161 Gazans there, according to Gisha. In 2018, when Palestinian protesters started the Great March of Return, congregating near the border to call for the end of Israel's blockade of Gaza and the right of return to lands they were expelled from in 1948, Israeli snipers responded by shooting and killing 223 Palestinians. Over the years, Israeli soldiers have also cracked down on Palestinian farmers and herders working in the zone, sometimes spraying herbicide and raising farmland in order to enforce the prohibition on Palestinians coming near the Israeli barrier. Murmur said that many of the enforcement measures violated international law. There is little reason to believe that the new buffer zone would be enforced differently, raising concern over an expansion of Israel's illegal practices. The militarized zone Israel is now planning to impose within Gaza would triple the size of the pre-October 7th iteration, severely impacting Palestinians in the Strip. The demolitions would worsen the housing crisis in the enclave, where nearly 70% of homes in Gaza have now been damaged or destroyed by Israeli bombs. In addition to leaving potentially thousands with no homes to return to, the zone would deepen food insecurity in the Strip, since a third of Gaza's agricultural land lies in the proposed zone. Due to Israel's restriction on humanitarian aid entering the Strip, Palestinians in Gaza already face a hunger crisis, and virtually every family skips a meal every day, with 400,000 people at risk of starvation. The loss of further farmland will only compound the situation. In addition to these dire short-period term effects, the new Israeli zone may permanently eat away Palestinian lands, adding to years of systemic dispossession of Palestinians, Murmur said. Israeli officials claim that their control of this land will be temporary, but Nadia Hardman, a researcher in the Refugee and Migrants' Rights Division of Human Rights Watch, told Jewish Currents that the scale of the destruction in the region indicates that Palestinians won't be able to return to their homes there at any point in the foreseeable future. A permanent Israeli zone inside Gaza stands to significantly reshape the balance of power in any post-war scenario, in addition to allowing Israel to take part over parts of Gaza's territory, in the process creating, as per Shahada, conditions that would push people to leave the territory. Such a zone could also pave the way for the building of new Israeli settlements, resetting Gaza's long-standing demand of the Israeli right, one that has gained new momentum since October 7th. Indeed, on January 28th, 1,000 Israeli settlers and their supporters, including 12 ministers from the ruling Likud party, along with National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, joined a Jerusalem conference to promote the resettlement of Gaza. Members of Likud have also proposed legislation to repeal the ban on Israeli civilians entering Gaza, which would allow settlers a foothold in the territory. Observers say a permanent Israeli zone in Gaza is likely to accelerate the process. We have watched this play out again and again in the West Bank and also in Gaza before 2005. Israeli settlements always start off with a security justification, said Shaha Hassan, a human rights lawyer and fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. It starts with a military base going up somewhere, and then the area being declared a no-go zone, and then slowly the security justification becomes muted, and then we start seeing settlements. Yet even as human rights advocates raise such alarms about the consequence of the zone, the U.S. may be softening its opposition to the project. That opposition was never particularly forceful. There's been very little outrage from the U.S. administration about the creation of the buffer zone has been happening in real time, Hassan said. As a result, Israel has proceeded by simply disregarding the U.S. reservations, an approach that seems to have paid off. Last month, Blinken hinted the U.S. may accept a temporary Israeli buffer zone on the Gaza border, saying there may need to be transnational arrangements to ensure Israel's security to make sure that October 7th can never happen again. But according to Hassan, there's not a lot of credibility regarding Israeli assertions that these things are going to be temporary. She pointed to how Israel's separation barrier in the West Bank was originally portrayed by Israeli officials as a temporary security measure, only for it to remain standing 20 years later, with Israeli officials coming to openly describe it as a permanent border between Israel and the occupied West Bank. Israel's temporary measures, as concluded, have a way of sticking around for a long time. Okay, a lot of stuff, a lot of material, almost 3 hours, 2.5 hours on that Israel stuff. So here were two papers I considered reading today if Church of Entropy and Claire hadn't joined, Connectionism and the Problem of Consciousness. So hopefully we'll get back to this one. And also the epistemological theory of argument, how and why. So these were both kind of interesting, not necessarily connected to anything I was talking about this week, but I had thought that maybe I didn't have that much material to read. So okay, but I have had these articles for like a few weeks now, and they're long, so I might end up going for another 2 hours because I want to get through these. They're both long, about metaphysics and the Vienna Circle. So I want to finally, close the gap and finish up on the Vienna Circle, with the philosophy of science series. I plan on starting my metaphysics series starting this Wednesday, and I might also do a back and forth where I'll like 1 week metaphysics, and then the other week I'm going to do like biographies of largely people in the philosophy of science, and a lot of that will include the Vienna Circle. But I want to close the gap on the details of the importance of the Vienna Circle. I've talked about it many times, so I'm not going to give a wrap up on the war in Israel. I read all the papers, so we have a lot of technical stuff. And as I said, the expectation is the war is going to escalate this week. Netanyahu saying 2 weeks for some sort of deal before a complete invasion of Rafah, although the invasion of Rafah has already begun. So, it's very unclear where that's going to lead. If that means like Hezbollah, I didn't, mention anything about Hezbollah in the increase of the rocket attacks in the north. But people following the war. So, just try to give as much information as possible over 2 hours. So let's look at some philosophy of science and try to finish up with the Vienna Circle. Although, the Vienna Circle is extremely important and it will be a recurring topic. So Philipp Frank was an important member of the Vienna Circle, originally Austrian, came to American, and we talked a little bit about the receiving of the Vienna Circle, pragmatism, and the connection between pragmatism and the Vienna Circle in the combination for what became the philosophy of science in America. So Philipp Frank's Austro-American logical empiricism. The name of this article is to discuss the Austro-American logical empiricism proposed by physicist and philosopher Philipp Frank, particularly his interpretation of Carnap's Aufbau, which he considered the chapter of logical empiricism as a scientific world conception. According to Frank, the Aufbau was to be read as an integration of the ideas of Mach and Poincare, leading eventually to a pragmatism quite similar to that of American pragmatism William James. Relying on peculiar interpretation, Frank intended to bring about a reapproachment between the logical empiricism of the Vienna Circle in exile and the American pragmatism. In the course of this project, in the last years of his career, Frank outlined a comprehensive socially engaged philosophy of science that could serve as a link between science and philosophy. Introduction. In the past 3 to 4 decades, quite a few philosophers and historians of philosophy of science have engaged in dissecting the various currents of epistemology and the philosophy of science that informed the logical empiricism of the Vienna Circle. In this endeavor, neo-Kantian influences were initially distinguished from philosophical doctrines attributed to specific Austrian philosophy, whose origins are traced to 19th century philosopher-scientists such as Bolzano, Brentano, and Mach. The first to propose the thesis that there was a genuine Austrian philosophical tradition in the larger context of German-speaking philosophy was Otto Neurath. In the scientific conception of the world, the Vienna Circle, he characterized Austrian philosophy as anti-Kantian, science-oriented, clinging to the spirit of Enlightenment empiricism, and particularly interested in the questions of logic and language. Later, Neurath's thesis was elaborated by Rudolf Haller and others, and is now known as the Neurath-Haller thesis. Although many members of the Vienna Circle, particularly Neurath and Philipp Frank, can be characterized as Austrian philosophers in the sense of the Neurath-Haller thesis, there were others who could not so easily be subsumed under the Austrian label. Among them, Schlipp and Carnap were the most important example. The aim of this article is to discuss the bold attempt of the Austrian philosopher Frank to read Carnap's Aufbau as a work in the tradition of Austrian philosophy in the sense of the Neurath-Haller thesis. For some time, it has been nearly unanimously agreed that the Aufbau is deeply marked by Neo-Kantian, Kantian, and other non-Austrian influence. This is not surprising. Carnap began his philosophical career in Jena as a Neo-Kantian, writing his dissertation under the direction of the Neo-Kantian Bruno Bauch. More importantly, the first version of Aufbau was written in the years 1922 to 25, when he lived as an independent scholar in Buchenbach near Friedberg in Germany. Thus, the first version of the Aufbau was written before Carnap came to Vienna. Hence, what is surprising, at least in light of the Neurath-Haller thesis, is that the Austrians welcomed the Aufbau as congenial within the circles of alleged Austrian philosophy. Indeed, at least for a certain time, the Aufbau became the philosophical reference point of the Austrian scientific world conception. This point was empathetically formulated by Frank. Carnap gave the new philosophy, logical empiricism of the Vienna Circle, its classical shape. He coined many of its terms and phrases and endowed it with subtlety and simplicity. In the logical structure of the world, the integration of Mach and Poincare was actually performed in a coherent system of conspicuous logical simplicity. Our Viennese group saw in Carnap's work the synthesis that we have advocated for many years. Carnap himself did not pay much attention to the originality of the Austrian philosophy in logical syntax of language, as well as in later texts after he had left Europe. Austrian philosophers were not mentioned at all, with the exception of Wittgenstein and Popper. Even for the Aufbau, he did not get it exactly right when he retrospectively described Mach's role for the work as follows. The choice of the phenomenalist basis for the constitution system mainly dealt with in the Aufbau was influenced by some radical empiricist or positivist German philosophers of the end of the last century, whom I've studied with interest. In the first place, Ernst Mach, and further Richard Evanarius, Richard von Schubert-Sodern, and Wilhelm Schoppe, with the constitution of scientific concepts on the phenomenal basis. I found fruitful suggestions in the work of Mach and Avenarius, and above all, the logical constructions made by Russell. He was apparently unaware of the importance of distinguishing between Austrian and German philosophy, drawing his inspiration from wherever he could find it, whether Austrian, German, or British sources. Striking evidence for this eclectic attitude was his confession that the Aufbau's constitution theory had two very different sources. Two entirely different and frequently hostile philosophical positions have the merit of both having discovered the necessary basis of the constitution system. Positivism have emphasized that the only material of cognition consists in the undigested experientially given. It is here that we have to look for the basic elements of the constitution system. Transcendental idealism, especially the Neo-Kantian school, Rickert, Cassier, and Bauch, has justly emphasized that these elements do not suffice. Order concepts, our basic relations must be added. Although Carnap acknowledged having been influenced by Poincare, he considered Russell's influence far more important, as will be discussed in some detail in Section 3. The evidence does not imply that Frank's Austrian reading of the Aufbau as an integration of Mach and Poincare was mistaken. Carnap might have arrived at some sort of Austrian philosophy independently, starting from a German philosophical base. Nevertheless, the Aufbau, at least prima facie, poses a problem to the Neurath-Haller thesis because it challenges the contraposition of German, Neo-Kantian, and Austrian anti-Kantian philosophy. The Aufbau demonstrates that Kant's shadow loomed larger than many Austrian philosophers might have thought. Frank, an Austrian philosopher par excellence, never acknowledged that Kant and other German philosophical traditions had any importance for the Aufbau. As he showed in his historical background, he wholeheartedly subscribed to Neurath's bold thesis that things happen in Austria parallel to what happens in Warsaw, Cambridge, and Paris, rather than what takes place in Berlin. According to the Neurath-Haller thesis, A characteristic trait of Austrian philosophy was its openness to non-German philosophical and scientific traditions, particularly French conventionalism and American pragmatism. This claim is certainly true for Frank. Since his philosophical youth in the First Vienna Circle in the early years of the 20th century, Frank was eagerly engaged in absorbing the philosophical doctrines of Poincare, Duhem, and other French conventionalists, as well as the American pragmatism of William James. These components played an important part in Frank's reading of the Aufbau and rendered it typical Austrian reading, or so he argued. The outline of this article is as follows. To set the stage, Section 2 outlines Frank's philosophical background with special attention to the phenomenalist, conventionalist, and pragmatist ingredients. These philosophical currents strongly influenced Frank's interpretation of the Aufbau and provided it with a specific Austrian-American flavor. In Section 3, Frank's interpretation is briefly compared with some contemporary readings of this work. In Section 4, we consider in detail what may have been the most peculiar feature of Frank's general philosophical outlook, namely his pronounced aversion to school philosophy. Notwithstanding that Frank had already been engaged in a fight against school philosophy in the early 1930s, long before he immigrated to the United States, this aspect of his philosophical work became particularly visible in the last period of his career when he struggled against the American non-Thomist. In Section 5, we discussed the vicissitude of Frank's pragmatism of an enlightened and socially engaged physicist, as his wider philosophical project may be characterized within the context of mid-century American pragmatism. Section 6 addresses Frank's attempt to conceive of science as a subsystem of society and to determine its relation to ethics, politics, and religion. This approach led him to conceptualize philosophy as a science, as a link between science and philosophy. Frank's philosophical background. Frank was not a professional philosopher interested in discussing hair-splitting philosophical, logical, and philological nuances. Rather, he considered himself a philosophizing scientist in the tradition of philosophers-scientists such as Poincare, Duhem, Mach, Boltzmann, and Einstein, all of whom he addressed over the decades of various contributions. Frank was a committed philosopher and scientist who did not care much for subtle distinctions. Consequently, he interpreted those philosophical accounts he considered useful for his purposes in a rather liberal manner, to put it mildly. Hence, his adaptation from phenomenalism, conventionalism, and pragmatism do not always closely resemble the accounts of the philosophical current that result from a more careful modern interpretation. As Hubel put it, for Frank, phenomenalism, conventionalism, and pragmatism were not neutral philosophical terms, but banners self-consciously flown to mark the circles of Frontstellung in the battle against metaphysics. Throughout his life, Frank considered himself a faithful follower of Mach. For him, Mach was the real master of the Vienna Circle. Hence, it is appropriate to begin the presentation of Frank's philosophical background with Mach. For Frank, Mach was a philosopher who best characterized as a phenomenalist. Rather, a phenomenalist may be understood as the claim that the world consists of sensation or phenomenon. Mach often called them elements to avoid too narrow psychological connotations. Frank took the Machian elements of phenomenon as empirical experiences. Phenomena were the source of evidence in whatever field we may inquire, not speculation or a priori insight. Science was understood as an attempt to provide useful description of relevant complexes of the elements and their changes. These were expressed in terms of functional dependencies in a more economical, comprehensive, and simple manner possible. For this task, one had to introduce appropriate auxiliary concepts such as body, substance, individual, and atom, which were not to be understood as a priori categories, but as instruments useful in some limited context. Ignoring their provisional character could harm the progress of science by smuggling in metaphysical pseudo-questions. For Frank, the main value of Mach's phenomenalist doctrines was that they provide the means for defending the edifice of physics against metaphysical attacks from outside. For empirical science, Machian elements had a function analogous to the natural numbers in Leopold Kroneker's reductionist account of mathematics, according to which all statements of mathematics could be reduced to statements about natural numbers, at least in principle. Machian phenomenalism admonished us to be aware of the limitations of the provisional character of all auxiliary concepts. Knowledge that could not be cashed out in terms of phenomenal knowledge, at least in principle, was considered a metaphysical blunder. Thus, for a Machian, all empirical knowledge was knowledge about phenomenon, just as for Kroneker, all mathematical knowledge was knowledge about natural numbers. Based on this anti-metaphysical stance of the Mach's theory of elements, Frank considered Mach the most important philosopher of the Enlightenment in the 19th century. Mach's primary merit was to note that enlightenment was a never-ending process. Each historical epoch had to overcome the auxiliary concepts of its predecessors and formulate its own new conceptualisms of the world that would inexorably fall prey to the new conceptual systems of subsequent generations. This restless spirit of permanent enlightenment kept science and scientific philosophy alive, saving it from degenerating into new scholasticism. The emphasis on purely instrumental character of all theories led Frank to conventionalism, wherein he mainly relied on Poincare, Duhem, and to a lesser extent Abel Ray. Since the days of the Proto-Circle, Frank considered the French conventionalists allies in the struggle against school philosophy. Poincare was the first to note that the principles of physics often contain concepts defined by these very same principles. In such cases, the principles could never be tested against experience because they were definitions in disguise, or as Poincare used to say, conventions. Examples of such principles were the laws of conservation of energy and the law of inertia. Frank considered his book Das Klausliches Unsinngrenzen a contribution to the conventionalist philosophy of science in Poincare's sense because it showed that the law of causality was also a convention. Frank conceived of the philosophy of the Vienna Circle as a new philosophical frame in which Mach's phenomenalism was embedded in such a way that its empiricist virtue was maintained and its logicality was improved, mainly by the conventionalist detailed investigation of how mathematics played a role in economically organizing the phenomenon. In line with Mach and French conventionalists, Frank insisted that the empirical theory did not describe a part of the world as it really was, nor did it offer explanation in the sense of giving the real cause of event. Rather, an empirical theory was to provide mathematical models useful for the comprehensive and economical description of the phenomena. Frank considered Poincare's conventionalist contribution to modern empiricism to be so important that he envisaged logical empiricism as an integration of Mach and Poincare. I soon realized that any advance in the philosophy of science would consist in setting up a theory in which the views of Mach and Poincare would be two special aspects of more general view. To summarize these two theories in a single sentence, one might say, according to Mach, the general principles of science abbreviated economical descriptions of observed fact. According to Poincare, they are the free creations of the human mind, which do not tell anything about the observed facts. The attempt to integrate the two concepts into one coherent system was the origin of what was later called logical empiricism. The third ingredient of Frank's philosophical Weltanschauung was pragmatism. In a sense, pragmatism may be said to be the first modern philosophical current that did not arise in Europe and that spread to the rest of the world. Rather, pragmatism first arose in North America and spread to Europe. It was, of course, not a monolithic doctrine. One may distinguish at least two pragmatism, the hard semiotic pragmatism of Peirce and the soft pragmatism made famous by James and further developed by Dewey. Frank subscribed to a version of James' soft pragmatism. For him, the core pragmatism account was a behavioralist theory of meaning, according to which the meaning of any statement was given by its cash value, that is, by what is meant as a direction for human behavior. If a statement did not provide such a direction, it was meaningless. Understanding meaningfulness in this way, Frank was led to the following interpretation of James' pragmatic theory of truth. According to James, the truth of a system of principles, a physical theory, for instance, is not consistent as being a faithful copy of reality, but rather in its allowing us, with the help of these principles, to change our experiences according to our wishes. According to this view, which essentially agrees with that of Mach, but rejects even more bluntly the truth concept of the school of philosophy, every solution of the problem is a construction of the procedures that can be of use to us in ordering the mastering of our experiences. This insight attributed to James that a physical theory does not yield a faithful copy of reality is not new at all. It can be traced back to Kant and to the Neo-Kantians made much of it. In other words, by contrasting a pragmatist and correspondence theory of truth in a rather simplified manner, Frank construed an opposition to the scientific world conception and school philosophy that hardly existed in such clear-cut manner. In a similar vein, Frank's claim that James rejected the truth concept of school philosophy needs qualification. James' account of truth was by no means as simplistic as Frank contended. Moreover, in some sense, Carnap had become an adherent of the correspondence in account of truth when he subscribed to Tarskian semantics in the mid-1930s. In contrast, Neo-Kantians such as Cassirer dismissed any correspondence theory of truth. In short, the issue of truth was more complex than Frank wanted his readers to believe. Summarizing, one might say that Frank harbored a rather idiosyncratic idea of James' pragmatism, marked by his intention to use it as a device against school philosophy. His adaptation of James' pragmatism exemplifies his strong inclination to draw sharp boundaries between school philosophy and scientific philosophy, even where such neat boundary lines did not exist. Whereas pragmatism and its theory of truth might have been a new game for philosophers in the beginning of the 20th century, for scientists, according to Frank, the pragmatist theory of truth was nothing new. The physicist, in his own scientific activity, has never employed any other concept of truth than that of pragmatism. In practice, we encounter only experiences, never an object, hence nothing can be compared with an object. Actually, the physicist compares only experiences with experiences. This procedure, which the physicist is accustomed to use in his work, has been made by Mach and James into a general conception of the criteria of truth. Hence, according to Frank, pragmatism could also be regarded as a promising candidate for a truly scientific philosophy in the sense of being in line with the scientist's own philosophical convictions. Although Frank considered the pragmatic account of meaningfulness and truth correct, he admitted that it might look a bit murky from a logical point of view. He readily granted that the old logic was not suitable to save James' pragmatic account of truth. On the contrary, traditional logic might be considered one of the hirelings. As Frank insinuated, of school philosophy, it was all too eager to refute the new accounts as logically untenable. Fortunately, the new logic of Russell and Whitehead came to the rescue. The new logic of Russell and his school was suitable to help build up the purely empirical and hence still somewhat vague conceptions of Mach and James into a real system of the scientific world conception that was superior to the school philosophy from the standpoint of formal logic as well. Although the relational logic of Whitehead and Russell may be a useful tool to render more precise the broadly relational stance of neutral monists such as Mach, James, and Russell, this understanding did not exclude the fact that these authors were strongly opposed with respect to other philosophical problems. For instance, Russell harshly criticized James' pragmatic account of truth as silly, and James responded to Russell's criticism in a similar way. Frank tended to ignore such troubles, claiming that there was a close relationship between the truth concept and the modern logical movement and that of pragmatism. Frank's argumentation for this claim was rather peculiar and relied on some far-fetched assumptions. It brought into play the then famous or infamous ignoramus thesis of the German philologist and philosopher Emile du Bois-Reymond, according to which there existed more meaningful problems than science would never be able to solve for practical reasons. To argue for the affinity between pragmatism and the Aufbau, Frank first assumed that in the Aufbau, Carnap had showed that all relations between objects could be reduced to similarity relations between concrete experiences. This entailed that every problem that could be formulated in scientifically acceptable terms at all could be solved in principle, because in principle it could be decided whether two experiences were similar. Thus, for a logically reconstructed world, Du Bois-Reymond's notorious ignora rebus did not hold. All scientifically meaningful problems could be solved scientifically, at least in principle. However, from a pragmatist point of view, any ignoram rebus thesis was clearly meaningless. Hence, both the constitution theory of the Aufbau and James' pragmatism rejected Du Bois-Reymond's skepticism. For Frank, this agreement sufficed to assert the following. We see that the consistent carrying through of a purely scientific world conception, as attempted by Carnap, leads us just as far away from the ignoram vivus as does the pragmatism of James, which is thought out somewhat less logically, but in its tendencies has the same goal. Indeed, Frank explicitly asserted that the basic tendency of James' pragmatism and Carnap's constitutional theory coincided. When I read Aufbau, it reminded me strongly of William James' pragmatic requirement that the meaning of any statement is given by its cash value, that is, by what it means as a direction for human behavior. I wrote immediately to Carnap, what you advocate is pragmatism. This is astonishing to him, as it had been to me. We know that our group, which lived in an environment of idealistic philosophers, had eventually reached conclusions by which we could find kindred spirits beyond the Atlantic in the United States. Carnap never took Frank's hint seriously. His relation to American pragmatism remained lukewarm, although he paid some lip service to a closing alliance between the pragmatism and logical empiricism and testability and meaning. He did not heed Frank's adhorations to more eagerly take into account the pragmatic aspects of science. Rather, going pragmatic remained a largely unrealized option of constitution theory and logical empiricism. For Frank and other members of the Vienna Circle, the refutation of Du Bois-Reymond's ignora rebus bimus was characterized of the scientific world conception. The authors of the manifesto unequivocally decreed neatness and clarity are striven for, In dark distances, our unfathomable depths are rejected. In science, there are no depths. There is a surface everywhere. The scientific world conception knows no unsolvable riddle. In the last paragraph of the Aufbau, Carnap proposes a more cautious formulation borrowed from the Tractus. For us, there is no ignorabimus. Nevertheless, there are perhaps unsolvable riddles of life. This is not a contradiction. Ignorabimus would mean there are questions to which it is in principle impossible to find answers. However, the riddles of life are not questions, but are practical situations. Similarly, mathematician, physicist, and philosopher Richard von Mises criticized Du Bois-Reymond's ignorabimus thesis as an artifact of bad metaphysics. According to him, Du Bois-Reymond's ignorabimus had no other significance for us than a sober knowledge that the mathematician has for the impossibility of squaring the circle and other similar problems which, in being brought to their proper form, are at once settled and annulled. The rejection of the ignorabimus was not, however, reliable evidence for the anti-school philosophical stance. For instance, the neo-Kantian Cassirer also rejected Du Bois-Reymond's thesis. In any case, the logical empiricists regard the ignorabimus as a gateway for all types of anti-scientific and metaphysical assertions of school philosophy. The alleged refutation of Du Bois-Reymond's ignorabimus in the Aufbau could also be used to put Mach's instinctive aversion to the use of vague terms such as idealism and materialism in science on a more solid ground. Under the strict scrutiny of modern logic, the terms turned out to be metaphysically contaminated. Thus, Mach's instinctively felt aversion we can today formulate in words if we take the standpoint of logical empiricism as formulated very precisely in Carnap's logical syntax of language and his paper Testability and Meaning. Frank never substantiated these claims. Apparently, he alluded to the fact that both Mach and Carnap considered the question of whether an idealist or realist epistemology is correct as a pointless metaphysical pseudo-problem. For Frank, philosophy of science was not merely an academic affair. Philosophy of science should contribute to the battle against metaphysical school philosophy and its pernicious consequences for science and society. In the 1930s in Vienna, as well as in Prague, philosophers who subscribed to a scientific conception of the world were not only an academic minority with some justification, they could also consider themselves an endangered species for rather solid political and societal reasons. This situation also affected the philosophical style of Frank's interpretation of the Aufbau. He did not write a scholarly commentary on the book. Rather, his reading of the Aufbau must be reconstructed from his remarks and observations in various philosophical articles engaged in a struggle against metaphysical school philosophy, or expressed positively, he wanted to contribute to a new philosophy of science envisioned as an integration of Mach and Poincare and improved by ingredients taken from James' Pragmatism. This understanding marked his reading of Aufbau and his version of logical empiricism in general, as he explicitly recognized the most determined attempt in this direction had been undertaken by Carnap in the Aufbau. Frank's reading of the Aufbau in perspective. In the past 20 or 30 years, the Aufbau has been the target of much interpretive work. The natural task that arises to complete Frank's Austro-American reading with at least some of the many interpretations of his work on the market. Painting with a broad brush, we may roughly distinguish between two distinct groups of interpretation. One, traditional interpretation read the Aufbau as a culmination of the British empiricism of Locke and Hume, updated with the logic of Whitehead and Russell. Two, revisionist interpretation read the Aufbau as a work of German neo-Kantianism that aimed to establish constitution theory as a scientific successor discipline to the epistemology in the sense of traditional philosophy. The dichotomic classification is, to be sure, quite rough. Recently, some intermediate interpretations have sought to do justice to both the empiricist and neo-Kantian aspects of the Aufbau. In consideration of space, however, these new proposals cannot be discussed in detail here. For the sake of brevity, let's dub interpretations 1 and 2 the British and the German readings of the Aufbau, respectively. At first approximation, the Austrian reading may be characterized as a modified British reading in which the empiricist ingredient of Hume was replaced by Mach, and in which Russell's influence was downplayed in favor of French conventionalism. Nevertheless, I think with some goodwill, the Austrian and British readings of the Aufbau could be rendered compatible with each other. A reconciliation between the Austrian and German readings is far more difficult. According to the German reading of the Aufbau, is the first instance of new philosophical discipline called constitutional theory, envisaged by Carnap as a scientific successor discipline of traditional epistemology and philosophy of science. Carnap designed constitution theory as a discipline that was to be neutral with respect to the familiar quarrels among realism, idealism, and empiricism that marked for Frank an insurmountable barrier between school philosophy and the scientific world conception. Thus, for Carnap, constitution theory had a much more general aim than to reconstruct a system of scientific knowledge based on Mach's element. As Frank contended, this clearly transpires from his retrospective assessment of the Aufbau in his intellectual autobiography. When I developed the system of the Aufbau, it actually did not matter to me which of the various forms of philosophical languages I used, because to me, they were merely modes of speech and not formulations of positions. Indeed, in the book itself, in the description of the system, I used, in addition to the neutral language of symbolic logic, 3 other languages. The system of concepts was constructed on a phenomenalist basis. However, I indicated also the possibility of constructing a total system of concepts on a physicalist basis. My attitude was ontologically neutral. For me, it was simply a methodological question of choosing the most suitable basis for the system to be constructed. The ontological thesis of the traditional doctrines of either phenomenalism or materialism remained for me entirely out of consideration. If one so wishes, one might see in Carnap's maxim of already choosing the most suitable basis for the system to be constructed a kind of minimal pragmatism. However, even under this assumption, Frank's bold characteristic of the Aufbau as a pragmatist integration of Mach and Poincare is incomplete, to put it mildly. This is not to say, however, that Frank's reading should be readily dismissed as obsolete. Rather, one should take into consideration that Frank's primary interest was not that of performing the job of a meticulous historian of philosophy faithful to the historical facts. Rather, his Austro-American interpretation of Aufbau is to be considered an integral part of Frank's larger project of developing a scientific philosophy or a philosophical science that overcame the separation between philosophy and science and avoided the deficiencies of conventional philosophy. How can we avoid the traditional ambiguity and obscurity of philosophy? How can we bring about the closest possible rapprochement between philosophy and science? By science, we did not mean natural science only, but we included also always social studies and the humanities. The general question suggests a broader perspective for assessing Frank's interpretation of Aufbau. Frank was a programmatic interpretation, so to speak, and should be assessed accordingly in light of the purposes and goals of this larger project in which Frank was working. The main aim of Frank's interpretation of Aufbau was to show that Carnap's philosophical approach and Frank's own philosophical project of a comprehensive, enlightenment-oriented, and committed scientific philosophy fit well together. Thus, to assess Frank's Austro-American reading, it is expedient to not only consider the ingredients of the philosophical Weltanschauung in a narrow sense, such as Mach's monistic phenomenalism, James' pragmatism, and French conventionalism, but also to pay attention to a factor of different type that was particularly relevant for the committed character of Frank's account, namely an aversion against school philosophy. This is the task of the next section. School philosophy. The sketch Frank provided in the introduction of his book, Modern Science and Its Philosophy, regarding a fruitful collaboration among phenomenalists, conventionalists, and pragmatism as ingredients of a new positivism, contained much wishful thinking. It was less an objective description of facts than a programmatically motivated intervention that intended to further a future scientific philosophy that combined logical empiricism, pragmatism, and possibly other progressive philosophical currents. To better understand this project, it is expedient to bring to the fore another factor of Frank's philosophical background that gave his approach its specific crucial flavor. This extra factor may be described as a general attitude that profoundly influenced Frank's way of doing philosophy. Succinctly, it may be characterized as a strong aversion against school philosophy. This attitude was one of the invariants that marked Frank's philosophy from its beginnings in the Vienna and Prague until its final period in Boston and Cambridge. The rejection of school philosophy was the critical driving force behind Frank's project of committed philosophy of science that aimed to contribute to the scientific, cultural, and political progress of society as a whole. Thus, Frank's philosophy of science fit into the frame of the scientific world conception as outlined in the manifesto. The core of Frank's anti-school philosophical attitude was a radical Machian phenomenalism, according to which the aim of natural science is to obtain connections among phenomena. Theories, however, are like withered leaves which drop off after having enabled the organism of science to breathe for a time. For Frank, the particular value of Mach's phenomenalist doctrine was that they helped foster a critical attitude among scientists against science itself. This was essential to avoid succumbing to a new scientific scholasticism that took science as a stock of definite and final truths, thereby endangering the Enlightenment-oriented project of science. Frank addressed the threat of a new scientific scholasticism only in passing at the end of the 1920s, when the Vienna Circle had established itself as an important force in the struggle for philosophical and societal progress in the German-speaking cultural sphere. This issue moved to the forefront. From then onwards, Frank replaced the term scholasticism with school philosophy, apparently to emphasize the pejorative connotation associated with the expression. According to the Frank, school philosophy was a widespread attitude among scientists, philosophers, and others who were convinced of an erroneous and reactionary idea of the role of science in modern society. One of the characteristic features of such a world vision was the conviction that the capacities of science were principally limited. There are questions so profoundly that they cannot be solved by the exact sciences. Some believe that there is a special method, the philosophical, with the help of which such questions can be answered, while others regard the problems as forever insoluble, as eternal riddles. Frank's school philosophy was not necessarily a sophisticated academic doctrine, as medieval scholasticism certainly was. Quite often, school philosophy was a sort of common sense that pretended to be philosophy. It need not be supposed that one has to make any philosophical studies in order to become acquainted with the world conception of school philosophy. In all our knowledge that has come to us from the elementary school, and all metaphors of our language, it is implicitly contained. Its presence is not noticed because traditions, centuries old, make us take it for granted. The pure empiricist used under the name common sense. Hence, it is no wonder that it is just the physicist opposed to speculation who is easily inclined to the ignorabimus of Du Bois-Reymond with his surrender of the scientific conception of nature. In his contribution to the first volume of Erkenntnis, Frank considered school philosophy through its truth theory. He frankly admitted that he felt unable to present the basic idea of school philosophy better than Henry Bergson had in his introduction to the French translation of James' Pragmatism. For the ancient philosophers, there existed a world raised above space and time, in which all possible truths have dwelt since eternity. According to these philosophers, the truth of human judgment was measured by the degree to which they were faithful copies of those eternal truths. The modern philosophers, to be sure, have brought down truth from heaven to earth, and they still regard it as something that exists prior to our judgment. The propositions such as heat expound a body, according to them, would be a law governing the facts, if not ruling over them, at least ruling in their midst, a law actually contained in our experience. It remains for us only to extract it from the latter. Even a philosophy like that of Kant, which assumes that every scientific truth is such only in relation to the human mind, considers the true proposition as given a priori by human experience. Once this experience in general is organized by human thought, the whole work of science consists in breaking through the obstruction husk of facts, in the interior of which the truth is housed like a nut in a shell. In modern terms, the approach Bergson and Frank describe here may be characterized as a sort of metaphysical realism. According to this doctrine, there is a mind-independent world with a well-determined, unique structure. The task of science is to describe the structure as faithfully and precisely as possible, thereby providing us with a true description of the world as it really is. Some school philosophers despaired of the task and fell back on resigned ignorabimus a la Du Bois-Reymond. Others reached for an even worse escape route, contending that there were other non-scientific methods that allowed us to go beyond the limits of scientific knowledge by tapping the source of metaphysics and religious revelation. Thus, school philosophy in Frank's sense could cover a wide variety of more or less metaphysically infected philosophical positions. To describe it in a logical empiricist term, all variants of school philosophy agree that the truth was always to be conceived of as a discovery of something out there, not as an invention of the cognizing subject engaged in the process of knowledge production. As Bergson put it, school philosophers contended that science, and perhaps also metaphysics, discovered truth as Columbus had discovered America. As Bergson had already observed, this discovery theory of scientific truth was proposed by the more common sense-oriented version of school philosophy, as well as the more speculative variant of the philosophical current. This conception of truth appears natural to common sense as well as philosophy because it is natural to conceive of reality as a perfectly coherent and systematized whole that has a logical structure. This structure would be the truth itself. Our science only rediscovers it. Frank fully agreed with Bergson and approvingly quoted his recapitulation of the idea of the following page. It seems to me that one might summarize the essence of the pragmatic conception of truth in a formula of the following kind. Whereas for the other conceptions, a new truth is a discovery. For pragmatism, it is an invention. In his Anti-School Philosophy Manifesto in 1930, Frank mentioned 3 examples of the pernicious consequence of the school philosophical truth theory. 1. The resigned attitude of those scientists and philosophers who accepted the ignorabimus, according to which some important and meaningful problems were principally unsolvable by scientific means, and therefore might have to be handed over to the other, more powerful non-scientific agencies. As we shall see in its most virulent version, this attitude might lead to the conviction that science had nothing to contribute to the solution of the really important problems. For their solution, one has to rely instead on other non-scientific, genuinely philosophical methods. Thus, highly metaphysical idealistic systems, such as those of, say, Hegel and Schelling, could be subsumed under the label school philosophical currents because they were based on the assumption that the truth could be found in non-scientific means. Another type of metaphysical school philosophy, not addressed by Frank himself, but by his fellow logical empiricist Neurath, is represented by Oswald Spengler's The Decline of the West, which claimed to provide answers to a variety of profound morphological questions concerning the universal history that ordinary sober historical research could not give. 2. The disdain for modern science and its fallible, limited methods may lead to partisans of school philosophy to a kind of intellectual laziness that allows them to maintain an outdated Aristotelian logic, although this has turned out to be rather useless for most scientific and other purposes. 3. The unconscious adherence to outdated school philosophical doctrines may lead to a misinterpretation of the new scientific world of conception in opposite realistic or idealistic ways, so that it appeared not as the beginning of a new scientific world conception, but as a new fashionable form of the school philosophy. Thus, unnecessary quarrels and misunderstandings between philosophical currents might arise that actually share a common interest in scientific and societal progress. For Frank, a case in point was Lenin's savage attack against Marxism in Materialism and Imperial Criticism, critical remarks on the reaction of philosophy, which he saw as a misunderstanding caused by Lenin's reading of Marx in a school philosophical way. Bergson just quoted contention that Kant's philosophy considers the true propositions as given a priori by human experience may suggest that for him and Frank, neo-Kantian philosophers might have been the best contemporary candidates for school philosophers. This choice, however, was problematic in that at the turn of the 20th century, those philosophers long since abandoned the fixed and apodictic Kantian a priori that Bergson considered a characteristic mark of Kantian school philosophy. Indeed, the Southwest neo-Kantian school of Rickert, as well as the Marburg neo-Kantian of Cohen, Natorp, and Cassirer, explicitly characterized the traditional Kantian a priori, to say nothing of any naive copy theory of scientific knowledge, according to which science aimed at an accurate copy of the world as it really is. Frank never clearly distinguishes between Kant's philosophy and the various currents of neo-Kantian philosophy. He recognized that Cassirer's neo-Kantianism and had the merit of contributing to the disintegration of school philosophy. Nevertheless, he accused Cassirer of never having abandoned school philosophy completely. The influence of school philosophy was in no way restricted to the old world, however, as Frank Carnap and other logical empiricists of the Vienna Circle had to experience firsthand. There was also no scarcity of school philosophers in America. Representatives of a radical Thomas school philosophy, such as Mortimer Adler, Robert Hutchins, and Jacques Maritain, challenged the autonomy of science, contending that scientific knowledge was a lower kind of knowledge subordinated to the theological and philosophical knowledge. Perhaps the harshest attack of this kind was launched by Mortimer Adler at his first conference of Science, Philosophy, and Religion and the Relation on the Democratic Way of Life, which took place in New York in 1940. In his notorious speech, God and the Professors, Adler put forward the following thesis. The essential point of positivism is simply that affirmation of science, the denial of philosophy and religion. The professors, by and large, are positivists. The most serious threat to democracy is the positivism of the professors, which dominates every aspect of modern education and essential corruption of modern culture. Democracy has much more to fear from the mentality of its teachers than from the nihilism of Hitler. It is the sense of nihilism in both cases, but Hitler's is more honest and consistent, less blurred by the subtleties and quasi-qualifications, and hence less dangerous. The conference in New York was the first of a series of annual meetings of teachers, sociologists, historians, philosophers, and scientists that continued well into the 1950s. The aim of the conferences was to find answers to the threats of totalitarianism and the apparent weakness of democracy that allegedly resulted from the relativism and nihilism of modern society. Many of the participants, particularly neo-Thomists such as Adler, Hutchins, and others, contended that excessive esteem for science was responsible for the deficiencies. Frank, as one of the protagonists of these meetings, vigorously argued against these contentions. He wanted to show that, on the contrary, the relativism of science had nothing to do with skepticism and agnosticism, and that it posed no threat to democratic and religious beliefs. Hence, one may say that United States Frank Bete Noir school of philosophy acquired a clearer and sharper contour than it had in Europe. The addresses of Frank's attack against school philosophy in America can be clearly identified as neo-Thomist philosophers such as Adler, Hutchins, and Maritain. These partisans of a new medievalism, as Sidney Hook characterized Adler's doctrine, wished to relegate the sciences to a subordinate place in the schema of knowledge. According to the schema, the studies were hierarchically ordered according to their intrinsic educational merits. The highest rank was attributed to knowledge of God, theology, followed by the knowledge of reason, the metaphysics of school philosophy, in the second rank, with scientific knowledge relegated to the third and final rank. One may say that the United States Frank made the discussion with school philosophy a main point of his philosophical work, whereas in the 1950s he seemed to have given up the project of bringing back the early Carnap to the fold of Jamesian pragmatism. The issue of school philosophy occupied a high rank on Frank's agenda until the end of his career. As a result of his many discussions with philosophers, sociologists, and other non-scientists, and as one of the protagonists of the conferences of science, philosophy, and religion, Frank seems to have concluded that the tradition brusque logical empirical rejection of metaphysics as a heap of meaningless pseudo-sentences did not suffice to fully understand the societal and cultural phenomenon. As we see in section 6, this insight profoundly influenced the last phase in Frank's philosophy of science when he was engaged in the elaboration of the conception of philosophy of science as a link between science and philosophy. Before this issue is treated in detail, however, it seems appropriate to take a close look at Frank's relation to American pragmatism. Frank's project in the context of American pragmatism. It is well known that pragmatism is not a monolithic doctrine. Already at the beginning of the 20th century, Lovejoy had argued that there was at least 13 different pragmatisms. This classification may be too fine-grained to be useful, but it may be taken as evidence that different philosophical currents were sailing under the flag of pragmatism. Frank was never interested in these subtleties. For him, pragmatism meant a watered-down version of James' pragmatism. He never mentioned Lewis, and he mentioned Peirce and Dewey only in passing. In particular, he never discussed the discrepancies between, for instance, James and Peirce's pragmatism. He painted the relationship between logical empiricism and pragmatism with a similarly broad brush, where the former might be understood as logically refined version of the latter. In contrast to the method of pragmatism, however, they, the logical empiricists, not only tried to characterize the system of science in a general and somewhat indefinite way by saying that the system is an instrument to be invented and constructed in order to find one's way among experiences, but also, and instead, they investigated the structure and the construction of this instrument. The investigation took place through an analysis of the method by which physics orders experience through a mathematical system of formulas. This account of the relationship between logical empiricism and pragmatism ignored fundamental discrepancies between the two currents. Moreover, it did not consider the possibility that logical empiricists might suffer from certain deficiencies that did not plague pragmatism. Already at the time of Mach and James, the relationship between positivism and pragmatism were not without problems. James was at pains to dissociate his pragmatism from Mach's positivism, whereas Marx regarded much of James' pragmatism dealing with ethics and religion as romantic metaphysics. Frank never addressed these disputes. He never elaborated that what was to be understood precisely by the logical improvement of the ideas of Mach and James, that logical empiricism has already brought about. Already in 1911, James had vigorously protested against the thesis that pragmatism was only a re-editing of positivism. For him, this was just the first misunderstanding of no less than 8 from which pragmatists suffered. With respect to his own philosophical position, Frank pursued a double-pronged strategy. On the one hand, he presented himself as a member of the logical empiricist camp and availed himself of the highest reputational logical empiricists enjoyed in matters of logical sophistication and precision. On the other hand, in his own philosophical work, he did not always feel obligated to comply with the logical empiricist standards of precision and logicality. Formal precision and philosophical sophistication did not play a preeminent role for him, as various critics observed. Thus, the relevance of Frank's Austro-American reading of the Aufbau does not primarily reside in its philosophical precision and subtlety. Rather, its main merit is that it pointed towards a broader issue, namely the problem of the relationship between the logical empiricists and their kindred spirits in American pragmatists. Frank's programmatic retrospectives were attempts to strengthen the ties between Austrian logical empiricism and American pragmatism, but further projected a modern, enlightenment-oriented, comprehensive scientific philosophy. By presenting the Aufbau as an essentially pragmatist work, he might have hoped to win a new American readers by showing that one of the key texts of logical empiricism had a genuine affinity to pragmatism. Moreover, the author of the Aufbau might have been persuaded to invest more work in the project of fostering a collaboration between logical empiricists and their pragmatist fellow philosophers. Both enterprises failed. The American public was not much impressed by Carnap's allegedly pragmatist pedigree, and Carnap did not feel inclined to invest greater efforts to render the pragmatist features of his approach more visible. After World War II, the project of developing a working alliance between pragmatism and logical empiricism began to flounder, at least in the opinion of many pragmatists and logical empiricists. For instance, C.I. Lewis contended that there had been a greater affinity of American pragmatism to an earlier logical empiricism than to the latter. In the early documents of the neo-positivists, particularly in Carnap's, I found an empiricism and an analytical method which were congenial to my own persuasions. I still find them so, but if the younger and present protagonists of neo-positivism shall reread these, I think they might be a little startled, not only by the overlapping of them with pragmatic empiricism, but also by the extent of their own removal from the first phase of the movement. But when the phenomenal analysis of Aufbau, squarely based on direct experience, became replaced by physicalism, and any retained empiricism became reduced to a semantic ghost of direct experience, protocol, or observation statements, my sense of the congenial suffered a like attenuation. Although both Frank and Lewis saw affinities between Aufbau and pragmatism, they did not refer to the same features of Carnap's work. Lewis had contended that Carnap sketched constitution of values by value experiences, gave them an empirical content that was as definite as that of other physical qualities. For Lewis, this analogy between the verifiability of judgments of facts and that of judgments of value provided a common ground among pragmatists and the members of the Vienna Circle on which a common edifice could be built. Regrettably, as with Lewis, the logical empiricist, particularly Carnap, later abandoned this common ground. For Frank, the affinity of the Aufbau with pragmatism did not reside in the common conviction of the value judgment were empirically meaningful, of course, but rather in their closely related truth theories, both of which considered non-verifiable assertions meaningless. Nevertheless, Lewis and Frank agreed that Carnap in the 1940s had moved away from his earlier, more pragmatic logical empiricism. In a different way than Lewis, Dewey also diagnosed Carnap's persistent inclination of strictly separating the domains of the emotive and the scientific as evidence for a basically non-pragmatic attitude that evaded the real practical problems. The hard and fast impassable line, which is supposed by some to exist between the emotive and scientific language, is a reflex of the gap that exists between the intellectual and emotional in human relations and activities. The practical problem that has to be faced is the establishment of cultural conditions that will support the kinds of behavior in which emotions and ideals, desires, and appraisals are integrated. In light of Frank's later work, it seems plausible to assume that he might have agreed with Dewey's diagnosis. For the later Frank, it was clear that the comprehensive theory of science, to overcome a too narrowly conceived, purely epistemological perspective, had to consider science as a subsystem of society. This entailed that scientific theory should and could be validated not only by internal criteria of correctness or simplicity, for example, but also by their general usefulness to human society. Only in this way can science as a human activity be scientifically understood and the gap between scientific and humanistic aspect be bridged. In his contribution to the Schlipp volume dedicated to Carnap, Frank explicitly diagnosed the lack of pragmatism in Carnap's approach, and extensively quoting the Marxist philosopher Brushinsky, he criticized Carnap for having made use of the three metaphysical creeds, idealism, formalism, and mechanism. Carnap, in his reply to Philipp, Frank, and Brushinsky, testily admitted that the pragmatic component has so far not been sufficiently investigated by our movement, although its importance has been acknowledged theoretically by me and the empiricists in general. However, beyond the theoretical recognition of a pragmatic deficit and the movement, Carnap did not make any real effort to improve the situation. Thus, in the last years of his career, Frank was increasingly on his own in the respect. Nevertheless, in his last book, Philosophy of Science is the link between science and philosophy and related work, one finds new and original ideas concerning the place of science in modern democratic societies. This will be the topic of the following section. Yeah, Jenny, you gotta start making streams, reading, share your research. But appreciate you being there in the chat. Philosophy and the Science is a link between science and philosophy. In Frank's last book, The Logical Empiricism of the Vienna Circle, particular Carnap's Aufbau is not mentioned at all, and Bergson and James are only mentioned in passing. Frank no longer seemed to be interested in building bridges between European logical empiricism and American pragmatism, at least not primarily. Instead, we see him engaged in the ambitious task of sketching a novel account of philosophy of science that conceived it as the missing link between science and philosophy. The novel Philosophy of Science went beyond science proper, as it was understood by the traditional logicist empiricism. We need a full understanding of the principles of physics or biology, and understanding not only of logical argument, but also of psychological and sociological laws. Briefly, we need to complement the science of physical nature by a science of man in order to understand not only science itself, but also the place of science in our civilization. In relation to ethics, politics, and religion, we need a coherent system of concepts and laws within which the natural science, as well as philosophy and the humanities have their place. Such a system may be called philosophy of science. It would be the missing link between the sciences and the humanities. Frank was well aware of the new philosophy of science envisaged by him was not only the candidate for connecting science with the broader concerns of a democratic society. In the introduction to Frank, he mentioned as other competitors for this job, a Thomistic philosophy of premise and a dialectic materialism. For him, the decisive disadvantage of those options was that they could be upheld only by the authorities, which would have jeopardized democracy proper. As a concrete example of the need to take into account more than purely scientific aspects in the discussion of scientific matters, Frank mentioned the problem of finding criteria to decide in a rational and responsible way which theory one should choose among different candidates. The problem of deciding between different theories of the physical sciences cannot be solved with these sciences if we have to do with theories of high generality. New lines of research arise from the scientist who wants to achieve a real understanding of a science. We are guided into the wide field which embraces science as part of human behavior in general. We may speak of sociology of science or the humanistic background of science if we want to give these new fields a frame of reference in our traditional parlance. These were new tones to the ears of the more traditional empiricist philosophers of science, perhaps too new. There were not many who wanted to listen to them. Indeed, Frank's later work was generally received rather negatively by the community of philosophers of science. For instance, Stephen Tolman, in his review of Relatively: A Richer Truth, sarcastically proposed as an appropriate subtitle for the book Logical Empiricism Told to Children. Tolman's criticism was unfair insofar as relativity was directed at the general public and not to professional analytical philosophers. Frank's latest book, Philosophy of Science, The Link Between Science and Philosophy, was dismissed even more harshly by Putnam, who bluntly disqualified it as obsolete. Professor Frank's knowledge of the issues that concern philosophers of science is 30 years out of date. Anyone who still thinks that the issue of philosophies of sciences between operational definition and metaphysical interpretation might enjoy reading the book. Afterwards, he should learn to some real philosophy of science. Putnam completely ignored Frank's attempt to overcome the narrow confines of traditional philosophy of science and to formulate sociological and politically more comprehensive perspective that explicitly considers science a subsystem of society aimed to elucidate the humanistic background of science. The ultimate motivation of his new approach may perhaps be found in the intense discussion he had with the varied audiences at the already mentioned conferences of science, philosophy, and the religion in their relation to the democratic way of life. Due to this experience, it seems Frank came to the conclusion that most convincing way of arguing for a comprehensive scientific world conception was to dismiss metaphysics simply as meaningless nonsense. Rather, science, metaphysics, aka philosophy, and common sense all had to be recognized as important ingredients that had an influence on the factual worldviews pursued in modern societies. According to the latter, Frank, it was not to be expected that, in favor of fully scientific world conception, the philosophical, metaphysical, and commonsensical elements could be eliminated in one fell swoop. Rather, following the French mathematician and philosopher Edmond Leroy, Frank insisted that one had to acknowledge a kind of dialectic between science, common sense, and philosophy. Science departs from common sense and does not join in its development as science proper. Thus, science by itself does not close the cycle of knowledge and does not realize the unity of science. Science needs, therefore, a prolongation, and this will be philosophy. In one way, science itself is a prolongation of common sense. Common sense, science, philosophy, common sense form a cycle. To historically explain the cycle, in the opening chapter of Philosophy of Science, Frank told the story of the expulsion from paradise when science, philosophy, and common sense still lived in harmony. In broad terms, it went like this. In ancient and medieval science, science and philosophy were part of one chain of thought and not distinguished from one another. One end of the chain touched the ground, directly knowable observation. The chain connected them with the other, more lofty end, the intelligible principles. In those times, the requirements for checking general principles against observed facts were not very strict. The situation gradually changed in modern times. Instead of relying on vague but intelligible and plausible principles, modern science became based on intermediate, precise principles that were usually intelligible neither by common sense nor by philosophy. It was considered the task of philosophy to construct scientific principles with common sense. This connection was to be achieved by a kind of metaphysical translation of the scientific principles that rendered them plausible for common sense. Thus, the principles became analogous to the laws of everyday experience. A dangerous consequence of the translation of scientific principles into common sense principles is that they lose their hypothetical and thus their scientific character. They take on the same allegedly apodictic character as common sense principles. To interpret the principles of science as a result of our common sense leads us to the opinion that they are self-evident and cannot be refuted by further empirical checking. Thus, this belief is the very core of metaphysical interpretation of science. This situation may lead to a petrification of scientific knowledge. Petrified scientific knowledge may become the basis of a new irrefutable pseudo-religious convictions because the metaphysical translation of scientific principles into common sense principles does not do justice to the dynamic, infallible character of scientific knowledge. What we call, in a vague sense, common sense is actually an older system of science which was dropped because new discoveries demanded a new conceptual scheme, a new language of science. Therefore, the attempt to interpret scientific principles by common sense means actually an attempt to formulate our actual science by a conceptual scheme that was adequate to an older stage of science now abandoned. Here is not the place to discuss the shortcomings and obscurities of Frank's account of the complex cyclic relation among science, philosophy, and common sense. I think it is more important to recognize that Frank was right in emphasizing that science was not a problem of science alone, but that it involved other factors and required considerations of perspectives other than those that were on the agenda of the traditional logical empiricist philosophy of science. In hindsight, the easy dismissal that Putnam, Tolman, and other critics applied to Frank's embryonic, socially engaged philosophy of science was too hasty. Today, we understand that philosophy of science did not benefit from the exodus of the icy slopes of logic. Only much later did the issue of a socially engaged philosophy of science, which Frank had already pursued in the 1950s, reappear on the agenda of the discipline. The prospects of this new perspective on philosophy of science are described optimistically by Cartieri and Potocznik as follows. We are optimistic that Sapos is emerging from shifting attitudes in philosophy of science after a long period of social and political disengagement. The field and its participants are taking steps to assert the availability of philosophy of science as a public resource. As classical forerunners of such socially engaged philosophy of science, these authors mention Reichenbach, Carnap, and Neurath. Frank is not mentioned at all. Concluding remarks. With respect to the logical acuity and historical philosophical scholarship, Frank's Austrian-American empiricism, particularly his interpretational Aufbau, cannot compete with other philosophically more sophisticated interpretation of logical empiricist thought. The philosophical content of Aufbau is richer than Frank realized, and there are many other philosophical, cultural, and scientific factors that influence Carnap's logical empiricism beyond Mach's monism, Poincare's conventionalism, and James' pragmatism. Moreover, Frank's interpretation of these philosophical currents was certainly not free from misunderstandings and simplifications. This does not imply, however, that Frank's programmatic interpretation should be dismissed without further considerations. Rather, his Austro-American account of logical empiricisms remains important because it is an important issue on the agenda of the history of philosophy of science, namely the task of understanding the complex relations between the European logical empiricism of the Vienna Circle and the American pragmatism of the first half of the 20th century. This will certainly remain a central theme of the history of philosophy of science for some time to come. Okay, so over 6 hours now. It's like, Jenny, you're the only one in the chat. I've lost my minion, but let's look at this last one. And, I saved the best for last. The Vienna Circle and its critical reception of Oswald Spengler in like a real depth of the rejection of metaphysics. So one last cup of tea. And we'll probably pull past 7 hours here. So this one's another long one, but I've been meaning to read this one for like a month now. I've had this paper that I keep on bringing up, and it's been a month now. And I don't know if Oswald Spengler shows up in the chat, but okay, so let's do it. The Vienna Circle and its critical reception of Oswald Spengler. The Vienna Circle was an influential group of philosophers in the early 20th century. Its members were dedicated to the philosophy and to conduct research in accordance with the guidelines of the scientific world conception. For some of them, Oswald Spengler was a dangerous antagonist due to the success and influence of his metaphysical philosophy of history. In this paper, I will explore systematically the Circle's critical reception of Spengler's regarding his methodological approaches, ontological positions, and political philosophy. I will thereby also evaluate the criticism brought forth against Spengler. Okay, Jenny, I'm trying to read a little bit faster because I've been going for 6 hours, but yeah, I'll try to articulate clearly. I got a little bit of a runny nose, because it's cold here in Detroit. The Vienna Circle was a group of philosophers and scientists who frequently met in Vienna between 1924 and 1936. Its members worked in various academic fields, including mathematics, logic, physics, economics, history, sociology, and psychology. What unites them is their agreement on certain guidelines for proper scientific research and philosophical work subsumed under the term the scientific world conception. According to the scientific world conception, scientific knowledge is the only kind of knowledge to understand the world. Furthermore, every theory or theoretical statement must only be based on empirical evidence expressed in empirical statements and logically sound reasoning. As part of that, the members of the Circle demanded conceptual and linguistic clarity for philosophical work and scientific research. Lastly, and most importantly, the Circle explicitly rejected metaphysical theories and statements because they violate the aforementioned guidelines in some way or another. The scientific world conception was explicitly formulated in the brochure, the Manifesto, a largely independent declaration of the Circle's left wing, written by Norath Carnap and Hans Hahn in 1929. However, as Ubel claims, the Circle was not a monolithic movement, but a forum of controversial discussions concerning the question of how exactly the scientific world conception has to be interpreted. Whilst Mort Schlick and Rudolf Carnap, for instance, argued that philosophy should exist as a method for the logical analysis of scientific statements, Otto Neurath wanted to ban philosophy once and for all in order to ensure the flourishing of the sciences. These three protagonists of the circle also disagreed about the questions which form content and status the empirical statements representing the bare empirical evidence should have, and how theory-related scientific statements can be based on empirical statements in order to be verified. Will Schlick, belonging to the moderate wing of the circle, regard the fight against metaphysics as a fight with the weapon of philosophical analysis and scientific research only. North and Carnot, belonging to the circle's left wing, claimed that this fight must be accompanied by a systematic change of the social and economic situation of the people. The conflict regarding this latter issue is shown in the controversies around the publication of the manifesto. Other than the aforementioned scientific principles, the authors of the manifesto also sought to promote the unification of all sciences and claimed that the theoretical work of a scientist must be accompanied by a reorganization of economic and social circumstances with the final goal of a unified mankind. Karl Menger and Kurt Gödel complained about the collectivist tone of the manifesto and the announcement that it was written in the name of all the members of the circle. Schlick, to whom the manifesto was dedicated, similarly criticized its dogmatic and advertising formulations. Considering his general conflict with Neurath in terms of their political positions, it is likely that Schlick rejected the socialist and politicizing tendencies that Neurath expressed in these passages. However, the moderate wing also held positions not dissimilar from those in the manifesto. Schlick, for instance, defended clearly normative ethical positions and even a political philosophy about the form and the purposes of the states in some of his works. Against the background of the scientific and political positions of the circle, it does not come as a surprise that many of them criticize Oswald Spengler's project of a metaphysical philosophy of the history that he realized in his 1918 opus magnum, Der Untergang. In his 1931 book, Der Mensch und die Technik, Victor Kraft criticizes aspects of Spengler's non-scientific intuitionist reasoning in the context of the philosophy of history. Philipp Frank uttered some disagreement concerning Spengler's metaphysical conception of cultural destiny. Richard van Mises, in turn, was impressed by the impact of the book and agreed with some of Spengler's prophecies. Schlick and Neurath were, by far, the two most vigorous Spengler critics in the Vienna Circle. As part of his writings in the philosophy of culture, Schlick also attacked the methodological approaches and fatalist assumptions in Der Untergang. On top of that, the posthumously published book, Nature and Culture, contains Schlick's critical analysis of Spengler's anthropological assumption in Der Mensch. Neurath's 1921 Anti-Spengler is a long and detailed critique of Der Untergang, addressing almost all of the aforementioned points. Neurath was aware of the self-immunizing methodology and the seductive potential of Spengler's book. Therefore, Anti-Spengler must not only be read as a philosophical argumentation, but also as a pamphlet that attacks Spengler's anti-scientific program as a dangerous ideology. The purpose of this paper is to systematically review and evaluate the circle's critical reception of Oswald Spengler, with a primary focus on Neurath and Schlick. The paper itself comes in three main sections. In section 2, I will begin by analyzing the critical reception of the methodology that Spengler pursues in Der Untergang. This includes a discussion of Spengler's method of intuitionist reasoning, as well as his attempt to provide a coherent worldview. In section 3, I will pay attention to the metaphysical principles that were central to Spengler's philosophy, primarily a focus on Spengler's notion of essence and destiny as the principles determining the development of cultures. In section 4, I will finally discuss the criticism of Spengler's political and anthropological positions. I will address Spengler's assumption about the predator nature of humans, his claims about the function of national states, and his opinions about the potentially unified mankind. Okay, I tried to slow down a tiny bit, Jenny, but I'm getting tired and trying to finish up too. Methodology. In this section, I will discuss central aspects of Spengler's methodological approach towards history that have been important for the reception of his work in the Vienna Circle. I will begin with a short overview of the philosophical program in Der Untergang. The purpose of Spengler's philosophy of history was to develop a morphology of world history, of the world as history, as he called it. Based on his insight, Spengler purported to determine the development of certain dominant cultures, such as the classical antiquity and the medieval and modern Central European. However, cultures do not develop in accordance with universal causal laws, according to Spengler, They rather grow and die like organisms. How a culture exactly develops depends on its soul. Spengler wrote, history is the actualization of a soul. In order to describe a soul, he introduced another term, namely prime symbol. A prime symbol is, so to speak, the semantic content of the soul. As soon as the philosopher of history knows the prime symbol of a soul, she can find it expressed in every historically relevant phenomenon of the culture, such as art, musical styles, and even scientific theories, Spengler wrote. After that is also a symbol. The prime symbol of the strong-willed Western soul, for instance, is that of the infinite space, and the prime symbol of the willless Russian soul is the infinite plane. That is why Western churches have pointy roofs symbolizing the West will for upthrusting, and Russian churches plain roofs. The task of the philosopher of history is twofold. She determines the prime symbol of culture's soul, then she finds it expressed in all the culture's historically important phenomena. However, neither the prime symbol nor its expression can be discovered by scientific research or nature knowledge. According to Spengler, there is no science of history. Instead, feeling, observing, comparing immediate and internal certainty, exact and sensual fantasy. These are the means of historical research. Spengler later subsumed all these modes of non-scientific understanding under the notion of intuition or lived experience. Erleben, as opposed to scientific cognition, erkennen. Other than that, Spengler used the words knowledge of man, morphology of the organic, or physiognomy. Spengler's method of intuiting, experiencing, and feeling history can be best compared with the method of dream interpretation. By interpreting a dream, the interpreter treats the dream's elements as symbols that convey certain subconscious messages. Treating these elements as symbols in turn means that the interpreter looks for analogies between the dream elements' form and the putative message's content. Teeth that are falling out in a dream could, for instance, convey the message that the dreamer is afraid of losing an important person, because teeth are also an important part of the human body, and falling out is the physical counterpart of the more abstract loss of the person in life. If the interpreter finds more elements in the dream having a similar form, the interpreter can be sure that these elements convey the message that the dreamer is afraid of losing an important person. Intuiting that a particular phenomenon belongs to a particular culture because it is an expression of the culture's soul work in a similar way. The philosopher of history analyzes a certain phenomenon and looks for analogies between the phenomenon's form on the one hand and the prime symbol of the culture that the phenomenon belongs to on the other hand. What makes the roofs of the Western churches an expression of the Western soul of infinite space is that they are pointy, because such a shape points upward to the infinity of the sky. Even though Spengler would reject the logical terminology, we can describe Spengler's method as alternatingly deductive and inductive. On the one hand, the philosopher of history interprets the phenomenon of a certain culture as expressions of the culture's putative prime symbol. On the other hand, she becomes more confident that the putative prime symbol is, in fact, the culture's prime symbol when she finds more phenomenon whose form is in accordance with the prime symbol. Based on the continuous flow of the phenomenon with the same underlying prime symbol, the philosopher of history can therefore also predict the culture's future. Let me now summarize the circle's general attitude towards intuition and metaphysics. Carnap develops a definition of metaphysics that helps to evaluate Spengler's method against the background of the circle's scientific world concept. For Carnap, statements are metaphysical if they posit the existence of entities that lie beyond experiences and or draw conclusions that are not warranted by logical reasoning. Spengler did exactly that. He posited the existence of a non-perceivable entity's soul and prime symbols, and also assigned these prime symbols to cultural phenomenon in a way not warranted by logical reasoning. For Carnap and the whole circle, metaphysics in general was no proper form of knowledge acquisition. The only proper way to acquire knowledge were to form empirical statements based on perceptual act, and then to infer further statements from these primary empirical statements through logical sound reasoning. The maximum is part of the scientific world concept as expressed in the manifesto. The scientific conception of the world knows only empirical statements about things of all kinds and analytical statements of logic and mathematics. For many members of the circle, intuition in turn could indeed be part of life, namely as an expression of vital feelings and as a source of artistic activities. In his article, Erleben Erkennen Metaphysics, Schlick, for instance, claimed that while knowledge is objective and can be accurately communicated and proven, lived experiences, virtual feelings, and intuitions are subjective impressions of an object that cannot be accurately communicated and proven, but they can be the raw material for poets and other artists. And as long as the people only express their intuitions in the form of poetry or an artwork, there is nothing wrong about it. The metaphysician, however, erroneously assumes that intuitions are themselves modes of knowledge acquisitions that can uncover transcendental truths. Kind of provided a similar line of criticism. Like music and art, metaphysical statements rest on intuitions and vital feelings. However, unlike music and art, metaphysical statements share the form of empirical statements that and thereby pretend to be something that they are not, namely theories about the world, and this makes them dangerous. The same problem is mentioned in the manifesto. While the scientific world concept allows the expression of vital feelings in literature, art, and music, it warns of its misuse by the metaphysician. The metaphysician utters these meaningless statements in disguise of a theory. Some members of the circle even claim that intuitions can play a role within scientific research, namely as a what I would call intuition pump. Victor Kraft's position serves as a good example for this option. Kraft valued the inspiring power of intuitive insights for historical research in his essay. In agreement with Dilthey, Kraft argued that historical research requires understanding of the motives and intentions of the actions of historical agents and of these impressions of important artworks. This understanding is free from discursive thinking and therefore intuitive. In addition to that, the historian also needs to discover significant characteristics in his historical material to capture the common trait of a historical period through an act of intuitive synthesis. The idea that unites some historical material into a coherent world comes intuitively. It is something that joins the historical material. It cannot be logically deduced from it. Due to the understanding and the synthesis, intuition is indispensable for historical research. However, for Kraft, understanding the synthesis does not by themselves qualify as the acquisition of knowledge, assuming that confuses the psychological processes of finding similarities between historical events with the normative scientific method for proving that these historical events are causally connected or have similar causes. Kraft hereby argued against Dilthey and the modern tendencies of intuitionist historical research, a movement that, according to him, systematically treats intuitions as knowledge without further empirical proof or testing of logical coherence. He denied that historical research requires a method for knowledge acquisition that differs from the methods of the sciences. The method of historical research are the same as the methods of the sciences. Kraft's approach is in accordance with the scientific world concept and the manifesto. The authors of the manifesto also claim that intuition can be a useful source for knowledge. However, its results must be rationally justified subsequently. The seeker is allowed by any means, but what has been found must stand up to testing. In light of his nuanced position towards intuition, Kraft criticized Spengler's philosophy of history cautiously. Kraft accepted that Spengler tried to provide his own kind of non-scientific historical knowledge, a knowledge that is directly drawn from intuitive insights without any scientific method of proof. However, with such a merely subjective foundation, one can never know whether the results of Spengler's works are true. Kraft called Spengler a typical proponent of the modern intuitionist historical research that he argued against. In the context of his philosophy of the social sciences, Philipp Kaufmann made a similar point of criticism. In his book, Kaufmann also appreciated the occasional irrationality that accompanies the acts of feeling other people's minds and of understanding their actions intuitively in the social sciences. However, this irrationality does not guarantee the rightfulness of the understanding, and it does not provide knowledge sui generis. According to Kaufmann, Spengler is one of these thinkers because he erroneously assumed that his physiognomic acts of understanding are already autonomous sources for truth. Slick's reception of Spengler's methodology should, in my opinion, be analyzed in the context of his general and deep mistrust of the modern humanities, philosophies of or cultures, and philosophies of history. In Erleben, Erkennen Metaphysics, Schlick already indicated that scholars of these disciplines often confuse lived experiences or intuition with knowledge acquisition and are therefore likely to become metaphysicians. In his 1934 paper, Schlick accused explicitly the recently thriving humanities philosophies of history, and now also philosophies of culture, of committing the aforementioned confusion and thereby practicing metaphysics. The manuscripts collected in Nature and Culture are particularly interesting. Schlick discussed in which sense nature and technologically advanced cultures are opposed to each other and how they can be in harmony. The cultures have to adopt a peaceful lifestyle. However, due to the warmongering practices of the national states that people live in, they depart from this goal. In this book, and also in his lecture series, Ethic and Cultural Philosophy, that was held at the time when he was working on the manuscripts for Nature and Culture in 1935, Schlick explicitly aimed to develop a philosophy of culture, but this philosophy must, like any other kind of philosophy, be analytic and based on scientific results. In Nature and Culture, he argued that some cultural philosophers apply insufficient metaphysical constructions and thereby misconceive the opposition between nature and culture. Schlick did not give any example in this paragraph. However, a few pages later, he accused Spengler of exactly that, namely of misconceiving the opposition between nature and culture because he ignored the scientifically proven similarities between humans and monkeys in his book Der Mensch und die Technik. Later, he returned to Spengler and criticized him again, presumably addressing his methodology in the Untergang. Like Kraft, Schlick argued that similarities in the discourse of a culture's development cannot be explained by referring to a metaphysical essence of that culture, but only by referring to a similar causes. In Ethic and Cultural Philosophy, he resumed this line of criticism. For him, Spengler was a proponent of the modern philosophy of culture and philosophy of history that is prone to metaphysical thinking. More precisely, he claimed that Spengler aimed to discover the essence of cultures and their destiny by intuiting. But this metaphysical intuiting cannot provide knowledge. For Schlick, Spengler was a prophet rather than a researcher who provided spurious explanations based on the metaphysical terms. North wrote anti-Spengler right after the publication of Der Untergang, when he was imprisoned in 1919 after Prussian soldiers took Munich for his engagement for the Munich Soviet Republic. These conditions might explain the special tone and its political significance of North's work. As Rahimis assumed, North presented his criticisms not in a purely argumentative style, but with dedication and furor. Anti-Spengler is a detailed discussion of Spengler's mystical intuition and his intuitive deductions in Der Untergang, but it also comes as a political pamphlet, as a warning and a plea. Anti-Spengler is divided in three main parts, in which North criticized Spengler's individuation of cultures and cultural periods, his assignment of historical phenomenon to prime symbols, and his pessimistic descriptions of the world and society. According to North, the most dangerous aspect of Der Untergang is not the accumulation of the questionable results of his intuitive method and false evidence for that, but is the argumentative method as such in the way he provided evidence. Instead of writing poetry and therefore a work without any claim to knowledge, Spengler aimed to analyze and predict history with a method and evidence. However, he never introduced this method in any part of his book, nor did he explain why he related historical phenomenon to a certain prime symbol in the way he did. For Neurath, Spengler interpreted historical phenomenon, no matter how different they are from other phenomenon of the same culture, in a way that they seem to match the culture's putative prime symbol, even though properly interpreted, they often did not match. According to Neurath, this method resembled the method of the theologians who explain gruesome events in history in a way that they can be deduced from the will of God. In spite of that, Spengler presented his associations with absolute certainty. Neurath's anti-Spengler was criticized in turn by Manfred Schroeder, who summarized the critical reception of Der Untergang in the years after the publication, commonly known as Spengler Straight, in his book Der Straight und Spengler from 1922. Schroeder, an admirer of Der Untergang, described the book as an experience of incomparable intensity. He granted that many of Spengler's critics, for instance Neurath and the 7 scholars of the first volume of Spengler and Logos, detected contradictory positions and historically inaccurate assumptions in Der Untergang. However, they lacked any metaphysical understanding, according to Schroeder. Der Untergang was not supposed to be a correct historiography or philosophical argumentation with logically correct deductions. The purpose of the Untergang was instead to make past times feel alive and to provide a vital, lebendig understanding of the essence of culture and the cultural development as a whole. Schroeder emphasized the inciting potential of the Untergang. According to him, the book was a creative work expressing a strong will of change whose true impact on the society is yet to be determined. Real criticism should rather attack the bigger picture of Spengler's interpretation and provide an alternative physiognomy of cultures. In accordance with the defense of Spengler, Schroeder described Nurow's Anti-Spengler as a pamphlet that, despite its richness in detail, did not provide an argumentative synthesis. It is nothing but a random mix of various single aspects. It is an excessively exaggerated satire and contains elements of a scientific, valuable, and logical critique, but lacks any feeling for the real depths behind Spengler's view that open up progressively. In this context, it might be interesting to hear another critic of Spengler's critics who, despite writing against Spengler, shared Schroeder's assessment of the Spengler dispute, Theodor Adorno, of the Frankfurt School. Adorno did not address the members of the circle explicitly, but he remarked that most of Spengler's critics failed to address Spengler properly, including that scientist and the positivist who were Spengler's most irritable enemies. The petty endeavors of the 7 scholars articles published in Logos in response to Der Untergang, for instance, exemplified the intellectual powerlessness in the face of Spengler's work, comparable with the political powerlessness in the face of Hitler's rise. Adorno criticized Spengler's unbearable and totalitarian endeavor to force every individual vital phenomenon into a lifeless category. However, like Schroeder, Adorno acknowledged the productive power of Der Untergang. Thanks to his dogmatic and fatalistic tone and his success, Spengler was not actually the prophet of Der Untergang, but its agent. In accordance with that, Adorno argued that it does not help to refer to the scientific inaccuracy and the unverifiability of Spengler's morphology, or simply to attack the morphology's savagery. Instead, real criticism must expose the savagery of cultures themselves so that, at the end, the hopscotch of different cultures will be replaced by a united utopia. In my opinion, Schroeder and Adorno's analysis apply to the creeds broadly brought forth by Kraft, Kaufmann, and Schlicht. Kraft and Kaufmann developed and defended methods for research in the historical and the social sciences, respectively, that were in accordance with the scientific world concept. Their sparse and superficial criticism of Spengler consisted in the observation that elements of Spengler's methodology were not in accordance with these methods due to non-verifiability of Spengler's intuitionist methods and Spengler's disregard of underlying causal relations. However, Spengler never claimed that his physiognomy might stand empirical testing. In fact, he explicitly criticized the positivist attempt to explain the whole world in scientific terms as a computable system of causal relations. Even though Schlicht's criticism was more comprehensive and more aggressive, it also consisted of a simple rejection of Spengler's method in favor of a more science-based philosophy of culture. Nurow's anti-Spengler, in turn, is not only more detailed than the other works of these other authors. Unlike Schroeder claimed, Anti-Spengler was much more than a random mix of various single aspects and points of criticism. It also exposed the self-immunizing strategy of Spengler's and his dangerous ideological potential. Due to these aspects, the metacritical analysis of Schroeder and Adorno do not apply to Anti-Spengler. Noroff noticed that simply attacking the anti-scientific character of Der Untergang and simply pointing to the implausible deductions and interpretations would not help to convince the reader of his book. According to him, the way how Spengler described the world, his physiognomy of history, destroyed every means of criticism up front. In fact, Spengler defended a skeptic and relativistic conception of knowledge and intuition that is reflected in the self-immunizing method. According to Spengler, truth is not objective, but only relative to a certain culture, and people from different cultures cannot fully intuit the soul of another culture. As a result, worldviews stand opposite to worldviews. In response to his skeptic argument, North did not only provide a scientific counterposition, emphasizing that truth is indeed objective, because people from different cultures can both disagree and agree with each other on the basis of a joint confrontation with the facts. He also pointed out the obvious contradiction in Spengler's rejection of reciprocal understandings and intuition on the one hand, and his attempt to intuit the soul life of other cultures on the other hand. Moreover, North was aware of Der Untergang's seductive and inciting potential that Schroeder and Adorno emphasized. The book was an influential attempt to develop a coherent, simple, and overarching worldview that can hardly be rebutted. In Verheme's opinion, North's criticism of Der Untergang should be understood against the background of his anti-foundationalist and holistic epistemology that he exemplified in his famous analogies of the boat and the miner. North emphasized that it's tempting but unscientific to build up a description of the world in its totality from scratch. Spengler's morphology of history was exactly that, similar to the time of religious conflicts and changes. The period after World War I was sometime of different competing political ideologies on the one hand and a paradigm change in physics on the other hand. Even scientists were more inclined to adhere to worldviews that promised to explain everything based on simple principle. From this perspective, it is understandable why Spengler's book satisfied a longing for such a coherent worldview, as North wrote at the beginning of his essay. In a short article, Mankind, that was published, Menschkeit, that was published in the same year as Anti-Spengler, he repeated this diagnosis. North saw that Spengler's prophecy might indeed come true because it might, thanks to its influence on the reality, be the cause of its own self-realization, a self-fulfilling prophecy. That explains why Anti-Spengler has the character of a warning and a plea. It comes as a warning to save the readers of Der Untergang, especially the youth, from delusion, and it appeals to the scientists to provide their own counter-conception. The sciences need a conception of the world, otherwise they are at the mercy of the skepticism and the arrogance that Spengler's book combines to form a bizarre union. Many feel liberated by Spengler. We want to liberate from Spengler. So unlike Schroeder claimed, North indeed realized that the best way to preempt Spengler's attempt of satisfying the people longing for a coherent worldview is to provide an alternative, not another coherent worldview, but a scientific world conception. I'm inclined to say that this call for a conception of the world against Spengler's worldview is already an early expression of the scientific world conception and its scientific and anti-metaphysical spirit. Ontology. Other than Spengler's methodology, the members of the circle criticized his notion of essence and destiny. Again, I will begin the chapter by summarizing Spengler's position regarding these notions. Then I will describe the circle's general account on essence, causality, and acusal principles, such as destiny and entelechy. As a part of that, I will also say a few words about the theory of constitution, largely accepted by the members of the circle, according to which the knowledge of the sciences, from physics to sociology, must be interconnected and grounded in observation. Against the background of these positions, I will finally discuss the points of criticism brought forth against Spengler. The notion of essence, Wesen, plays a central role in Der Untergang. It's difficult to provide a proper definition of it or to clearly determine the scope of its application. Concepts such as extendedness, space, or culture have essences according to Spengler. People also have essences, and the phenomenon of cultures, in virtue of which they are expressions of their respective culture, have essences too. Other than that, Spengler claimed that cultures themselves have essences. Sometimes he even wrote that the souls of cultures have their own essences. In accordance with Spengler's general explanation of his physiognomic method, I'm inclined to say that essence is either synonymous to prime symbol, or prime symbols are the essence of cultures or of their souls. In any way, essences cannot be scientifically analyzed. The philosopher of history must rather descend into the depth of the concept, the cultural practice, or the culture in order to determine its essence. Therefore, the essence of the concepts of cultures are distinguished from the concept's more superficial and accidental properties, and from the culture's more obvious but irrelevant expressions. As I said in the previous section, the essence of a culture, its prime symbol, determines its development according to Spengler. Spengler compared cultures with organisms, both regarding their growth and their decay. Destiny is the idea that determines how a culture develops organically based on its essence. It is a historical idea that only concerns the unique development of particular cultures. In contrast to it, causality is an ahistorical principle only concerning the always recurring processes of natural objects, including stones, plants, and animals. Causal relations can be scientifically proven. Destiny can only be felt. This distinction does not imply that the world is divided into two spatially distinct hemispheres, cultures that are determined by the destiny of their essences and the natural objects whose processes are determined by causality. Spengler is not a dualist. He acknowledged that cultures are part of nature and that all data of history are also data of nature. The factual material is the same, but as a part of history, all of the data of the past times are not just repeating events with physical and chemical properties. They form a rigid web with symbolic potential. As soon as individuals gather and a culture is born, the culture's development as a whole is determined by destiny. Mathematics and the principle of causality led to a naturalistic order of all appearances. the idea of the chronology and destiny to a historical order. Each of both principles of order encompasses by itself the whole world. The difference is only in the eye by which and through which the world is realized. It is tempting to compare Spengler's notion of destiny with the ancient notion of entelechy and organic theology as it was developed by Aristotle, or the modern notion of entelechy and theology as it was developed and defended by vitalists such as the biologist Hans Dreich. In fact, Spengler talked about entelechy and theology in Der Untergang. However, he did not think that they could help to explain the development of cultures. He rejected entelechy as a principle because it is ahistorical, and theology because it is just another mechanistic principle, the simple counterpart to causation in a character of destiny. The members of the circle did not reject the notion of essence as such. As O'Neill and Ubel remarked, in order to understand the circle's position, one must distinguish between essence in the sense of the actual nature of something that is opposed to its appearance and that is scientifically accessible, and essence is something that is beyond empirical access. In his paper, Sociology and Physics, Neurath argued that the meaningless to assume the existence of essences of things behind the events and beyond their correlations. In another paper, in turn, he claimed that the essence-appearance distinction can be useful as part of scientific endeavor as long as liberated from the metaphors of traditional metaphysics and open to empirical control. Other members of the circle, including Schlicht and the authors of the Manifesto, tried to differentiate between the metaphysical notion of essence and a less problematic notion by using inverted commas for the metaphysical notion. Furthermore, instead of trying to unearth metaphysical essences, a proper scientific description of the world must focus on the structures and forms of orders of objects. The descriptions must be drawn first from the content of the experiences that scientists gain by encountering simple and natural objects. The jointly made experiences are then expressed in empirical statements and placed in a system of all other scientific statements. First, this web of statements, concepts about those simple objects are then gained through abstraction from those concepts. In turn, further concepts about more complex and abstract objects, such as objects of the social sciences, can be constituted. The authors of the Manifesto called such a pyramid-like system of concepts constitution systems, and the theory that described the construction of such a constitution system, constitution theory. With such a constitution system, all the knowledge of all the sciences can be integrated to form the body of a universal science. How such a constitution system must be built up was best described by Carnap in his book, De Logic Aufbau der Welt, that was published 1 year before the Manifesto. As Ubel summarizes, the book sought to develop a genealogy of empirical concepts that rooted them in the phenomenological given. In accordance with the scientific world conception and the Manifesto, Carnap argued, in order to understand what a certain object really is, we must not look for mystical or metaphysical essences. Instead, we must find out how it, or more precisely, how its concept is located in the constitutional context of the system, especially how it is constituted of the concepts of more basic objects. Similar to Neurath, Carnap excluded the metaphysical notion of essence from his philosophy and replaced it with the notion of constitutional essence that is compatible with the constitutional theory. Let me now determine the special status of social entities, such as states and peoples, within a constitutional system according to the members of the circle. As part of that, I will also discuss which principles govern the developments of these entities according to them. Many members of the circle followed an at least partially reductionist strategy concerning the integration of the social sciences. The strategy is expressed in the Manifesto. The authors of the Manifesto argued that metaphysical entities such as people's spirit, Volksgeist, should not be part of sociological research because they cannot be related to concepts of the other sciences, especially psychology and physics. Indeed, sociologists should focus on physical objects such as people and groups of people to conduct their research. Furthermore, the authors of the Manifesto also rejected Dreist's vitalist idea that the laws of the organic nature are unique and cannot be reduced to the laws of physics. If this was true, they claimed certain parts of reality would not be subject to a uniform and determined lawfulness. As a member of the circle, however, it was hard to accept this conclusion. Carnap's individual view on the matter was ambivalent. In the Aufbau, he similarly argued that social entities such as states, tribes, and families essentially consist of a system of relations. of people, including their psychological properties. In another part of the book, however, he remarked that these entities of the humanities cannot simply be composed of a particular group of people because they continue to exist after the death of these people. Consequently, statements about the concepts of the humanities cannot be translated into statements about psychological entities. In his 1935 booklet, Philipp Frank also defended a nuanced position. He argued that the paradigm of atomism, according to which all processes of macroscopic objects, including organisms and states, can be deduced from the interactions of the atoms that they are constituted of, have been replaced by a modern holistic paradigm. Larger objects are now treated as objects in their own rights. However, as he went on to argue, the basic causal laws of the sciences have just been applied to these larger objects. The scheme of how physical theories are developed through mathematical calculations and observations is still the same. In accordance with the position Frank rejected in his 1932 book, the idea of a world of real things, essences behind our experiences, as well as the idea of a specific acausal principles working in organisms such as entelechy, theology, and Elan Vital as misleading and unscientific. Even though the principle of causality cannot be proven scientifically, all of our sciences and our daily experiences presuppose it, and there is no reason to doubt its existence and its universality. Even in a holistic scientific paradigm, against this background, it became clear why Frank rejected Spengler's notion of destiny as a principle that is supposed to determine the course of history in opposition to the causal laws of the science. If destiny exists, physics and chemistry should have already discovered it under the superficial causal interpretation of historical processes. They should have discovered a system that is rather determined by the meaningfulness of the whole than by causality, the blind plays of power and atoms, but apparently they have not. Frank's criticisms against Spengler is problematic because he presented Spengler's notion of destiny similar to entelechy as a quasi-scientific principle. He presupposed that destiny is a principle that, just like a scientific law, can be discovered or observed through the methods of physics or chemistry by analyzing historical processes. In some way, Frank, in arguing so, contradicted his own holistic interpretation of modern physics in his later book, understood as a principle of large social objects, cultures. Destiny only concerns the development of cultures as a whole and not the physical and chemical processes that the cultural development consists of. Other than that, Spengler emphasized that destiny cannot be discovered through the means of science in general. Instead of criticizing Spengler's destiny as quasi-scientific law in the framework of scientific research, Frank should have rejected it right away because it cannot be even located within this framework at all. In contrast to Frank's short attack, the criticism of Neurath and Schlick show a deeper examination of Spengler's position. Like Carnap, Neurath confirmed the constitution theory in his monograph and argued that all scientific statements of all sciences, including those statements about social entities, are interconnected. Sociology should not be a discipline of the so-called humanities. It is an empirical science. He argued that sociological descriptions can only be about objects that can also, in principle, be described in molecular language. The sociologists should only be concerned with various objects in space and time, primary groups of human beings, but also lifeless objects surrounded by other objects that can also be analyzed and described by physicists. As Cartwright remarked, Neurath was still a Carnapian at the time of the empirical sociology, maybe a more radical Carnapian than Carnap himself. In his later book, however, Neurath made aware of the limits of physicalist reductionism. Similar to Frank, he argued that the laws about processes and the microstructures can and should not simply be transferred to the level of living beings and groups. Accordingly, sociologists should look for laws that uniquely apply to living beings and groups. One reason for the rejection of this reductionism is that Neurath did not consider laws to be metaphysical entities that can be revealed through observation. They are rather means to utter predictions based on observation. However, sociologists do not observe physics experiments, they analyze data reports about human behavior. That does not mean that social laws are categorically different from the laws of physics. According to Neurath, they are still causal and there is no different causality. In accordance with what he said, Neurath also emphasized that despite their different forms, the laws of social entities must be compatible with other scientific laws to enable predictions. All laws of the unified science must be connectable with each other in order to meet the requirements for predicting processes of certain groups of processes as often as possible. North's criticism of Spengler's notion of destiny in Anti-Spengler reflects his general positions regarding the status of groups of human beings and their connectedness of social laws with other causal laws. Similar to Frank, North argued that it is against every experience that some internal momentum determines the decay of a culture. Furthermore, he claimed that Spengler's principle of destiny can only be applied to ideal cultures that are isolated from other cultures. Real empirical cultures are surrounded by other cultures, and they are part of the empirical world full of other objects. Their development is dependent on the activities of those other cultures and the social, physical, and chemical processes of all the individuals inside of the culture and all of the dead objects outside of it. It can be accelerated and interrupted. A real sociologist has to take these multiple processes into account when she attempts to uncover new social laws or to make her own predictions. Schlicht held more radical positions than North, at least in some respects. In the philosophy and natural Wissenschaft, Schlicht also defended the theory of the Constitution and argued that all of the concepts that we use to describe the destiny of human beings and mankind can be reduced to physical and psychological concepts. Historical processes are natural processes, a muddle of causes and effect, and the destiny of people is determined by the physical influences of climate and landscape and the psychological impact of their leaders. The assumption that psychology is the key to understand social and historical processes is defended in many of Schlicht's work. In Ethic and Cultural Philosophy, Schlicht argues much more radically than Frank, Carnap, and North that the course of a culture's history must fully depend on the laws that govern full psychological operation of its people, for instance, their willpower, because cultures are nothing but agglomerations of people. Culture emerged from human actions, hence the laws of culture cannot differ from the laws of human action. The regularities within history are no unique historical laws, but psychological laws which result from people living together, just like meteorological laws resulting from physical laws. In accordance with this position, Schlicht in Nature and Culture emphasized Spengler's idea of metaphysical essences that stand behind the phenomenon of a culture and determine their flourishing and withering like an invisible force. Spengler's notion of destiny, thanks to which the development of a culture determined by its essence, is based on a confused notion of necessity and coercion. In Ethic and Cultural Philosophy, he provided some background information for this criticism. According to Schlicht, many fatalist philosophers misinterpreted the laws of nature normatively as something like a coercive state law opposed to the free will of the people dictating the course of history. But laws of nature are not like that in the course of history, despite being determined, is not dictated by law against the people's will. Similar to North, Schlicht treated laws of nature rather as general descriptions for the unfolding of natural processes, including biological processes and free agency that allows predictions. They do not force anybody. In accordance with that, Schlicht identified Spengler as one of those fatalist philosophers treating the historical law of destiny as a course of power and thereby rejecting any contribution of human volition to the progression of the history of their cultures. But since cultures are nothing but agglomerations of people, the history of cultures develops not against but through the will of the people. Schlicht's distinction between state law and law of nature are very insightful, and as I may say, in these passages he proves to be one of the first compatibilists in the free will debate. However, his criticism against Spengler is problematic. In fact, Spengler did not say that free will does not exist and that free actions do not have any influences on the course of history. They do have. However, despite having an influence and despite being accompanied by individual intentions, these free actions cannot change the course of the culture because their consequences cannot on the large scale be predicted and will at the end still become integrated into the flow of the culture's destiny. One might question whether it is true that actions, even if they are performed to alter the course of the culture's history and to bring about the change for the better, will at the end still support the decay of the culture. But this is another question. In fact, as part of the political philosophy and the anthropology and against Spengler, Schlicht also defended both a positive image of mankind and an optimistic vision of the future. I will return to these normative positions in the next section. North's argument, in contrast, is more powerful. In fact, Spengler claimed that both the individual actions of the people and other coincidences can shape the development of a culture without being able to change it completely. Again, Spengler referred to the picture of the plant, which, as we might interpret, grows and decays in accordance with its nature relatively independently from external influences. However, as North remarked, a plant can indeed die unnaturally before its flowering period due to external forces. And so Could also a culture be wiped out before its heyday, for instance, by another culture? In fact, Spengler neglected the interaction and interdependence between different cultures in the Untergang, as North remarked in his pusillanimously published work. However, Spengler did not only change his judgments about the superiority of certain culture and the inferiority of other cultures, but he also took the deeply rooted interconnectedness between cultures into account. But even if Spengler managed to include the existence of other cultures into his prophetic philosophy of history, a culture can also be wiped out by a comet, and the trajectory of a comet can hardly be intuited by a philosopher of history. So Neurath's criticism has a point. One might insist and argue that Spengler's philosophy of history can predict the development of empirical cultures under the condition of the development uninterrupted by natural catastrophes. However, the defendant of Neurath might discover more unintuitable threats to the culture. Finally, let me say a few more words about von Mises, Spengler's perception, which stands in sharp contrast to the reception of the circle's other members. In the appendix to his 1920 inaugural speech at the Technische Hochschule Dresden, the mathematician von Mises expressed his agreement with Spengler's basic concept of cultures that grow and decay, and his assumption of a nonlinear and organic flow of history. Almost in a Spenglerian tone, he argued that the Western culture that accumulated so much knowledge and achievements in 500 years will most likely collapse within the next centuries. This assertion might come as a surprise since von Mises accepted the scientific world conception and was a positivist through and through. Foreman pointed out that von Mises must have lost his mind and the confidence in himself and his discipline while writing these words. In fact, many German scientists in the time became unnerved by the paradigm changes that accompanied the upcoming quantum physics. Suddenly, the classical mechanical framework of physics and the existence of causality itself was questioned. According to Foreman, the crisis within physics explains why von Mises and other scientists surrendered and then adapted to Spenglerism and Spengler's anti-scientific and acausal idea of destiny. This is a scenario that Neurath has warned of in Anti-Spengler, and I have shown in the last section. However, it seems that von Mises has changed later. In his Kleines 1939, he already uttered some mild criticism, calling Spengler's Der Untergang a work of Hegelian metaphysics, rich in ideas but very negativistic and full of tautological elements. Anthropology and political philosophy. In this final section, I will pay attention to the political philosophy of Spengler and the Vienna Circle. I will discuss how Spengler and the Vienna Circle describe the state of nature of human beings and the relationship between the national state and its citizen. I will also review their thoughts about a potential unified human culture or mankind. After this broad overview, I will discuss Spengler's perception of the circle regarding these points. Spengler's interest in political and anthropological questions grew after the success of Der Untergang. He became friends with members of the national right, including George Eisenach and Franz Celti, leaders of the powerful paramilitary organization, as well as Gustav von Kahr, the former prime minister of Bavaria, with whom Spengler shared a common aversion against the social democratic government in Berlin. In 1919, Spengler published the book in which he developed the idea of a purely culturally and ethically defined socialism against the economic interpretation by Marx. In Der Untergang, Spengler already considered the idea of a non-Marxist socialism as a Nietzschean will to power against global capitalism. However, he deepened his thoughts with a focus on concrete socialist movements and leaders in Germany, for instance, August Bebel, whom he characterized as a red Bismarck, because he was through and through militaristic and authoritarian. Spengler claimed that despite their reciprocal hatred, Old Prussian spirit and socialist ethos were essentially the same. For him, socialists consisted in the unification of all national workers as a serving and fighting collective, and in the integration of the worker collective into a strong hierarchical national state based on the model of Prussia. It is not surprising that some national socialists, after the rise to power, praised Spengler's new book as a signpost to new shores, as the Nazi journalist Johann van Leers described it. At the beginning of the 1930s, after the Great Crash, Spengler published another book in which he developed his ideas on philosophical anthropology and his theory of the state. was again a continuation as a philosophical project of the Untergang. In Der Untergang, Spengler described the Western soul as a soul that fights for its existence and that strives to rule over everything. In Der Mensch and der Technik, Spengler ascribed these character traits to mankind as such. Quoting Nietzsche, Spengler claimed that humans are destined to fight gruesomely and without mercy because they have a natural will to power. Social and technological developments did not change that. The utilization of tools, for instance, was just a means to live a life of fighting. Humans in general are predators, lone wolves, and the rule is their prey. A group of humans can work together. However, even as a pack, humans still act violently and mistrust each other. Later, packs become peoples, and at some point in history, peoples founded the first state. But living in a state does not change their predatory nature. On the contrary, the predator nature just became institutionalized. The national spirit could develop in a hierarchy of leaders, and followers within a state could emerge as a geographic culture structure. A state has a territorial delamination against other states. However, for its citizens, it will always be too small. Driven by the thirst for expansion, the hostility against members of other states will grow. The main purpose of the state is therefore to prepare for war and to wage war, and as a form of tribal conflict on a national scale. Politics, in turn, is just a means to negotiate with other states and to maintain the military power of a state within the rare peaceful periods. The state is the internal order of the people for its external purpose. Politics is only a temporal substitute for war that uses more intellectual weapons. The polemic assumption that territorial distinction and war are the determining principles of politics is again not a new aspect of Spengler's work. It was already present in the second part of Der Untergang. Here Spengler claimed that every people or state is only defined in opposition to other peoples or states, and the primary natural relation between two different states or peoples is war. The polemic assumption is also in line with the influential philosophical doctrine that was promoted and defended by Carl Schmitt and other thinkers of the conservative revolution, to which Spengler was ascribed, in the doctrine that the political itself is defined in terms of the distinction between friend, what we are and what belongs to us, and enemy, what they are. That the Vienna Circle had a political philosophy might come as a surprise. The general reception of the Vienna Circle after World War II almost only focused on its members' work in logic and neglected the cultural, pedagogical, and political aspects that defined the earlier projects. This had many reasons. For one thing, after the exile in the UK and the US, many of them were compelled to de-emphasize these apparently non-scientific aspects, as Nelson argued. To some extent, however, the Vienna Circle itself was responsible for the historian's neutral or even amputated reception, as Mormon called it. In his autobiography, Carnot praised the lack of any political motivation as an ideal for the Vienna Circle. Menger also committed himself to renouncing any moral evaluations based on personal opinions in his logical analysis of moral acting, and Schlick praised the purely theoretical character of ethics as a philosophical discipline in his book Fragen and Ethik. But the Vienna Circle was political in many ways. First of all, many members, mainly members of the left wing, actively promoted a non-capitalistic socialization of the sciences. As Dvorak called it, scientific research should no longer be only accessible to a few privileged people, but to all people. As part of that goal, it should improve the economic and social situation of the majority and finally lead to a change in society. Some members, such as North and Edgar Zissel, actively supported the Vienna People's Education Movement to popularize science and to promote the aspired social reform through the education of the masses. This political agenda has also been formulated in the last paragraph of the manifesto. The concluding sentence reads, "The scientific world conception serves life, and life receives it." Furthermore, for the members of the Vienna Circle, metaphysical thinking was not only a wrong way to develop scientific theories and philosophical thought, it was also the source of a dangerous totalitarianism and a reactionary mindset. Because of that, their fight against it had a concrete political dimension. In his talk, Philosophy, Opium for the Gebilden, and his essay, Theoretische Fragen and Praktische Erstellungen, both from 1934, Carnot warned of the metaphysics as a powerful tool to legitimize the upcoming National Socialism and Austro-Fascism. In the essay, he further argued that questions of political attitude cannot be solved through theoretical reasoning. For the fight against superstition, metaphysics, and capitalist exploitation of the workers, philosophers and scientists must take positions and influence the people through education. Norop similarly claimed that the metaphysical positions often led to political totalitarianism. That might be a reason why, for him, the rejection of metaphysics was a fight like that against a political opponent. In his 1928 book, Neurath expressed the combination of both thoughts and considered the fight against the bourgeois metaphysics as a fight for the sciences under the leadership of the proletariat. For the proletariat front, fighting technique and interest in propaganda coincides with admiration of science and overcoming of metaphysics. Even Schlicht, a rather liberal and moderate thinker, developed a psychological theory of values and moral acting in many of his works that promised to be purely theoretical and analytic, but that turned out to be clearly practice-oriented normative too. In his manuscript Ethics in the Modern Leben from 1927, for instance, Schlicht emphasized the relevance of applied ethics that is not supposed to solve eternal scientific problems, but concrete and recent practical problems. His interest in these rather non-scientific questions culminated in the political theory in Nature and Culture, a theory about human nature, and a critique of the modern state as a warmongering entity. The primary antagonist of his discussion was Oswald Spengler, as the author of The Mensch and the Technik. In Nature and Culture, Schlicht primarily attacked, as he called it, Spengler's crude hypothesis, but favorite thought that humans are predators by nature. Spengler tried to prove this assumption by pointing out the anatomical similarities between humans and predators, especially eagles and lions. He claims that humans move in a straightforward way and their eyes are in the front of their head. Schlicht in turn argued that Spengler did not only ignore the evidence of evolutionary biology, but his examinations were also flawed. Humans originate from herbivorous monkeys, and they are in fact more similar to monkeys than to lions and eagles with regard to the social behaviors and anatomy. However, the main error of Spengler's argumentation, according to Schlicht, was the attempt to argue both metaphysically by saying that humans are spiritually predators despite their evolutionary origin, and biologically by referring to some physical characteristics. Following both strategies is difficult, especially due to Spengler's flawed observation. Schlicht then concludes laconically, nothing follows from Spengler's predatory argument except that he prefers to be rather a lion than a monkey, and that maybe wishes the same for other humans. Schlicht himself defends a positive image of the human nature as part of his project of empirical psychology, while Spengler's claim that humans have instincts for hatred, attack, and annihilation. Schlicht claims that humans are peaceful by nature and have social instincts, duty instincts, and altruistic instincts, other than the egoistic instincts for self-preservation. Thanks to these instincts, humans tend to help because they feel pleasure when they do so, and they prevent injustices because they feel pain when they see others suffer. In Nature and Culture, Schlicht again emphasizes the existence of social instincts, thanks to which people treat each other with dignity. However, Schlicht was aware that people do not always act in that way. In Nature and Culture, Schlicht diagnosed the current existential hardship of mankind originated in the state. There is nothing that causes more existential hardship for the people than the state. This is so because there is no morality between state and no proper judicial system that could punish them for their crimes. The state is, as Schlicht summarized, the coldest of all cold beasts. Morality is a purely psychological property of individuals, but since citizens of different states are spatially separated from each other artificially, their innate social instincts are not stimulated. So the state does not lack any moral property. It also prevents people from the natural endeavor to interact and sympathize with each other. This leads to hostility, a wrong kind of national pride, and finally war. The state took possession of the instinctually harmless feelings of togetherness with brute force and relentless institutions to use it for its aggressive purposes. In contrast to Spengler, Schlicht did not think that the existence of wars is grounded in human nature. The state does not institutionalize the aggression that is already there. It is the structure of the state that has the potential to turn innately peaceful citizens into hateful soldiers. In accordance with this assumption, Schlicht criticized theories that glorify states for their lack of moral norms, that supports power, combat readiness, and solidarity only among the state's citizens instead of goodness, love, and humanity. Without mentioning his name, Schlicht most certainly meant Spengler's theories here. However, Schlicht noted that states do not have to be the source of existential hardship. Spengler and Schmidt defined the state as a political and military unit against real and potential enemies, and the politics as a means to prepare for war and keep enemies away. Schlicht in turn claimed that the basic idea of states and politics is and was always a way of community of people who provided help and protection for each other and thereby created peace in the world. In the words of Martin Buber, we might say Schlicht emphasized the cohesion sphere of the state, while Schmidt and Spengler emphasized their concussion sphere. In order to create peace, Schlicht claimed that all borders must be erased and the territorial states must be replaced by one world state. This world state is supposed to encompass all good people that are willing to live together peacefully against the remaining renegades. Within it, there will be different state-like communities with different political positions. However, these non-territorial states, as Schlick called them, should no longer rule over a delimited area. Thanks to this constellation, all humans within the world state could sympathize with each other. Schlick's vision of a peaceful world without borders shows that the center of his political interest was the idea of a united mankind. This was already apparent in his philosophical debut from 1908. In this text, Schlick lamented the civilization, human culture, and politics are just a corset around mankind, disfiguring its slim body, but mankind has to be freed from it. In Nature and Culture, Schlick revived these lyrical thoughts and included them in his political program. Against the background of his anti-internationalist political ideology of states, it is obvious that Spengler rejected the idea of a unified mankind without states and wars for various reasons. First of all, he dismissed the idea of peaceful and stateless society as foolishness and a terrible boredom. For Spengler, wars and conflicts between states in general were considered creative in the sense that they shaped the state's identity, undoing all the differences between people and forcing them into a united society of constant contentment would take away the source of creativity and would most likely lead to a murder and suicide. The idea of one mankind is furthermore simply inconsistent with the basic premise of the Untergang. Cultures suddenly emerge and grow, and its people develop different ways of living. As a result, there will always be a plurality of essentially incompatible cultures. In the introduction to the Untergang, Spengler added that the word mankind is nothing but a zoological term, and mankind is not a historical concept. Imagined as a unity, the mankind would not have a soul, and therefore no goal, nor idea, nor plan. In Anti-Spengler, North reacted to this last passage and criticized Spengler's position as unjustified. He diagnosed that in the course of history, peoples from different parts of the world indeed became less and less hostile against each other. Some of them even merged. According to North, Spengler did not provide any proper reason why mankind could not be united one day. Furthermore, he refused Spengler's assumption about the incompatible essences of cultures. Different peoples could practice different but compatible ways of living in one human civilization or one human culture. Like Schlick, North sympathized with the idea of overcoming states and replacing them with a peaceful, united world encompassing society. However, while Schlick argued for a united mankind as an apolitical thinker, North argued for it from the perspective of socialist cosmopolitan. This became apparent in the manifesto, in which he, together with Hahn and Carnap, noted that there is an internal connection between the unification of mankind, the change of the social and economic circumstances, and the scientific conception of the world. It also became apparent in this article against Spengler's position in Neurath considered socialism as a movement to overcome national states, and against Spengler's position, he assumed that mankind as a whole can indeed have its own goal, taking both aspects into account. He said that the world revolution should come to establish world socialism. In this vision of the future, Neurath saw a mankind that has established a global order of peace, with socialism as a guiding economic principle. Against Adorno's diagnosis of Spengler's reception, I'm inclined to say that both Neurath and Schlick, as positivists, indeed fought for the utopian idea of united mankind against the hopscotch of multiple cultures. However, their approaches were different. In Nature and Culture, Schlick provided an adequate criticism of Spengler's unjustified negativistic conception of man. However, his political philosophy is problematic because it is only based on a psychological analysis of morals and lacks crucial understanding of sociology and economics. In his review of Nature and Culture, Helmut Kaiser argued that, first of all, it is a dangerous oversimplification to identify good actions with those actions that cause pleasure, and bad actions with those that cause pain. Despite his honorable dedication to argue against Spengler and to fight against the upcoming fascism, as Kaiser went on to say, Schlick's attempt to solve existential hardship of the people by replacing national states with one good world state was therefore naive. Every demagogue would be eager to proclaim that she can found and protect the one and only good world state. According to Kaiser, Schlick ignored the bigger picture of how modern societies and states work. More precisely, coming from a bourgeois background, he ignored that states are shaped by the capitalistic economic systems, and that the existential hardship is therefore primarily the result of class antagonisms and not the result of physical distance. One does not have to be a Marxist to see that Schlick's admirable counter-project against Spengler rests indeed on an abstract and ahistorical conception of how people interact. and why they do so. From this point of view, North's utopian vision might be more promising and show his awareness of the concrete social and economic situation of the people. North did not only recognize the difficulties of establishing a common moral ground due to the diversity of all ethnicities in the world, he also recognized that the unification of mankind requires a change of economic and social systems to break the class antagonisms. Conclusion. In this paper, I've compared systematically central philosophical positions of Oswald Spengler and the Vienna Circle. I've then discussed the points of criticism that the members of the Vienna Circle brought forth against Spengler, and I've evaluated them and turned out that many members were unable to criticize Spengler properly for multiple reasons. In some cases, the arguments rested on scientific or logical grounds that Spengler simply did not share. In other cases, they misconceived some of the concepts that Spengler used. Almost all the Circle's members underestimated the inciting potential of Spengler's anti-scientific philosophical project. One reason for this inability might have been Spengler's approach was unique and contradicted the standards for philosophical reasoning that members of the Circle were familiar with. That does not mean that they were bad philosophers of science. It just shows how hard it is to oppose the brute force of Spengler, as Adorno called it. Among the critics, however, Otto Neurath turned out to be his strongest opponent. He did not only expose various contradictions and implausible consequences of his assumptions, he also made aware of the inciting potential and the dangerous anti-scientific spirit and provided strong philosophical and political counterpositions. Okay, so there you have it. God bless everybody. Thanks for tuning in. The Last Australian, Jenny, you stayed through it. I was so busy reading, I didn't see your comments, so just look at them briefly. And you'll hope to get to, I'll definitely read them tomorrow. I'm not sure if Jenny, you're more on the side of the Spengler than the Vienna Circle, or if Lost Australian, both of you are more Spenglerian. But I thought that was important. The contrast to the Vienna Circle anti-metaphysics position with Spengler and the metaphysical interpretation. And a lot of the conversation with Jennifer, Church of Entropy, and the true understanding of metaphysics, and various aspects. So, it's late. I've been at this over 7 hours, so got to get to sleep. It's almost 2:30 here, so thank God, over 7 hours of content today. I finally got through those last 2 articles on the Vienna Circle. Wednesday will be my stream on metaphysics, and I'm planning maybe to go back and forth between Wednesdays, where I'll do metaphysics and then biographies, and be a lot of reading, and we'll see the direction of Week in Review. Hopefully James gets back to me, and the debate on modern day debate will be on. I'll look forward to that, but it's not yet confirmed, so to see what happens. And I hope you're feeling better, Jenny. You get a full recovery. Last Australian, appreciate you being there in the chat. So with that, I'm gonna have to sign off because it's late. I'm tired. I got a busy day tomorrow too. So God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Have a great night, and we'll see you again on Wednesday.